This is Audible.
On the Nature of the Gods, written by Marcus Tullius Cicero, narrated by Scythan Williams. Book 1, Part 1. 1. There are many topics in philosophy that have until now been insufficiently studied. As you no doubt know, Brutus, an investigation into the nature of the gods is a quite difficult and elusive subject. It is an intensely captivating object of inquiry for an understanding of the human soul. It is also an indispensable consideration in the governance of religion. The wide divergence of views held by learned men on this issue should provide compelling evidence for the idea that ignorance is the source and beginning principle of philosophy, and that the academics sensibly held back their endorsement of dubious doctrines. What is more shameful than rashness? What is so reckless and unworthy of a wise man's dignity and intellectual integrity than to believe something that is false, or to defend with no hesitation an idea that is inadequately studied and understood? In considering this question, most philosophers maintain that the gods do exist. The probabilities weigh in favor of this conclusion, and nature's instruction leads us all to this destination. Protagoras harbored some doubts. Diagoras of Melos and Theodorus of Cyrene believed that the gods did not exist at all. Those who allege the existence of the gods have such a variety and multiplicity of opinions that it would be tedious to enumerate their views. Many theories are offered about the form of the gods, their habitations and dwellings, and their ways of life as well. And philosophers argue these questions with the sharpest disagreement among themselves. Yet the greatest controversy is found with regard to the most basic issue, that is, whether the gods are passive and aloof, playing no role in the unfolding and direction of physical events, or, instead, whether all things were designed and arranged by them from the beginning, and are managed and controlled by them forever. Unless this question is resolved, humanity will live with the most nagging sense of unease, and will churn in ignorance about its most vital concerns. 2. There are philosophers, and such thinkers have always existed, who maintain that the gods play no role at all in the administration of human affairs. If their belief is true, how can there be such things as piety, sanctity, or religion? For all these things are intended as offerings to the divine will, that should be given with innocence and moral immaculacy. The expectation is that these practices are noticed by the gods, and that they in return confer some benefit upon human beings. But if, however, the gods are neither able nor willing to help us, if they neither care about us nor pay attention to anything we do, if they have no ability to affect men's lives, then what reason would exist for lavishing the immortal gods with prayers, honours, or ceremonies of veneration? Just as with the rest of the virtues, however, piety cannot exist solely as a spectacle of contrived charades. Devotion and religion, together with piety, would necessarily be destroyed. And when these things no longer exist, great turmoil and disorder in the flow of life follow. I suspect that once reverence towards the gods has been lost, the bonds of social trust and common human fellowship would also wither away, along with justice, that most transcendent virtue of all. Yet there are other philosophers, thinkers of great prominence and merit, who believe the entire world is directed and controlled by the intellect and judgment of the gods. Not only do they subscribe to this view, but they also say that the gods make provision for and oversee the lives of men. They say that crops and other bounties produced by the earth, as well as the weather, seasons, and varieties of climate by which everything begotten from the land is grown and developed, were granted to human beings by the immortal gods. They collect many things we will discuss in the present books, having such attributes that they almost seem to have been specifically made by the immortal gods for mankind's use. Carneades raised many points in opposition to these views, and he did so in a way that stimulated in perceptive men a desire to search for the truth. There is no issue that invites so many opposing views, not only among the uneducated, but among the educated as well. The opinions are so numerous and divergent that, while it is certainly possible that none of them is true, it is surely not possible that more than one could be true. 3. Indeed, on this issue we can placate sympathetic fault-finders and repress biting detractors, so that the latter regret their reprimands and the former are happy to have learned something. For those who admonish with a spirit of goodwill should be guided in the right direction, and those who belligerently criticize should be discredited. I see, however, that my books have elicited a good deal of comment. I have published a large number in a short period of time, and different opinions have circulated. Some have wanted to know the explanation behind these unexpected philosophical pursuits, while others have tried to learn where I stand on different issues. I have also sensed many people are dismayed at my having especially endorsed a philosophy that, as they see it, snatches away daylight and overspreads something resembling nightfall's gloom. They are also taken aback that I have chosen, against their expectations, to advocate vigorously on behalf of abandoned and forsaken beliefs. The study of philosophy, however, is not something I have only recently taken up. I have in fact spent a considerable amount of effort and attention on it since my earliest years. I was immersed in philosophy the most when I appeared to be devoted to it the least. The fact is that my orations are replete with philosophical flourishes. Consider my close acquaintance with men of great erudition who have found a valued place in my home, and recall those prominent philosophers, Diodotus, Philo, Antiochus, and Posidonius, who played a formative role in shaping my outlook. And if all of philosophy's precepts ultimately apply to human life, then I believe that, in my public and private affairs, I have made good on the doctrines and teachings that philosophy prescribes. 4. If someone were to ask me why I felt compelled to put these ideas into written form at this late stage in my life, there is nothing I could so easily explain. I was becoming listless with inactivity. The existing situation with our republic was such that its governance by one man's attention and deliberation was a foregone conclusion. I thought firstly that explaining philosophy to our people was my obligation for the sake of the republic. To preserve such noble and significant ideas in Latin literature also seemed, in my view, to augment the glory and renown of the nation. I have little reason to regret my decision when I readily observe how many of our countrymen have been moved not only to study philosophy, but to write on philosophical subjects as well. A good number of learned individuals, well versed in Greek philosophy, were unable to pass on their knowledge to their fellow citizens simply because they despaired of being able to express in Latin what they had been taught by the Greeks. But I believe we have become so proficient in technique that the Greeks have not bested us, even in fecundity of philosophical terminology. There was also another inducement that directed me to pursue these inquiries. This was the mental anguish resulting from a great and oppressive personal loss sent to me by fortune. If I had been able to discover a better way of soothing my pain, I would not especially have taken refuge in philosophical studies. But in fact, the best method of deriving pleasure from this alleviation was to dedicate myself not only to reading books, but also to examining all philosophy comprehensively. All of philosophy's component parts, and all of its various branches, are best learned when every issue is set forth in writing. Philosophy possesses a certain remarkable continuity and sequence of topics, such that one subject is linked to another, and this makes all its questions apparently connected and unified. 5. Yet those who wish to learn my views on these issues tend to be more inquisitive than is necessary. The efforts of reason, and not so much the invocation of established authority, are what we should strive to use in philosophical argument. The authority of those who claim to instruct others, however, is often an obstacle to those who want to learn. For students will stop forming their own judgments and adopt the views of the person they hold in high regard, as if those opinions were certainties. In fact, I am not in the habit of endorsing what we hear about the Pythagoreans, who, when asked to justify the basis of some pronouncement in a debate, would supposedly answer with, "He himself said it." He himself was Pythagoras. An opinion decided beforehand had such influence that authority could dominate without logical reasoning. Some may be amazed by the doctrines I most prefer to follow, but I believe a satisfactory explanation has already been provided for them in the 4 books of my treatise Academics. Neither have I undertaken a defence of views long forsaken and discarded. The ideas of men do not wither away upon their deaths, but perhaps the ideas do miss the light of an interpretive authority. Consider that kind of philosophical reasoning which argues against everything and concludes nothing with finality. This approach was developed by Socrates, brought back again by Arcesilas, and strengthened by Carneades. Indeed, it thrived until our own time, yet I have heard it is currently an abandoned method in Greece. But this, I think, is not the fault of the Academy. It is instead due to humanity's mental sluggishness. If it is a daunting task to comprehend a single philosophical school, we can imagine how much more difficult it is to learn them all. Yet this is what must be done by those whose objective it is to learn the truth through the technique of advocating for and against all the philosophic systems. I do not claim to have accomplished this goal. It is an enterprise of great difficulty, and requires sustained effort over a long period. But I certainly have made my own efforts. Nevertheless, it is not possible that those who philosophize with this method would have no operative rules to follow. We have dealt with this issue more comprehensively in another place. But because some individuals are exceedingly ignorant and unteachable, they seem to benefit from frequent clarifications. It is not our doctrine that nothing is true. Rather, we believe all truths are closely correlated to falsehoods of such similarity that there is nothing truly certain in them to assist our decision-making and approval. The logical consequence of this is that many things are probable. We mean things that, even if they are not readily perceived, may still guide the life of the wise man because they possess a certain unmistakable quality and transparency. 6. But now, in order to exempt myself completely from censure, I will present with unadorned clarity the ideas of the major philosophers about the nature of the gods. On this issue, it seems appropriate to bring together all who could decide which view might be the truth. If all of them agree with each other, or if someone is found who has discovered the truth, only then will the Academy to me appear impudent. Thus it pleases me to exclaim, using the words of the Synephabe, "Fellow citizens and all youths, I shout out, I demand, I implore, I pray, I beseech, I beg the good faith of the gods." Not about some nonsense, as that character in the play grumbles about. Capital crimes are being committed in the state. A courtesan has no desire to take money from a loving friend. But that they should step forward, evaluate, and judge what opinions we should have about religion, piety, holiness, rituals, beliefs, and sacred oaths, what we should think about temples, shrines, and ceremonial sacrifices, and what we should believe about the very same auspices that I supervise. Every one of these questions relates back to the nature of the immortal gods. Such disagreement among the most learned men on so crucial an issue will certainly provoke doubts in those who believe that they hold any reliable beliefs at all. This is something I have often noticed at different times, but I contemplated it most deeply when the subject of the immortal gods was discussed meticulously, rationally, and scrupulously at the residence of my good friend Caius Cotta. At his request, I had come to see him during the Latin festival. I happened to find him sitting in a lecture room, arguing with the senator Caius Velleius, an individual whom the Epicureans considered to be the most important of our men. Also present was Quintus Lucilius Balbus, who was so proficient in Stoicism that he was thought to be at the same level as the most learned Greeks of that school. When Cotta saw me, he said, "How lucky it is that you've come. Velleius and I are discussing a serious subject right now. Since it relates to issues you're interested in, I think you'll be willing to participate." 7. "I also think I have arrived at the right time, as you say," I replied. "3 important figures of 3 major sects are meeting together, and if Marcus Piso were here, no chair would be unoccupied for any of the philosophical schools, at least of those that have stature." Cotta then added, "If the book that our friend Antiochus recently sent to Balbus contains the truth, then you won't miss your friend Piso's unavailability at all. According to Antiochus, the Stoics concur with the Peripatetics in their ideas, but differ in the words they use. Balbus, I would like to know your thoughts on the book." "My views?" Balbus asked. "I am amazed that Antiochus, a man with an extraordinarily acute mind, could not appreciate the huge difference between the Stoics, who separate moral rectitude from advantageousness not only in name but in fundamental essence, and the Peripatetics, who intermingle rectitude with expediency, so that they only see distinctions of magnitude and degree between them, and not, as it were, distinctions of essential nature. This is not a minor difference of words, but a major disparity in basic principles. But this is something we should take up later. For now, let us begin the subject of our inquiry, if that is acceptable to you." "Yes, let us proceed," agreed Cotta. Looking at me, he continued, "So that our new arrival won't be in the dark about what we were discussing, we should tell him that we were talking about the nature of the gods. This is a subject that to me seems very enigmatic, and has consistently been so. I was asking Velleius for Epicurus's opinion on this." Cotta then added, "For this reason, Velleius, unless it is a problem for you, repeat again what you had started." "I will resume where I left off, although the supporter has arrived not for me, but for you," answered Velleius. Smiling, he then quipped, "Under Philo's instruction, clearly you've learned to know nothing." "Cotta will consider what we have learned," I retorted. "But I don't want you to think I have come as his supporter. I am here to listen. My intention is to be a fair and unbiased listener. I'm not at all constrained by some knee-jerk reflexive duty to endorse a predetermined view." 8. Velleius then started speaking, as they are in the habit of doing, fearing nothing so much as appearing to be uncertain about something. It was as if he had descended from the council of the gods and from Epicurus's spaces between worlds. "You won't hear worthless trifles and bogus ideas," he said, "such as the divine craftsman and artisan of the universe that appeared in Plato's Timaeus, nor will you hear about that aged seer of the Stoics called the Pronoia, which in Latin we may call Providence. Nor indeed will you hear about a world equipped with its own mind and senses, a God that is spherical, spinning, and on fire. I see such things as the omens and miracles of philosophers who are engaged in feverish dreams, not logical analysis. What were the perceptive abilities of mind that allowed your Plato to comprehend the wondrous craft of artifice by which God, as he explains, constructed and arranged the world? What construction scheme, what tools, what levers, what machines, and what assistants for so vast an enterprise were there? In what way were air, fire, water, and earth able to obey and carry out the purpose of the grand architect? How did the 5 Platonic solids, from which are formed all other substances, first originate, so fittingly suited for influencing our minds and generating sensations? It would be exhausting to discuss all the nuances of a theory that appears to be more a result of yearning than of objective discovery. But the crowning prize here is that he who presented the world as not only having been born, but also as having been practically made by hand, also said this same world would be eternal. Do you think anyone could have had the smallest taste, so to speak, of natural science, that is, the rational plan of nature, who believes something that has an origin can also be eternal? What amalgamated entity cannot also be broken apart? What thing has a beginning, but at the same time exists for an infinite duration? If this providence of yours is the same thing, Lucilius, I'll ask again what I asked before. Explain for me its helpers, engines, and its complete scheme of operation and contrivance. But if this Stoic providence is not the same thing, then why did it make the world mortal and not eternal, as Plato's divine craftsman did? 9. Let me also put this question to both of you. Why would these divine world builders suddenly emerge after innumerable ages of doing nothing? It isn't true that if there is no world, then there are no ages. When I say ages, I don't mean spans of time made up of a number of days and nights in yearly revolutions. I concede that such ages could not have been made without the rotation of the heavens. A certain eternity has existed for an infinite period of time that cannot be measured by temporal demarcations. Nevertheless, the nature of its continuous expanse can be grasped, since it is impossible to believe that there might have been some time when time itself was non-existent. Balbus, I ask you this: why did your providence do nothing for that immense length of time you're talking about? Was he avoiding the pain of work? But God can neither become exhausted, nor was there any exhaustion at all, since all of nature's elements, air, fire, earth, and sea, were complying with the divine will. For what reason would God have a desire to adorn the heavens with images and lights, as if he were an ideal? If God's purpose was to improve his residence, then apparently he was living in darkness in a miserable shack for an eternity before then. Do we think he was delighted by the variety with which we see the heavens and earth decorated? How can this be delightful for a god? If it was delightful for him, he could not have gone without it for such a long time. Or were these phenomena created by God for the benefit of mankind, as your school usually teaches? Were they set up for the benefit of wise men? An immense effort of manufacture, therefore, was undertaken for the sake of a very few. Or was it for the benefit of idiots? Firstly, there was no reason why he would do favours for scoundrels. And beyond this, what did he achieve? Because all stupid individuals are without doubt extremely wretched, particularly because they are stupid. For what can we identify as more miserable than stupidity? Finally, because there are many disagreeable things in life, and even though wise men can ease the burden of such things by counterbalancing them with benefits, fools can neither avoid the coming of life's adversities nor tolerate their existence. 10. Those who said that the world itself supported life and wisdom in no way grasped the form that an intelligent, sentient being might have. This is something I will discuss in a short while. For now I will say this: I am amazed at the doltishness of those who claim that an immortal and happy being is at the same time round in shape, simply because Plato taught that no form was more beautiful than the form of a sphere. In my view, the cylinder, the cube, the cone, or the pyramid have more appealing shapes. And what sort of life is attributed to this globe-shaped god? Certainly it exists in a state where it spins on an axis at a speed no one can imagine. But I cannot see where a steady mind and a happy life can exist in this conception. If there is some part of the human body, even if it is the smallest part, that causes us trouble, why wouldn't this same part not also cause trouble for a god? Certainly the earth, because it is part of the universe, is also part of God. Yet we see that many parts of the earth are uninhabited and uncultivated. Some regions are seared by the power of the sun's rays, while others are stiffened with snow and frost due to their great distance from its radiant heat. If the world is God, then these must be considered his limbs, since they are parts of the world. Some of these limbs are scorching and some are freezing. So these are your school's basic tenets, Lucilius. As for the others, I will review them starting with the earliest of the older systems. Thales of Miletus, who was the first to seek answers to these questions, said that water was the origin of things, but that God was the mind that shaped everything from water. That is, if gods can exist without sense perception. And why did he link mind to water, if mind can exist by itself when it is free from body? Anaximander's belief is that the gods are born, and that, over a very long period of time, they have both a nascency and a death. He also says that there are an unlimited number of worlds. But how can we imagine a god as anything other than immortal? After him, Anaximenes taught that air is God, that it was created at some point in time, is boundless and infinite, and is always in motion. As if air, without any form at all, could be a god, especially since it's right for a god not just to take any form, but the most beautiful form. Or as if something that is born must not also have a death. 11. After him, we find Anaxagoras, who received instruction from Anaximenes. He was the first philosopher to ascertain that the universe's arrangement and operation were prepared and traced out by the power and reason of an unlimited mind. But with this idea, he did not see that motion is continuous and connected to sensation can have no existence in the infinite. Neither did he see that there is no sense perception at all when an entity is not made aware of sensation by its own faculties. Finally, if he wanted this intellect to be a living being, it should have something inherent within it that would allow us to call it this. But what is more inherent than intellect? Thus, it must be surrounded by an external body. This does not satisfy Anaxagoras, however. But a mind exposed and simple, and not connected to anything that can detect sensation, seems to outrun the ability and readiness of our comprehension. Yet Alcmaeon of Croton, who granted divinity to the sun, moon, and the other astral bodies, as well as to the human soul, did not understand that he gave immortality to entities that were mortal. Pythagoras, who thought that there is a soul dispersed through all of nature, circulating freely through it, and from which our own souls are carved off, did not see that this separation of human souls would be the mutilating and mangling of God, and that when human souls are miserable, a condition affecting the majority of people, then a part of God is also unhappy, and this could never happen. Why might the soul of man not be aware of something, if it is godlike? And if this God is nothing but soul, how is it embedded and infused in our world? Then Xenophanes attached mind to all creation. He claimed that it was a god because it was infinite. As for his ideas on mind, he can be criticized just like the other thinkers. But he's vulnerable to more pointed attack regarding his position on infinity. For infinity can neither sense anything nor be linked to anything. Parmenides, on the other hand, fabricates something imaginary that is similar to a crown. His word is Stephane. This was comprised of a circle of gleaming lights that surrounded the heavens, and this he called God. Yet one cannot suppose this to be a divine form, or something capable of sense perception. In his philosophy are many other things he regards as omens, such as war, discord, lust, and similar things. These things he traces back to God. They are erased by sickness, sleep, forgetting, or the passage of time. He has the same idea with regard to the stars, and it may be disregarded in his case, since the idea has been rebuked by another philosopher. 12. Empedocles, moreover, stumbles in many of his ideas, but falls on his face most humiliatingly in his opinions of the gods. He wants divinity to be the four natures from which he thinks everything is composed. Yet it's clear that these components are produced spontaneously and are extinguished, and lack all sensation. Protagoras, who says he is completely uncertain regarding the gods, that is, whether they exist or what their divine attributes may be, does not appear to have any specific beliefs about the nature of the gods. What is this? Does not Democritus twist around in the greatest error? In the catalogue of gods, he at times includes images and their regular paths. Sometimes he includes that nature which scatters and releases these images, and sometimes he includes our own way of thinking and understanding. At the same time, when he completely denies that anything can be eternal, because he thinks nothing stays in the same state forever, doesn't he abolish God so totally that he leaves us no residual idea of him? What do you think? Consider air, which Diogenes of Apollonia treats as a god. What sense perception or what divine form can air have? Plato's shifting positions are exhausting to discuss. In the Timaeus, he says it is impossible to identify the Father of our universe, but in the Laws, he takes the position that one should not inquire into God's nature at all. He is convinced that God does not have any physical body at all. The Greeks use the term asomaton. It is impossible to understand what this lack of a body means, for such a God would lack sensation. It would also lack foresight and be devoid of enjoyment of things. And we incorporate all of these ideas in our notion of divinity. But Plato says in the Timaeus and in the Laws that the heavens, stars, earth, and our souls are gods, as well as those we have learned to accept as products of our ancestral institutions. Clearly, these ideas are intrinsically wrong. They are also very much incompatible with each other. Xenophon errs in more or less the same way, while using few words. He portrays Socrates, in his preserved statements, as advising that one should not ask questions about God's form. He depicts Socrates as saying that both the sun and the soul are God, and he represents him as sometimes talking about one God, and at other times about many gods. These are very nearly the same blunders we have already noted in Plato. 13. And also consider Antisthenes, when he says in his work Physicus that there are many gods of the people, but only one God in nature. He destroys the power and character of the gods. Speusippus, in much the same way, closely adheres to his uncle Plato's line. He talks about a certain power that rules all things and is truly alive. He attempts to tear out of the human mind any conception of the gods. While not dissenting from the views of his teacher, Plato, Aristotle, in the third book of his On Philosophy, adopts many contradictory views. In one place, he grants complete divinity to the intellect, and in another, he claims that the world itself is a god. At times, he raises up another entity over the world and grants to this being the task of ruling and preserving the world's motion by a kind of contrary rotation. He then says that the sky's heat is God, without remembering that the sky is part of the world that, at a different place in his writings, he has designated as God. But this divine sense that the sky has, how can it be maintained in such a speed of rotation? If we also count the sky as a god, where are all those traditional gods? When he suggests that God has no corporeal form, he deprives him of all sensation and takes away all foresight. How is it possible for a being with no body to move the world? Or, if he is always moving, how is it possible for him to be contented and joyful? Nor, in fact, is his fellow student, Xenocrates, any more astute on this subject. No divine form is described in his books on the nature of the gods. He asserts that there are 8 gods. 5 of these move with the wandering stars. One is composed of all the stars fixed in the heavens, as if a single God should be imagined as composed of dispersed body parts. He adds the sun as the seventh god, and the moon for the eighth. Yet it is impossible to know what sense of felicity these gods have. Heraclides of Pontus was from the same school as Plato. He stuffed his books with puerile fables. In one place he says the world is divine, and elsewhere he says the mind is divine. He grants divinity to the wandering stars. He says God lacks sensation, and that he has a changeable form. And again, in the same book, he counts the earth and sky among the gods. Theophrastus's inconsistency is likewise unbearable. Sometimes he grants divine supremacy to the intellect, sometimes to the sky, and sometimes to the astrological signs and the stars that dot the sky. Nor should we listen to his follower Strato, whose moniker is Physicus. He believes that all divine power is situated in nature, which possesses the capacity for giving birth, propagating, and decomposing, yet completely lacks sense perception and form. 14. But if I come to your associate, Balbus, let me mention Zeno. He believes that the natural law is divine, and obtains its power by dictating what is right, and prohibiting what is contrary to this. We cannot understand how he makes this law animate, but we certainly want God to be alive. Yet elsewhere, Zeno says that the aether is God. If a God that senses nothing can be understood, a God who never shows himself to us either in our prayers, our wishes, or our religious oaths. But in his other books, he declares that a certain rational force, extending through all of nature, is endowed with a divine power. He grants this same characteristic to the stars, and then to the years, months, and seasonal changes of the years. When he explains Hesiod's theogony, that is, the origin of the gods, he completely gets rid of our traditional and accepted understandings of the gods. He does not count Jupiter, Juno, or Vesta as gods, or any other that has been given a name. He teaches that these names are assigned to inanimate and speechless things, using a kind of indirect representation. The opinion of his student, Aristo, is just as wrong. He does not believe that the divine form can be understood, nor does he say that the gods are capable of sense perception. He doubts whether God is even an animate entity. Cleanthes, however, who listened to Zeno teach at the same time as the individual I just named, sometimes says that the world itself is a god, and sometimes attaches this name to the mind and soul of all nature. Then, at other times, he concludes that the most certain god is that very far-flung, encompassing fire called the ether, which, at its remote elevation, surrounds and girdles the outward boundary of all creation. At the same time, in the books that he wrote condemning physical pleasures, he invents, as if he were in a delirium, a specific form and appearance of the gods. Sometimes he grants complete divinity to the stars, and at other times he thinks nothing is more divine than reason. It thus happens that the God we know by our intellect and want to impose as a mental notion in the same manner as a footprint appears nowhere at all. 15. Another follower of Zeno, Perseus, tells us that those men who have developed some innovation conducive to the betterment of human life have been considered gods. Useful and salubrious things have been assigned the names of gods. He doesn't even assert that they were discovered by the gods, but that the things themselves are divine. But what is more absurd than to ennoble base and unsightly things with the same honour as the gods, or to confer divine status on dead men whose memory has faded with time, with all veneration of them taking the form of ritualized mourning? Chrysippus, who is considered the most artful interpreter of the dreams of the Stoics, assembles a huge congregation of obscure gods. So obscure are they that not even conjecture can tell us anything about them, despite the fact that the human mind can create a mental picture of anything. He asserts that divine power is found in rational thought, and in the soul and intellect of all of nature. He says the world itself is a god, and the omnipresent outpouring of its mind, and also its operative principle, which functions in the intellect and reason, and the shared and all-inclusive nature of things, and also the power of fate and the inevitability of future events, and the fire that I earlier called ether, and all things that by nature flow and pour, such as water, earth, air, the sun, the moon, and the stars, and the vast universe which embraces everything, and even those men who have managed to achieve immortality. Besides this, he argues that the ether is the being whom men call Jupiter, and that the air which suffuses the sea is Neptune. He says the earth is what is identified as Ceres. Using similar reasoning, he follows up these assertions by discussing the names of the rest of the gods. He also states that Jupiter is a force of perpetual and eternal law, and a kind of guide for life and teacher of responsibilities. This same thing he calls destined inevitability, and the eternal truth of future happenings. Of all these things, however, no single one is so great that a divine power could be thought to be associated with it. This is what he writes in the first book of his treatise on the nature of the gods. In the second book, his goal is to harmonize the fables of Orpheus, Musaeus, Hesiod, and Homer with his own doctrines, as presented in the first book of his treatise, with the result that the most ancient poets who were unaware of such ideas are presented as followers of the Stoic school. Diogenes of Babylon follows a similar path. In his book, Minerva, he converts the parenthood of Jove and the birth of the Virgin to physiology, and so separates it from the realm of fable. 16. I have generally set forth not the weighed judgments of philosophers, but rather the daydreams of lunatics. Not much more absurd are the ideas that have propagated from the words of the poets and have caused damage by their inherent seductiveness. These poets have portrayed the gods as inflamed with anger and seething with lust. They have composed for our inspection a vivid picture of their wars, battles, brawls, and wounds, as well as a description of their hatreds, discords, quarrels, births, deaths, grievances, lamentations, passions overflowing with every intemperance, adulteries, involuntary detentions, sexual relations with human beings, and impregnations of mortals by immortals. Along with these falsehoods of the poets, one may add to this same category the prophecies of astrologers and the unhinged ideas of the Egyptians, as well as the opinions of the vulgar rabble, which are characterized by the greatest fickleness and ignorance of the truth. Those who reflect on how rashly and inconsiderately the ideas of these thinkers have been expressed should venerate Epicurus and count him among the very gods we are now investigating. He alone grasped that, first and foremost, the gods must exist, since nature herself has etched a notion of them on the minds of every human being. Where is the nation, or where is the human society that does not have a certain inherent notion of the gods, without needing any outside instruction? In naming this preconception, Epicurus uses the word prolepsis, that is, a kind of mentally preformed awareness of something, without which nothing can be known, questioned, or debated. We grasp the power and usefulness of this concept from that transcendent work of Epicurus on rule and judgment. 17. So you see that the basis of this investigation has been precisely stated. When a conviction has taken root, without being imposed by some inherited custom, tradition, or law, and this conviction remains embedded as the robust consensus of all people, then it must be understood that gods do exist, because we have an innate, or rather intuitive, understanding of them. A perception that everyone innately holds in common must be true. We must concede, therefore, that the gods exist. And since this idea is found generally among everyone, not just among philosophers, but also among the uneducated, we must admit that the following is also true, that we have this pre-existing notion or innate idea of the gods, as I stated before. New names must be given to new concepts, as Epicurus himself used the term prolepsis to name something that no one had previously described with this word. Thus we have this innate notion where we believe that the gods are hallowed and immortal. In fact, nature gifted us knowledge of these very gods and etched it on our minds in such a way that we regard them as eternal and sanctified. If this is true, then that idea put forward by Epicurus is also true, where he says, "That which is happy and eternal neither has distress itself, nor produces distress in someone else, and therefore is guided neither by anger nor prejudice, since all such sentiments guide only the insecure." If we wanted nothing else except being able to worship the gods conscientiously and being freed from the grip of superstition, then what has been said would be enough. For the transcendent nature of the gods, since it is eternal and truly hallowed, would be venerated by the piety of mankind. That which is preeminent is justly revered. All fear of the power and anger of the gods would be driven away, for it is understood that anger and partiality should be removed from an immortal and blessed nature. And once these have been taken away, we are not threatened by any fears of the gods on high. But in order to confirm this belief, the human mind searches diligently for the divine form, the divine activity of life, and the workings of the divine mind. 18. Nature offers us some suggestions about the divine form, and human reason teaches us some others. All of us, no matter what nation we come from, believe the form of the gods to be exclusively human. For has any other divine form made itself known to anyone, either when awake or asleep? But in order not to refer everything back to first notions, reason itself declares this same judgment. Since it seems to make logical sense that the most transcendent nature is the most beautiful, either because it is happy or because it is eternal, what arrangement of limbs, what conformation of features, what architecture of form, and what face could be more beautiful than the human? As a matter of fact, Lucilius, you, for my friend Cotta jumps from one viewpoint to another, are accustomed to describing, when you portray this artistry and divine workmanship, how perfectly adapted everything in the human figure is, not just for practical utility, but for pure physical beauty as well. If the human figure outshines the forms of all other living things, and if God is indeed a living being, then without doubt his figure is that which is most beautiful of all. And because it is understood that the gods are especially happy, and that no one can be happy without virtue, and that virtue neither exists without reason, nor does reason exist anywhere except in the human form, then it must be conceded that the gods take the form of human beings. That form, however, is not equivalent to a physical body, but is a quasi-corporeal form. It doesn't have real blood, but a veneer of blood. 19. Although Epicurus has made these findings with so much innovation, and articulated them with so much nuance, that they cannot be understood by everyone, nevertheless, placing my trust on your intelligence, I will discuss them more briefly than the subject matter requires. Epicurus, however, who saw esoteric and thoroughly recondite concepts not only with his mind, but also grasped them as if they were in his hands, teaches us that the power and nature of the gods are such that they are first detected by the mind and not by the senses. This detection happens neither by material substance nor separately, as are those things he calls steremnia, due to their material quality, but by images perceived by their similarity and conveyance. When an infinite succession of extremely similar images emanates from countless discrete atoms and flows to us from the gods, then the mind, with the greatest feelings of sensory pleasure, extends and fastens its attention on these images, and thus gains a human understanding of an entity that has a blessed and eternal nature. Certainly, the extraordinary power of infinity is most worthy of intense and diligent contemplation. On this subject, it must be understood that its nature is such that all parts are equal, with all things matching each other. Epicurus calls this quality isonomia, which means equal distribution. We may conclude from this that, if the number of mortal beings is a large number, then the number of immortal beings cannot be less than this. And if the things that destroy us are innumerable, then the things that preserve us also should be infinite in number. Balbus, you are in the habit of asking us what the life of the gods might be, and how they spend the ages. Clearly, the answer is that nothing could be happier than the life of the gods, and nothing could be imagined that is more plentiful in every good thing. For a god does nothing, is involved in no work, and grinds away on no projects. He takes satisfaction in his own wisdom and virtue, and is certain he will always have access to pleasures that are eternal and incomparable. 20. With due observance, we may call such a god happy. But your god is a menial toiler. If the world itself is a god, what could be less tranquil than to spin around the axis of the sky at a wondrous velocity with no point of cessation at all? For unless there is serene calm, there can be no happiness. Or if, in this same world, there is some god that rules and steers it, enables the courses of the stars, the rotations of the seasons, and the structured changes of all things, if there is some god observing land and sea that protects the best interests and lives of men, then isn't he involved in a burdensome and vexing enterprise? We humans, however, consider the happy life to be found in peace of mind and in the absence of all obligations. He who taught us everything else also instructed us that the world was made by nature, that no workshop was needed to do this, and that this creative process, which you say only divine ingenuity can accomplish, was so simple that nature has created, is creating, and will create innumerable worlds. Since you can't see how nature could do this without some divine mind, then, just like the tragic poets, when you can't explain the resolution of your argument, you take refuge in a god. You certainly would not need a god's help if you could see the immense and interminable magnitude of space in all directions, in which the mind, thrusting and exerting itself to the utmost, roams so widely and to such extent that it discovers no ultimate boundary where it can stop. So, in this immensity of breadth, length, and height, an infinite number of countless atoms hover, which, although interspersed with void, still cohere among themselves. Embracing each other securely, they fuse in a unified manner. And from this fusion are created those forms and shapes of things that you believe cannot be created without bellows and anvils. Thus you have foisted on our necks an eternal master, whom we should fear day and night. Who would not fear a God that foretells, knows, and observes all things, a God that believes everything relates to himself and is always poking his nose in your affairs? The result of this view is, first of all, that destined necessity theory of yours, which you call aimamene. According to this doctrine, whatever event happens, you say that that event flows from an eternal truth and a succession of causes. But how much value could there be in a philosophy where everything appears to be predestined by fate, a philosophy that is, so to speak, designed for old women, indeed, for mindless old women? Your idea of mantike, follows from this. In Latin, we call this doctrine divination, divinatio. If we chose to listen to you, this practice would saturate us with such superstition that we would become beholden to soothsayers, augurs, self-proclaimed prophets, seers, and interpreters of dreams. We have been saved from these terrors by Epicurus, and have had our liberty restored to us. We do not fear those whom we know neither make any problem for themselves, nor try to create them for others, and we honour, piously and scrupulously, surpassing and incomparable nature. But since I've been enthralled with my subject, I fear that I've spoken at too great a length. It was difficult for me to set aside, in an incomplete form, something so noble and important. Yet I should have given more thought to listening instead of talking. 21. Cotter then spoke in his usual courteous manner. End of Book 1, Part 1. Book 1 continued. 21. Cotter then spoke in his usual courteous manner. Well now, Velleius, he began, if you hadn't said something, you definitely wouldn't have heard anything from me. It doesn't as easily come to my mind why something might be true as why it might be false. This is how it usually is for me, and I experienced it again just now, as I heard you talk. If you ask me what I think the nature of the gods might be, I probably wouldn't have an answer. If you ask me if I think it is similar to what you've described, I will say that nothing seems less probable to me. But before I begin to deal with the issues you've raised in your discourse, I will tell you what I think of you yourself. I believe I've often listened to that friend of yours when he unambiguously preferred you to all other Romans, and compared you with only a select few of the Epicureans from Greece. But since I was aware of the tremendous amount of respect he had for you, I thought he was speaking with some hyperbole produced by his good will. Although I feel uncomfortable praising a man when he is right in front of me, I nonetheless believe that you have lucidly explained a very obscure and troublesome subject. It was not only subtle in nuance of meaning, but also more sophisticated in diction than your school's usual discourses. When I was at Athens, I often heard Zeno speak, the man whom our friend Philo used to call the leader of the Epicureans. Indeed, it was Philo himself who told me to attend Zeno's lectures. I believe it was so that I could judge how I might more efficiently argue against those ideas, once I had heard them presented by the chief Epicurean. He did not speak like most philosophers, but in the same way that you do, with clarity, seriousness, and depth. But what happened to me often when I heard him also happened to me now when I heard you. I became irritated that such a powerful intellect, and I beg your pardon for saying so, should have fallen in with ideas that were so superficial, not to say absurd. Neither do I myself have anything better to offer right now. As I've already mentioned, in almost every subject, but especially in natural science, I am more apt to say what is untrue than what is true. 22. If you ask me what God is, and what the divine nature might be, I would respond in the same manner as Simonides. When the tyrant Hiero put this very same question to Simonides, he asked Hiero for a day to think it over. When Hiero asked him again the next day, Simonides requested 2 days of deliberation. And when he continued to double the number of days, the bewildered Hiero asked him why he did this. Because the longer I think about the subject, said Simonides, the more obscure it seems to me. But I think that Simonides, because many innovative and subtle ideas entered his mind, eventually became uncertain which of them were truest, and so abandoned all hope of finding truth. For we are told that he was not only a beautiful poet, but also a learned and wise man in other disciplines as well. I would actually prefer to take up this dispute with Epicurus instead of you. But what does your Epicurus say, that is, I won't say worthy of philosophy, but congruent with basic sense. The first question asked in an investigation into the nature of the gods is whether the gods exist or do not exist. It is difficult to deny that they exist. I think it would be difficult to deny if this question were asked in a public meeting. But in this present type of gathering and discussion, it's very easy. So, I myself, a priest, who believes that public religious rites and ceremonies should be devoutly maintained, would like to be persuaded of this essential question that the gods do exist, not just as an opinion, but as an unambiguous truth. Many things come to my mind that disturb me. Sometimes it seems that the gods simply do not exist. But see how graciously I'm acting with you. I will not critique the ideas you have in common with the other philosophers, such as this issue before us now. For almost all men, including myself, are satisfied that the gods do exist. And this idea I will not attack. Nevertheless, I believe the reasoning you have offered in support of this belief is not convincing enough. 23. The apparent fact that men of all nations and races believe there are gods. You said this was adequate proof for us to concede the existence of the gods. This assertion is not only meaningless in itself, but also false. Firstly, how do you know what the cultural views of different nationalities are? I tend to think there are many nations existing in such unrefined and primitive conditions that they do not even have a conception of gods. Well, didn't Diagoras, who was called the atheist, and after him Theodorus, openly repudiate the reality of the gods? Consider Protagoras of Abdera, whom you have recently mentioned, who was the greatest sophist of his time. When he stated at the beginning of a book, "With regard to the gods, I can neither say that they exist or do not exist," he was expelled by order of the Athenians from their city and its lands, and his books were publicly burned. Indeed, I think, as a result of this incident, that many men became decidedly more cautious in expressing such views, since not even a doubt about the god's existence could deter punishment. And what about those who commit sacrilege, impious acts, or perjury? If ever Lucius Tubulus, if Lupus or Carbo or a son of Neptune, as Lucilius says, had believed the gods existed, would he have been such a lying perjurer, or so morally foul? So, for proving what you want to prove, your reasoning is not as reliable as it seems. But because this is an argument that is held in common by other philosophers, I will set it aside for now. I prefer to talk about the particular doctrines of your school. I admit that the gods exist. Then teach me where they come from, where they are, and what they are like in body, soul, and life. These things I want to know. You spend much effort talking about the power and freedom of atoms. From here, you form and produce whatever comes to the bottom, as the saying goes. Firstly, these do not exist, for nothing is devoid of physical matter. Every place is suffused with its presence. Therefore, there is no void, and nothing can be incapable of being divided. 24. I am laying out these principles of the natural philosophers. I don't know whether they are true or false, but they are closer to the truth than the principles of your school. These are the ridiculous ideas of Democritus, and also of his predecessor Leucippus. These theories that certain atoms are light, some rough, others spherical, others angular, some hooked and quasi-bent, and the theory that heaven and earth were made from these atoms, not by a naturally determined impulsion, but by some process of random collision. You, Caius Velleius, have carried along this opinion until the present time, and one could more easily force you from life than pull you away from that philosophical influence. You decided you ought to be an Epicurean before you really learned what his ideas were. So you had either to embrace these nonsensical ideas or lose the name of your adopted philosophy. What would you take to give up being an Epicurean? You might answer, I would not take anything for deserting the plan for a happy life and the truth. Then, is Epicurus's philosophy the truth? I don't have a problem at all with your idea of a happy life, since you don't think even a god has it unless he is in a state of indolent torpor. Yet, where is the truth? I presume it is in innumerable worlds, some being produced spontaneously, and others being destroyed at every tiny moment in time. Or is the truth found in indivisible atoms creating such brilliant works in the universe without any guidance by nature and without any overarching design? But I have forgotten the courtesy I extended to you a short while ago. I am bringing in too many topics. Thus, I will concede that all matter is based on indivisible particles. What does this have to do with our subject of discussion? The nature of the gods is the question at hand. It may be that they are made from atoms. Therefore, they would not be immortal. Whatever is formed from atoms at one time has had some birth. If it had a point of creation, there were no gods before this point of creation. And if birth is something that applies to the gods, then death must also be a condition that applies to them, as you were discussing a little while ago with regard to the world of Plato. Where then is that happy and eternal entity of yours, the two words you use to characterize God? When you try to accomplish this, you glide stealthily into the underbrush. In fact, you were saying that in God there was not a body, but a veneer of a body, and not real blood, but a likeness of blood. 25. You do this so often. When you say something highly dubious and want to avoid criticism for it, you bring up something else so completely impossible that it would have been better to concede the argued point than to persist in bickering so shamelessly over it. Epicurus saw that if atoms were carried to a lower position by their own weight, we ourselves would have no autonomous power, since their motion would be certain and necessary. So he discovered a way to avoid this dilemma, which Democritus had evidently missed. He said that the atom, when carried in a straight line downward by weight and gravity, is deflected slightly from its path. Saying this is more outrageous than being unable to defend what he wants. He does the same thing when arguing with the dialecticians. Their usual practice is to say that in every proposal offering a choice between two mutually exclusive possibilities, where either yes or no is needed, one or the other possibility must be true. He was afraid that if a statement like this were conceded, Epicurus will either be alive tomorrow or he will not be alive, then one or the other possibility would inescapably follow. So he completely denied the need for the yes or no formulation. Could anything more obtuse be said? Arcesilas used to remind Zeno by stating that all things detected by the senses were false. Zeno, by contrast, took the position that some things perceived were false, but not all. Epicurus was afraid that if any one mental image were false, then none could be true. So he said that every sensation was a conveyor of truth. In none of these situations was he very skillful. He absorbed a more serious wound in order to evade a milder one. He does the same thing when dealing with the nature of the gods. While he runs away from the idea of an accumulated mass of individual atoms, so that destruction and obliteration do not follow, he denies the existence of a material body for the gods, and instead asserts that they have the facade of a body. Neither do they have blood, he claims, but rather the likeness of blood. 26. It's considered remarkable that a diviner does not laugh when he sees another diviner, but it's more amazing that you hold back your laughter at each other. It's not a body, but a quasi-body. I could understand what this meant if it were concocted for wax or earthenware figures, but I simply cannot grasp what a quasi-body is, or what quasi-blood is, when talking about a god. And neither can you, Velleius, but you're not willing to admit it. These banalities are recited by you Epicureans as if they were memorized school lessons that Epicurus hallucinated while in a fit of drowsiness. As he tells us in his books, he was quite proud of the fact that he had no formal teacher. This is something I could very easily believe, even if he had never mentioned it, just as I would believe the owner of a poorly constructed house who bragged he had never used an architect. In him there is not a trace of the academy, nor of the lyceum. There's not even a hint of intellectual training as a youth. He could hear the lectures of Xenocrates, and oh, you immortal gods, what a man he was! And some think he did in fact hear him. But he himself does not want to acknowledge this, and I believe him more than anyone else. He says that in Samos he heard a man named Pamphilus, a student of Plato. He lived in Samos as a young man with his father and brothers, as his father Neocles had arrived there as a settler. But since his farm was not profitable enough, he became a schoolmaster. Yet for some bizarre reason, Epicurus looked down on this Platonist. So full of dread was he that it might appear someone had ever given him instruction. Yet his game is exposed with regard to Nausiphanes, a student of Democritus. Epicurus does not deny that he heard his lectures, but still heaps all kinds of insulting language on him. But if Epicurus did not hear these ideas of Democritus from Nausiphanes, then what was he listening to? What is there in Epicurus's physics that is not traceable to Democritus? Even though he rearranged a few things, such as what I just now mentioned about the slanted inclination of the atoms, nevertheless he preserves intact almost all of Democritus's system: the atoms, the void, the idea of likenesses, the infinity of space, the infinite number of worlds, as well as their birth and destruction, and nearly everything else that might be contained in a comprehensive theory of nature. Now, what do you make of this quasi-body and quasi-blood? Not only do I admit that you know more than me about these things, I can also make this admission easily. Once doctrines have been stated, what is there that Velleius can understand but Cotta cannot understand? I can understand what a body is, and what blood is, but I cannot in any way grasp what quasi-body and quasi-blood mean. And you're not keeping me in the dark, as Pythagoras normally did with outsiders, nor are you deliberately speaking in a cryptic manner, like Heraclitus. But if we are to speak honestly with each other, it's clear that even you don't understand it. 27. I know you are standing firm with this position, that the gods have a certain form which has nothing solid, nothing of uniform materiality, nothing distinct, and nothing corporeal, and which is pure, light, and transparent. We will say the same thing, then, that we said of the Venus of Cos. This is not a body, but the veneer of a body, nor is that overspreading blush intermingled with whiteness actual blood, but rather a kind of facade of blood. Likewise, in Epicurus's God, we find no real thing, but rather imitations of things. Let's imagine that I have been persuaded of something that cannot even be comprehended. Give me the features and forms of those nebulous gods. On this issue, there is no shortage of arguments you could use, if you desired, to point out that the gods take human forms. Firstly, because it is so visualized and expected that when a man thinks about God, the human form naturally comes to mind. Second, because the divine nature surpasses all things, the form of this divine nature should also be the most beautiful, and no other form is more beautiful than the human. You put forward a third reason, that in no other form can reason find a proper home. Looking at each of these arguments, weigh their respective merits. For you seem to latch on to something that is in no way justifiable, as if you were using your own unique logic. In the first place, who was ever so blind in perception as not to notice that these human appearances were assigned to the gods either by the calculation of wise men, so that they could more easily turn the minds of the ignorant from the low condition of their lives to the worship of the gods, or by superstition, so that there could be physical images which, when worshipped, would allow people to believe they were drawing nearer to the gods themselves. But poets, painters, and artisans also promoted these sentiments. For when producing some work and portraying gods, it is not easy to be effective in the imitation of other forms. Added to this, perhaps, was the belief that nothing seemed more beautiful to man than man. Don't you understand, natural philosopher, how much nature is a flattering matchmaker and procuress of her own enticements? Do you think there is any animal on land or in the sea that is not most attracted to an organism of its own kind? If things were not this way, why wouldn't a bull be eager to copulate with a mare, or a horse with a cow? Do you believe an eagle, lion, or dolphin favors some other physical image over its own? In the same way, then, is it any wonder if nature directs man to believe that nothing is more beautiful than man himself, and that this is the reason why we think the gods look like men? What do you think? If animals had the power of reason, wouldn't each one attach the most value to its own kind? 28. Indeed, if I truly say what I think, and although I favour my own opinions, still I would not dare to say I am more handsome than the bull that carried away Europa might have been. What we are investigating here are not our natural talents or speech-making abilities, but personal appearance and physical form. But if we want to imagine and create forms, wouldn't you want to be portrayed how the seafaring Triton is painted, riding atop swimming beasts attached to a human body? I am now caught in a problem, for the power of nature is such that there is no man who would want to resemble anything except a man, and indeed no ant would want to be like anything but another ant. But still, what sort of man do we mean? What a small number of human beings are actually attractive. When I was in Athens, hardly one could be found out of any given group of youths. I see why you're smiling. Nevertheless, this is how it is. And for us who are pleased by the company of young men, an attitude endorsed by the ancient philosophers, even personal faults can become congenial. A birthmark on a boy's limb charms Alcaeus. While a birthmark is a bodily imperfection, to him it seemed a unique light. Quintus Catullus, the father of our colleague and friend here, loved your fellow municipal native Roscius. He even composed these lines about him. By a stroke of luck I stood to greet the rising goddess of dawn, when suddenly on the left Roscius appeared. Please permit me to say it, you dwellers of heaven, the mortal seemed more beautiful than a god. In his view, Roscius was more handsome than a god, but he was completely cock-eyed, just as he is today. What does it mean, then, if this feature itself was seen as attractive and stimulating? But I return to the gods. 29. Are we to think that the gods are, if not so cross-eyed, then at least slightly squinting? Or that they have birthmarks? That they are pug-nosed, or have oversized ears, bulging foreheads, or big heads? Flaws that we ourselves have? Or is everything about them totally free of defects? Imagine this point is conceded to you. Do they all have one type of face? For if they have many faces, one must be more beautiful than another. Therefore, some god does not have the highest beauty. If they all have one face, then the academic school must be flourishing in heaven. For if there is no difference between one god and another, then there is no recognition and no comprehension among the gods. But also, Velleius, what if this idea you have is utterly wrong? This idea that no other form comes to our minds when we think of a god except the human image. Will you still defend such ridiculous propositions? Perhaps deities occur to us Romans, as you say. From our youth we have known Jove, Juno, Minerva, Neptune, Vulcan, Apollo, and the rest of the gods, with the individual appearance that painters and artisans prefer, and not only with that appearance, but also with a certain equipment, age, and dress. But it is not like this with the Egyptians or Syrians, or almost all of the barbarians. You will see, in fact, that their beliefs about certain animals are more strongly held than our beliefs about the most sacred temples and physical images of the gods. Indeed, we know that many temples have been robbed, and statues of the gods carried off from our most religiously consecrated places. Yet no account was ever heard of a crocodile, ibis, or cat being violated by an Egyptian. So, what do you think of this? Don't you think that Apis, the sacred bull of the Egyptians, is viewed by them as a god? Yes, of course, as much as you view your Sospita as a deity. And even in your dreams, you never see the goddess without her goatskin, lance, little shield, and flattened back shoes. But neither the Argive Juno nor the Roman Juno is portrayed this way. Thus, there is one image for the Juno of the Argives, another image for the residents of Lanuvium, and another form for us. And indeed, we have one depiction of Jupiter Capitolinus, while for the Africans there is a different one in the form of Jupiter Ammon. 30. So wouldn't a natural philosopher, that is, a trailblazer and an investigator of the natural world, be ashamed to search for evidence of truth in minds suffocated by dreary routine? For, according to that method, one could say that Jupiter always wears a beard, Apollo is always clean-shaven, Minerva's eyes are always blue-grey, and Neptune's eyes always greenish-blue. Indeed, we praise the statue of Vulcan at Athens made by Alcamenes. In this standing and attired figure, the god is portrayed as slightly lame, but not deformed. So we will accept an imperfect god, since this is what tradition tells us about Vulcan. Answer this for me. Do we suppose the gods have the same names as those that are known to us? To begin with, there are as many names for gods as there are human languages. While you are called Veleus wherever you go, it is not the same with the gods. Vulcan, for example, goes by different names in Italy, Africa, and Spain. Secondly, the number of names is not large, even in our pontifical books, but the number of gods is beyond counting. So, do they lack names? Indeed, you have to concede this. For what's the use of having many names when there is only one appearance? How agreeable it would be, Veleus, if you had the habit of admitting your ignorance when you are uninformed about something, instead of upsetting and sickening yourself by spewing this nonsense. Do you believe that God looks like me, or like you? Certainly you don't think so. So what then? Should I say that the sun, the moon, or the sky is a god, and therefore also happy, and enjoying itself with what pleasures? Is the god wise? How can there be any wisdom in this sort of inert lump? These are the sort of questions you ask. So, if God takes neither a human form, as I've explained, nor any other similar form which you believe is true, then why are you unwilling to deny that the gods exist? You do not dare go this far. Indeed, this is a wise position to take, although in this situation you're not afraid of the common people, but of the gods themselves. I myself know Epicureans who venerate every statuette. Yet I realize many people believe Epicurus rejected the gods with his words, but went through the motions of supporting them in practice, in order to avoid insulting the Athenians. In those select and short ideas of his, which you call the principal doctrines, the first adage, as I understand it, is this: that which is happy and immortal neither takes trouble nor creates it. 31. In this articulated idea, there are some who believe that he fashioned deliberately what he plainly created through obtuse speaking. They form an incorrect impression of a man who is not at all devious. For it isn't clear whether he's saying that a happy and immortal being exists, or that if there is such a being, it neither takes trouble nor creates it. They don't notice that he has expressed himself obscurely here, but in many other places he and Metrodorus make their points with as much clarity as you did just now. In fact, he thinks that the gods exist. I have never seen anyone more afraid of those things that he said should not be feared. Here I'm referring to death and the gods. He declares that the minds of all mortals are completely terrified by things that do not, in fact, much upset the average person. So many thousands commit robbery, which carries the expectation of a death sentence, while others steal from as many temples as they can. I imagine the first category is deterred by the fear of death, and the second group dissuaded by fear of religion. But because you, here I am speaking directly to Epicurus, do not dare deny that the gods exist, what is preventing you from counting as gods the sun, the world, or some eternal mind? He responds, I have never seen a soul with reason and intellect take any form other than human. What? Have you ever seen anything resembling the sun, or the moon, or the 5 planets? The sun, defining its motion by 2 outer limits of one orbit, completes an annual circuit. Lit up by the sun, the moon completes its own revolution in a month's time. But the 5 planets, starting from the same beginning points and adhering to the same orbit, some nearer to the Earth and others more distant from it, complete the same distances in different time periods. Have you, Epicurus, really seen anything like this? Well then, let there be no sun, no moon, and no stars, since nothing can exist except what we've touched or seen. What? Haven't you ever seen God himself? So why do you believe God exists? We should remove everything that either history or new reasoning tells us. Thus it happens that those who dwell far from the coast do not believe the sea exists. How do such narrow minds exist? It is as if you had been born in Seriphus and had never left the island where you often saw rabbits and foxes. You would not believe lions and panthers existed when their appearances were explained to you. And if someone described an elephant to you, you would think you were being played for a fool. As a matter of fact, Phileas, you have inferred the meaning of the argument not with your usual approach, but by using the method of the dialecticians, a field that your school is completely unfamiliar with. You made the assumption that the gods are happy. We concede this. No one, however, can be happy without virtue. 32. We also give you this, and indeed without hesitation. Yet without reason, virtue cannot endure. We should concur on this as well. To this you add that reason cannot exist in anything except the human form. Who do you think will concede this point? For if this were true, then why was it necessary to reach this conclusion by incremental stages? You might have assumed it as if it were your right. But what is this piecemeal claim you're making? I see how you've come by gradual degrees from happiness to virtue, and from virtue to reason. But how do you reach the human form from reason? That is leaping into a conclusion, not arriving at it by gradual steps. Neither do I really grasp why Epicurus preferred to say that gods resemble men, instead of saying that men resemble gods. You will demand to know what the difference is. For if this is similar to that, then that is similar to this. I understand this. What I'm saying is that the shape of the gods' form did not come to them from human beings. Indeed, the gods have always existed. If they are to be immortal, then they were never born. But men were actually born. Thus the human form itself was here before the advent of human beings. And this was the form of the immortal gods. Therefore, we must not say that the gods' form is human, but rather that our human form is divine. This, to be sure, may be as you prefer it. But I would like to know this how did such good fortune occur? For you believe nothing in the natural world has happened according to a rational plan. Nevertheless, how did such a tremendously lucky event take place? How did such a blessed concurrence of atoms come about, that men were unexpectedly born in the form of gods? Do we believe that seeds of the gods fell from the sky to earth, and in this way humans sprouted into existence, looking just like their fathers? I wish you would say what you think. I'm not averse to admitting a blood relationship with the gods. You say nothing like this. You say it happened by accident, that we resemble the gods. Now, should we look for arguments to rebut this idea? I truly wish it was as easy for me to find truth as it is to refute untruth. 33. You have enumerated all this from memory, and with impressive specifics. So much, in fact, that I was genuinely surprised to hear such erudition coming from a Roman about the views of the philosophers on the nature of the gods, beginning with Thales of Miletus. Do all of them appear to you to be crazy? These people who declare that a god without hands or feet can exist? Doesn't even this factor, that is, the utility and advantage that human limbs provide, influence you in concluding that the gods do not need human limbs? For without ambulatory movement, what need is there for feet? If nothing is to be held, what need is there for hands? What need is there for the remaining different parts of the human body, where nothing is useless, nothing exists without a purpose, and nothing is redundant, so that no man-made art can duplicate the resourcefulness of nature? So, will God have a tongue, but be incapable of speech? Will he have teeth, a palate, and jaws for no purpose? And would a God possess for no reason the organs that nature attached to the human body for the purpose of reproduction? And not only the external bodily parts, but also the internal ones: heart, lungs, liver, and the others. Setting aside their practical utility, what physical attractiveness do they have? For you want these to exist in a God simply for beauty's sake. Was it faith in dreams like these that not only caused Epicurus, Metrodorus, and Hermachus to speak out against Pythagoras, Plato, and Empedocles, but also goaded that little harlot Leontium to author a screed against Theophrastus? You know her diction is indeed respectable Attic, but still, this was the kind of loose freedom that could be found in Epicurus's garden. And you are used to grumbling. Zeno certainly had serious disputes with others. Why would I mention Albusius? No one was more elegant or civilized than Phaedrus, but the old man would boil with rage if I said something too caustic. Yet Epicurus railed against Aristotle with incredible insolence, spoke maliciously against Socrates' friend Phaedo, scribbled entire volumes against Timocrates, the brother of his own close friend Metrodorus, just because he disagreed with him on some forgettable philosophical point, behaved with real ingratitude towards Democritus himself, whose ideas he followed, and shamefully disrespected his own teacher Nausiphanes, from whom he had learned quite a bit. 34. In fact, Zeno smeared with derogatory language not only the thinkers who were alive in his own day, Apollodorus, Silus, and the others, but even Socrates himself, the father of philosophy, whom he called, making use of a Latin expression, an Attic clown. And he never called the philosopher Chrysippus anything other than Chryssippa. You too, just a little while ago, when you were reciting a senate of philosophers, if I may put it that way, said these great men were idiots, dolts, and madmen. If none of them saw the truth about the nature of the gods, we should fear that nothing like this exists at all. For these things that you're talking about are totally fabricated. They are barely worthy of old women burning the midnight oil. You don't understand how many things you'll have to embrace if you're successful in getting us to concede that the form of gods and men is the same. All the maintenance and care of the body that must be performed by man will likewise have to be done by God. Walking, running, lying down, leaning over, sitting, grasping things with the hands, and finally even having discussions with people, and delivering orations to crowds. Now, you have said that the gods are male and female. You will see what follows from this statement. I honestly cannot convey enough astonishment at how that preeminent thinker of yours came to this conclusion. But you never stop demanding that this principle should be upheld, this idea that a god should be happy and immortal. But what is stopping a god from being happy if he doesn't have 2 feet? And why is it that this beatitude or blessedness, whichever word is employed, even though both of them are completely unfeeling and have to be mellowed with use, why can't it be assigned to the sun in the sky or to our own world, or to some eternal intellect that has no form or bodily limbs? You say nothing else except, I never saw a happy sun or world. What? Have you ever seen a world other than this one? You will deny it. Then why do you dare to say that there are not only 600,000 worlds, but an infinite number of them? Reason teaches us so, you say. Won't reason also teach you that when we are looking for the most transcendent nature, and one that is happy and eternal, which is uniquely the divine nature, then, just as that nature outdistances us in immortality, so it also outshines us in brilliance of mind? And if we are bettered in mind, would we also be surpassed in body? Then why, if we are inferior to gods in other things, are we their equals in physical shape? For human virtue comes closer to resembling the gods than does the human form. 35. Could anything so infantile be said, if I may emphasize this point a bit more, as to declare that the immense profusion of animal species that flourishes in the Red Sea or in India does not exist at all? Not even the most curious men investigating such things are able to learn something about the vast number of life forms that thrive on the land, in the seas, in swamps, or in rivers. And yet, because we've never laid eyes on them, we are supposed to deny their existence. But in fact, the real similarity, which very much pleases you, is almost entirely unrelated to the issue. What? Isn't a dog like a wolf? And as Ennius says, how very much the ape, that most repulsive beast, is like us. But the behaviours of each one are different. Among all the beasts there is none more sensible than the elephant. And what other has a more colossal size? I'm talking about animals. But when we are dealing with men, isn't it true that when their bodily shapes are similar, we see different character types, and when their physical shapes are different, their characters resemble each other? Indeed, Velleius, once we take up this type of argument, pay attention to where it leads us. You presumed that reason could only be found in the human form. Another person will speculate that it may only be found in an earthly being, in a living creature that has been born, that has matured, that has been educated, and that is composed of a soul and a body that is perishable and infirm. In conclusion, that reason may only be found in a mortal human being. If you oppose all of these premises, then why do you get upset about physical form alone? You saw that reason and intelligence exist in man when they are linked to all these requirements I have proposed. But once these conditions are removed, you say you can still recognize God as long as the basic outline is still present. This is not analyzing the issue, it's a kind of drawing lots for what you're talking about. Maybe, as luck would have it, you have never paid attention to this fact, that not only for man but also in the case of a tree, whatever is unnecessary or serves no purpose is a hindrance. How annoying it would be to have an additional finger. And why is this? Because the 5 fingers do not need an additional one for either beauty or practical utility. Your God not only has 1 finger too many, he is burdened by a head, neck, throat, sides, stomach, back, knees, hands, feet, thighs, and legs, all of which serve no function. If these body parts are for immortality, then what connection do they have with life? What does the face have to do with life, More relevant are these: brain, heart, lungs, and liver. This is because these organs are the seats of life. Indeed, the appearance of a man's face has no connection with his robustness of health. 36. Yet you disparaged those who, when they discussed the magnificent and extraordinary workings of nature, and considered the world itself and its component parts, heaven, earth, and seas, as well as the sun, moon, and stars that decorate them, and learned about the maturations, alterations, and changes of the seasons, eventually speculated that there must be some preeminent and supreme being that had brought about, set in motion, steered, and piloted all these things. And even if they are mistaken in this conjecture, I understand what they are aiming at. What about you? What exceptional and extraordinary work do you know that seems to have been made by a divine intelligence from which you conclude that the gods exist? You say, I have an innate conception of a god embedded in my mind, and an idea of a bearded Jupiter and a helmeted Minerva. Do you think they are really like this? How much better is the opinion of the general public? For the common people attribute to a god not only human limbs, but the use of those limbs as well. In fact, they give him a bow, arrows, spear, shield, trident, and lightning bolt. And even if there are actions of the gods that they don't see, they still cannot imagine a god that does nothing. Even the Egyptians, who for us are a source of real amusement, never deified any animal unless they could extract some advantage from it. An example of this is the ibis, which kills off a large number of snakes, as they are tall birds with rigid legs and an elongated, horny beak. Since they kill and consume the flying serpents carried by the African wind from the Libyan desert, they keep pestilence away from Egypt. The result of this is that they neither torment the Egyptians with their bites when alive, nor with their putrefying carcasses when dead. I can talk about the usefulness of the ichneumon, of crocodiles, and of cats, but I don't want to be tiresome. I will conclude with this. Animals are deified by barbarian peoples because of the benefits they provide, while your gods do not offer any advantage, nor do they do anything useful at all. God has absolutely no trouble, he says. Clearly, Epicurus thinks, just like pampered children do, that nothing is better than empty relaxation. 37. Yet these very same children keep themselves entertained with some game when they are not involved in serious activity. But we are expected to believe that a god at leisure becomes so lethargic with inactivity that, if he moves himself around, we should fear that he cannot be happy. This proposal not only deprives the gods of movement and divine action, it also promotes laziness in man, since it suggests that not even a god can be happy when he is doing something. It certainly may be true, as you'd have us believe, that God's appearance and image is that of man. Then where is his home, his residence, and his domain? And finally, what actions occupy his time? That happiness you claim he has, what things cause it? He who would be happy should make good use of and enjoy his own favoured circumstances. There is a specific and assigned place, even for things in nature that have no souls. Earth holds the lowest position, and water overspreads it. Air occupies a higher locality, and the highest region of all is inhabited by the celestial fires. Of the animals, there are some that live on land, and some that thrive in the aquatic regions. Other creatures have dual natures, and possess the ability to live in either environment. There are also some that are believed to be born from fire, and are often noticed hovering around burning furnaces. Therefore, I ask first, where does your God dwell? Second, for what reason does he move about, if in fact he does move? And since it is a specific trait of sentient beings to strive after something that agrees with their nature, what does God want? Towards what goal does he use his mind and reason? Finally, how is he happy? And in what sense is he eternal? Whichever of these questions you touch is a festering sore. Reasoning that is so defectively composed cannot lead to a credible judgment. You said this: the appearance of a God is discerned by thought and not by the senses, that there is no density and firmness in this appearance, that it does not remain fixed in number, that its appearance is such that we see it by similarity and transmission, that an accumulation of similar forms from an infinite number of atoms is never insufficient, and that the result of all this is that our mind, closely attentive to this entire process, considers this godly nature to be happy and eternal. 38. In the name of the gods, the subject of our present discussion, what does all of this really mean? For if the gods are only influential in the realm of thought, and have neither solidity nor prominent aspect, then what is the difference whether we think about a god or a hippocentaur? Such mental notions are considered frivolous delusions by all other philosophers, but you say they are the advent and entry of images into the mind. So according to you, when I apparently see Tiberius Gracchus delivering a public speech in the Capitol, and carrying around the urn for casting votes on Marcus Octavius, I should say that this is a false mental presumption. You, on the other hand, say that the images of Gracchus and Octavius stay there, and, when I arrive at the Capitol, these images are transferred to my mind. You say it's the same way with a god, whose image strikes our minds over and over again, and that this makes us think the gods are happy and eternal. Let us accept that there are images striking the mind. Is it only a certain shape put before us? And why should it be happy? And why eternal? But what really are these images of yours? And where do they come from? This arbitrary indulgence is entirely traceable to Democritus, but he has been rebuked by many philosophers. Nor can you find a meaningful answer to this question, for the whole idea totters on a weak foundation and is riddled with defects. For what is less likely than that images of Homer, Archilochus, Romulus, Numa, Pythagoras, and Plato should all meet with me, and not in the form in which they actually existed? How do these images come about, and whose images are they? Aristotle teaches that the poet Orpheus never existed. The Pythagoreans say that the Orphic poem credited to him was in fact composed by one Cercops. And yet Orpheus, that is, the image of him, as you would say, often makes an impact on my mind. How is it that the same person makes one impact on my mind and a different impression on yours? How is it that there are mental impressions of things that never existed at all and could never have existed, such as Scylla or the Chimera? How is it that we have ideas about certain persons, places, and cities that we've never seen? How is it that an image is available for me whenever I want one? What about the fact that images visit us during sleep, even when uninvited? The whole thing, Velleius, is pure nonsense. Yet you hammer these images not only into our eyes, but also into our minds. Such is the impudence of shameless drivel. 39. And how boldly! There is a cascade of effluences, detectable by the eyes and occurring continuously, such that one is visible from the many. I would be ashamed to say that I don't understand it, if it were true that you yourselves, the ones who advocate it, actually understood it. How can you prove that the images are arriving without interruption? Or, if the images are coming continuously, how are they eternal? You say there is an unlimited number of atoms available for this. So does this statement make it true, then, that everything is eternal? You're taking shelter in this idea of equilibrium. We will use this term to translate the word isonomia. And you are saying that because there is a mortal nature, then there should also be an immortal nature. Using this reasoning, because there are mortal men, then there must also be some that are immortal. And because some are born on land, some are born in the water. And because there are energies that destroy, there should also be energies that keep things safe. There may certainly be such forces, but they would preserve things that exist. I don't think these gods exist. Still, all these images of things, how do they arise out of indivisible atoms? Even if such atoms existed, which they do not, they perhaps could move around and drive away each other through their collisions. But they could not form, fashion, or colour anything, or bring anything to life. In no way, therefore, do you demonstrate that your God is immortal. 40. Let us now take a look at happiness. By no means can there be happiness without virtue. Virtue, however, is energetic, and your God is completely idle. He is therefore lacking in virtue. Thus, he is not even happy. What kind of life does he have? You answer, an abundance of goods with no intervention of evils. An abundance of what goods? Pleasures, I imagine. Certainly pleasures related to the body, for you are not familiar with any pleasure of the mind except that which comes from the body and reverts back to it. I don't expect that you, Velleius, are like the other Epicureans who are embarrassed by some of Epicurus's maxims, where he says he cannot imagine any good disconnected from physical and sexual pleasures, pleasures that he lists by name without a trace of awkwardness. So, what foods, what drinks, what varieties of music or flowers, what sensations of touch, what kinds of aromas will you give the gods so that they are immersed in pleasures? The poets, in fact, supply them with the foods of nectar and ambrosia, and either Juventus or Ganymede provide the drinking cup. But you, Epicurus, what will you do? I neither see where your God would acquire these things, nor how he would use them. Therefore, man's nature, because it enjoys pleasures of various kinds, is more richly endowed for living happily than the nature of the gods. But you think of these as less important pleasures, by which the senses are subjected to a kind of tickling. The word comes from Epicurus. How long are you going to play games with us? Even our friend Philo could not bear listening to the Epicureans spurn sumptuous and hedonistic pleasures. He had an astonishing memory, and used to recite many of Epicurus's sayings in the exact words in which they were recorded. He also circulated many of the more brazen maxims of Metrodorus, who was Epicurus's philosophical colleague. Indeed, Metrodorus berates his own brother, Timocrates, for being unwilling to measure everything related to a happy life by the criterion of the stomach. Nor does he say this just once, but frequently. I see you nod in agreement. You're aware of the relevant quotes. And if you tried to say it wasn't true, I would show you the books. I don't have a problem, at present, with your evaluating everything by the standard of pleasure, for that is a separate question. But I am pointing out that your gods have no capacity for pleasure, and therefore are, according to your own assessment, not even happy. 41. But they do not experience any pain. Is that enough for that happiest life abounding in goods? They say he is constantly thinking of his own happiness. In fact, there is nothing else that occupies his mind. Picture in your mind, then, and place this image before your eyes. A God doing nothing for all eternity except thinking, everything is so wonderful and I am so happy. Yet I don't see how this happy God of yours is not afraid of annihilation. He is constantly struck and agitated by an onrush of atoms forever, while from himself images flow constantly outward. Your God, therefore, can be considered neither happy nor immortal. But Epicurus wrote books about sanctity and piety towards the gods. Yet how is he talking in these books? In such a way that you would imagine you were hearing the high priests Coruncanius or Scaevola speak, rather than the man who completely swept away all religion and destroyed the temples and altars of the immortal gods using philosophical reasoning instead of brute force, as Xerxes did. Why would you say man should worship the gods, when the gods not only do nothing to help man, but show no regard for anything at all, and basically do nothing? But the gods have a uniquely transcendent and extraordinary nature, such that it should entice the wise to worship it for its own sake. How can there be anything transcendent in this nature which, rejoicing in its own pleasure, is never going to do anything, never does anything, and has never done anything? Besides this, how do you owe a religious obligation to an entity from whom you get nothing? To someone who deserves nothing, what can be owed at all? Piety, in fact, is justice towards the gods. When there is no sense of comradeship between man and God, what sacred duty can exist between us and them? Piety is the knowledge of divine worship. And I don't understand why we worship them when we neither gain nor expect to gain any good from them. 42. What reason is there, then, for us to venerate the gods out of admiration for this nature in which we see nothing exceptional? Now, with regard to superstition, and you certainly are used to bragging about your views on it, it's an easy thing to be free of once you've taken away all power from the gods. Unless, perhaps, you believe Diagoras or Theodorus, men who completely denied that the gods existed, had the potential to be superstitious. I don't believe it even in the case of Protagoras, who could neither say that there were gods or that there were not gods. The opinions of all these men destroy not only superstition, in which there is an irrational fear of the gods, but also religion, which is sustained by the conscientious worship of deities. What about those who have said that the whole idea of the immortal gods was invented by wise men for the sake of political and social order, so that religion might guide to their responsibilities those who could not be led there by rational argument? Haven't they effectively nullified all religion? And what about Prodicus of Seos, who said that those things useful to human life were incorporated in the total number of gods? What religion did he leave behind? What about those who inform us that brave, illustrious, or powerful men have lifted themselves up to the gods after death, and that these personages are the same individuals we are in the habit of worshipping, praying to, and venerating? Aren't they completely lacking in religion? This idea was discussed in great detail by Euhemerus, whom our poet Ennius translated and followed more than any other. In Euhemerus, however, we find accounts of the deaths and burials of gods. Does he appear to have strengthened the idea of religion? Or does he seem to have eradicated it completely? I don't even mention that venerable and majestic Eleusis, where peoples from the ends of the earth are initiated, and I omit Samothrace and those secret rituals concealed by thick forests, practiced in the nocturnal hours. At Lemnos. When these things are explained under the light of reason, they are found to be more connected to the realm of nature than the domain of the gods. 43. To me, at least, it seems that Democritus, who was among the greatest of men, and with whose fountain Epicurus watered his little garden, was uncertain about the nature of the gods. For sometimes he thinks that images endowed with divinity exist in the universe. Elsewhere he says that the foundational elements of the mind, which are in the same universe, are gods. Sometimes he says these images are living images, which normally are either useful or injurious to us. And at other times he says there are certain huge images, so immense that they embrace the entire world from the outside. All of these ideas are more suitable for Democritus's homeland than for Democritus himself. For who can comprehend those images in his mind? Who could regard them with wonder, or who could judge them worthy of cultivation or worship? In fact, when Epicurus robbed the immortal gods of their ability to render aid and bestow favour, he completely eradicated religion from the soul of man. Although he declared that the nature of God was supreme and transcendent, he denied that an attribute of this same God was divine favour. He destroys that very quality which is most special in a supreme and transcendent nature. For what could be better or more exquisite than generosity and kindness. When you wish for a God without these attributes, you are really saying that this God has no special affection for anyone, neither man nor God. No one is loved by him, and no one is special to him. The final result is that not only are men neglected by the gods, but the gods are also neglected by each other. 44. How much better is the view of the Stoics, who are regularly condemned by you. They believe that all wise men, even if unknown to each other, are friends. Nothing is more worthy of being loved than virtue, and he who has obtained it will be held dear by us, no matter what nation he may be from. You, on the other hand, what an offence you commit when you consider benevolence and compassion to be based on weakness! Although I will omit the power and nature of the gods, do you really think that men would not be generous and kind unless they were weak? Is there no natural affection between good men? The word itself for love is especially intimate, and the word for friendship is derived from it. If we condition friendship on what advantage it brings us, rather than on the profit it gives to those we hold dear, this will not be friendship, but a kind of trafficking in egotistic advantages. This is how fields, crops, and flocks of sheep are valued. It is because of the material benefits that we take from them. But friendship, and the affection men have for each other, is unselfish. How much more so is that of the gods, who, despite having everything, still hold each other in special favour and look after mankind. If this is not true, why do we worship the gods and send them our prayers? Why do priests perform sacrifices? And why do augurs conduct auspices? What do we want from the immortal gods? What sacred vows can we make to them? Someone will say, but there is a book by Epicurus on piety. We are mocked by a man who is not so much clever as he is unrestrained in the liberties he takes with the written word. How can there be any piety if the gods care nothing about the affairs of mortals? And what kind of sentient nature cares about nothing? So the argument that Posidonius, that friend of us all, presented in the 5th book of his treatise on the nature of the gods is certainly more true. He argued that Epicurus did not really believe the gods existed at all, and that the benign declarations he made about them were a ruse calculated to ward off public disfavour. Certainly, he could not have been so gullible as to picture God in the shape of a man, limited to an outline form and having no real substance, equipped with every human limb but not having the slightest use of any of them, a pellucid and pathetic divinity, bestowing kindness on no one, granting favour to no one, caring about nothing at all and doing nothing. First, this sort of entity could not exist, and Epicurus, well aware of this, destroys the gods in effect, while keeping them around as an empty artifice of speech. Second, even if it is true that such a God exists, a God that possesses no goodwill and no affection for man, then I say good riddance to that God. Why would I even bother saying, may he treat me with favour? In fact, he cannot treat anyone with favour because, as you say, all affection and goodwill are indications of weakness. Book 2, Part 1. 1. Once Cotta had spoken, Velleius offered his response. "Of course I'm reckless," he said, "for trying to cross swords with someone who is an academic philosopher as well as a rhetorician. For I wouldn't have been afraid of a rambling academic, nor would I have feared an orator who lacked that philosophical knowledge, no matter how articulate he was. I'm neither thrown off balance by a boiling river of meaningless words, nor confused by the nuances of ideas if the volume of speech is meagre. But you, Cotta, were powerful in both of these areas. The only things missing were the orator's crown and a jury. I will eventually respond to the points you raised. For now, let's hear what Lucilius has to say, if he himself would like to speak." Balbus then said, "I'd still prefer to hear Cotta, as long as he can present us the true gods with the same passion he used to tear down the false ones. It's the obligation of a philosopher, a priest, and of Cotta to have a stable and definite view of the immortal gods, as our school does. It should not be like opinion of the academics, which is wandering and changeable, for enough has already been said against Epicurus. I am impatient to hear what your own opinion is, Cotta. Has what I said at the beginning, Cotta said, slipped your mind? It's easier for me to be able to say what I don't believe rather than what I do believe, especially when it comes to these kinds of topics. Even if I had an opinion that was quite definite, I'd still rather hear you speak when your turn came around, since I've already said so much myself. I'll defer to your intentions, responded Balbus. I will speak as concisely as I can. Indeed, once Epicurus's mistakes have been exposed, a large part of my argument becomes unnecessary. All in all, our school divides the entire question of the immortal gods into 4 parts. First, they teach that the gods exist. Second, they discuss their attributes. Third, they explain how the world is overseen by them. And finally, they show how the gods look after mankind's affairs. In this discussion, let us deal with the first 2 of these subjects. The third and fourth, being more complicated questions, I think should be shelved until some later date. Absolutely not, barked Cotta. We have the free time now, and are dealing with subjects that should take priority even over our work. 2. The first question, interjected Lucilius, doesn't even appear to need debate. For what could be so clear and unmistakable when we raise our eyes to the sky and contemplate the celestial bodies, as that there exists some God of supreme intellect by which these are guided? If this were not the case, how could Ennius have said, with everyone's agreement, these words, "Observe this shining cosmic immensity which all men appeal to as Jove"? In reality, the same being who is Jove and the Lord of creation, directing all things with a gesture, and, as Ennius also says, Father of gods and men, and a pervasive and mighty God. If someone doubts this, I honestly don't understand why he couldn't also question whether the sun exists. How is this fact more obvious than the existence of a God? Unless we maintained this as something known and firmly embedded in our minds, it would not be such an enduring belief, nor would it have been reinforced over such a long span of time, and neither could it have become so established through the generations and epochs of mankind. Indeed, we see that other false and empty beliefs have melted away over time. Who, for example, really believes there was ever such a thing as a hippocentaur or a chimera? Or what old woman could ever be found who might be brainless enough to fear the bizarre creatures of the underworld that people once thought were real? The passage of time expunges the creations of human belief and approves nature's judgments. Thus, both for our own people and for other nations, worship of the gods and the sanctity of religious beliefs are day by day becoming more vigorous and deeply rooted. And this is happening not without reason or by accident, but because the gods often announce their power in person. An example of this was at Lake Regillus during the Latin War, when the dictator Aulus Postumius engaged Octavius Mamilius of Tusculan in battle, and Castor and Pollux were seen fighting on horseback along our line of battle. In more recent memory, these same 2 sons of Tyndareus carried the news of Percy's defeat. When Publius Vatinius, this young man's grandfather, was coming to Rome at night from the prefecture of Reate, 2 young men on white horses told him that King Perses had been captured that day. When Vatinius relayed this information to the Senate, he was at first imprisoned for reckless dissemination of rumors affecting state security. But once official reports arrived a short time later from Paulus, it was clear that the relevant dates concurred. the Senate then awarded Vatinius an estate and a military service exemption. To give another example, when the Locrii defeated the Crotoniate army in a ferocious fight at the Sagra River, history records that word of this battle was brought to the Olympic Games on that very day. Often the voices of the fauns heard from afar, often the witnessed images of the gods, have obliged anyone who is neither insensate nor atheistic to acknowledge the pervasive presence of the gods. 3. Yet what else do prophecies and presentiments of future events tell us, except that future happenings are shown, revealed, predicted, and foretold to mankind? From this, prodigies, portents, omens, and unnatural wonders are so alleged. Because even if we consider Mopsus, Tiresias, Amphiaraus, Calchas, and Helenus to be the fictitious indulgences of fable, though the stories would not have used them as augurs if the purpose completely disallowed them, don't we still learn to accept the reality of divine power through home-grown examples of its manifestation? Will the rashness of Publius Claudius in the First Punic War not affect us emotionally at all? He was only laughing at the gods as a joke. When the chickens would not eat after being let out of their pen, he ordered them to be plunged into water, so that they might drink, since they declined to eat. But that laughter earned him a great deal of agony, since it led to the defeat of the fleet and resulted in a terrible calamity for the Roman people. Well, what do you think? In the same war, didn't his colleague Junius lose his fleet in a storm after ignoring the auspices? The result was that the people handed Claudius a death sentence, and Junius took his own life. Caelius writes that Caius Flaminius was killed at Trasimene after having disregarded religion, and that this caused grievous damage to the Republic. One may perceive, from contemplating the downfall of these men, that the boundaries of our state were enlarged by those commanders who submitted to the obligations of religious practice. And if we wish to compare ourselves to other nations, we may discover that, while we may be equal or inferior to them in other things, we are very much superior to them in the matter of religion, that is, devotion to the gods. Should that augur's staff of Attus Navius be viewed with contempt, the staff with which he marked out the sections of a vineyard in order to search for a pig? I should think so, if King Hostilius had not waged great wars under Attus's augury. But because the learning of the augurs has been lost due to the nobility's negligence, and the truth of auspices no longer commands respect, only an empty ritual has been preserved. As a result, the most important areas of state responsibility, including the waging of war, upon which we rely for the preservation of our national safety, are conducted with no auspices at all. No auspices are taken for the crossing of running water. None are taken from sharpened spear points, and none are observed when men are called to military duty, since the practice of drafting wills in anticipation of battle has fallen into disuse. In fact, our commanders only begin to wage war when they have rendered the auspices needless. But for our ancestors, the hold of religion was so powerful that some commanders, covering their heads with a shroud and pronouncing solemn oaths, consecrated themselves to the immortal gods for the good of the Republic. I could mention many of the Sibylline revelations and many prophecies from the haruspices confirming such relevant details that no one could doubt. 4. And during the consulship of Publius Scipio and Caius Figulus, an event itself demonstrated the methods of our augurs and the Etruscan haruspices. Tiberius Gracchus, in his second consulship, was in the process of designating them. The first polling clerk, as he was bringing back the election results, died suddenly, right then and there. Gracchus, undeterred in the least, continued with the election. But when he realized this incident had provoked the Roman people's moral sense, he reported it to the Senate. The Senate directed that the matter be submitted to the traditional experts. Haruspices were brought in. They said that the polling clerk for the elections had not followed proper procedure. As I heard the story from my father, Gracchus, fuming with anger, then yelled out, "Really? Is that so? I didn't follow proper procedure when I asked for the vote as consul and augur and even took the auspices. Can you Etruscans and barbarians comprehend the law of Roman auspices, and can you be competent interpreters of our elections?" He then ordered them to leave. Later, however, he sent a letter from his province to the Society of Augurs, saying that after consulting the sacred texts, he realized that there had been an improper action when he placed the augural tent in Scipio's gardens. He had later entered the city limits to convene the Senate, and when crossing this boundary again on his way back, he had forgotten to take the auspices. Thus the consuls had been elected under a procedural defect. The augurs disclosed the irregularity to the Senate, and the Senate said the consuls should resign. This they did. What better examples could we ask for? A man of extremely sound judgment, and for all I know a man unequalled by anyone else, preferred to confess a misdeed that he could have covered up, rather than allow a religious offence to blemish the honour of the Republic. The consuls preferred to give up their supreme power immediately, rather than hold on to it for a second in contravention of religion's sanctity. Augurs are invested with great authority. Well, isn't the art of the haruspex also divine? Isn't someone who weighs these things and myriad other examples of the same kind forced to admit that the gods exist? If the interpreters of certain entities exist, it must be true that those entities themselves exist. But interpreters of the gods exist. Therefore, we must admit that the gods exist. Yet, perhaps, not everything that is predicted actually happens. Of course, just because every sick person does not recover does not mean that there is no art of medicine. Signs of future events are shown by the gods, and if men make mistakes in interpreting these signs, the error is not the failing of the gods. The shortcoming is to be found with the inferences men draw from such signs. Thus, among all men of every nation, an essential point is universally accepted. It is an instinctive belief possessed by all of us, and, so to speak, a conviction indelibly etched in the human mind that the gods exist. 5. With regard to the qualities and characteristics of the gods, theories differ, but no one denies they exist. In fact, our Cleanthes said that notions about the gods are formed in the human mind from 4 sources. For the first source, he placed that which I've just spoken of, the source that originates from the premonition of future happenings. Second, he placed what we deduce from the magnitude of the benefit we take from temperature of the air, the fecundity of the land, and the bounteous profusion of many other material advantages. Third, Cleanthes placed what terrifies the human mind from lightning, storms, rain clouds, snow, hailstorms, devastation, pestilences, earthquakes, periodic underground noises, showers of stones and raindrops resembling blood, avalanches or sudden fissures appearing in the earth, unnatural human or animal omens, the sight of celestial lights, and those stars the Greeks call comets, but which are known to us as curly-haired stars, which recently, during the Octavian War, were the heralds of great calamities. A double sun, which, as I heard from my father, happened during the consulship of Tuditanus and Aquilius, in which year, indeed, another sun, our own Publius Africanus, was extinguished. All of these things so frightened men that they presumed the existence of some heavenly and divine power. Finally, the fourth cause, and indeed the most compelling, was the movement and rotation of the sky, and all the distinctiveness, variety, beauty, and order of the sun, moon, and the stars. For the merest glance at these bodies provides sufficient confirmation that they did not come about by accident. If a man were to come to a house, gymnasium, or forum, and were to see the underlying rule, plan, and method of everything happening there, he could not conclude that these things came about without an originating agent. He would understand that there is someone who oversees it all, and whose directions are followed. So much more, then, with such awe-inspiring motions and striking periodic changes in the heavens, and with the predictable courses of celestial bodies so colossal in quantity and dimension, in which boundless and immeasurable eternity has never sought to deceive, must he conclude that such movements of nature are governed by a divine intellect. 6. Indeed, Chrysippus, although he had an extremely penetrating mind, still speaks here in such a way that he seems to have learned from nature itself, and not by making his own independent deductions. He says, if in fact there is something in nature that the mind of man, or that human reason, strength, or potential cannot accomplish, then what can accomplish it is undoubtedly greater than man. The celestial bodies, and all those things with an eternal predictability, cannot be constructed by man. Therefore, the entity by which they are constructed is greater than man. And what better name can you use for this entity but God? And if in fact gods do not exist, then what is there in nature greater than man? In him alone resides reason, and nothing can be more meritorious than this. But the existence of a man who thought nothing in the world was greater than himself would be an absurd presumption. Therefore, there is something greater than man. Thus it is certain that there is a God. If you saw a large and beautiful house, you could not be persuaded to believe that it was constructed by mice and weasels, even if you couldn't see the house's master. If you believed, then, that a world so richly endowed, that such stunning variety and loveliness of celestial bodies, that such power and extent of sea and land was your own home, and not the home of the immortal gods, wouldn't you seem to be completely out of your mind? Can't we also understand that everything on a higher level is better, and that the earth is lowest and surrounded by the thickest air, and that for this reason, for we see it occurring with some regions and cities, the intellectual faculties of men are less acute due to the denser nature of the air? The same thing happens to the entire human race, because it is located on the earth, that is, in the universe's densest region. Yet from the wellspring of man's ingenuity, we should deduce the existence of some controlling mind, a mind that is wise beyond measure and divine. Indeed, from where else did man take hold of this, as Socrates says in Xenophon's writings? The liquid and heat that circulate within the body, the terrestrial material of our viscera, and finally this breath of animate human vitality. If anyone asks where we obtained these things, it is clear that we acquired one of these from the earth, another from water, another from fire, and another from the air that we draw into ourselves in the act of breathing. 7. But where did we discover, and how did we take possession of, that which transcends all these things? I'm talking about our reason, and if you'd prefer to use several words, our minds, judgment, thinking, and good sense. Will the world have all the other things, yet not have this one thing that is the greatest of all? And of course, nothing in all creation is better than the world. Nothing is more surpassing or more beautiful. Not only is nothing better than the world, but nothing exceeding it can even be imagined. And if nothing is better than reason or wisdom, then it must be true that these attributes are found in that which we concede to be the best. In fact, when we observe such a harmonious, unified, and contiguous kinship of things, whom will this not oblige to admit the accuracy of what I am saying? Could the earth blossom with prosperity at one time, and then be burdened by a gloom at another time? Or, with so many things changing, could the sun's arrival and departure be learned from the summer and winter solstices? Or could the coastal tides and the sea's narrow straits be displaced by the moon's rising and setting? Or could the disparate courses of the stars be preserved in one revolution of the entire heavens? These things, and this interdependent movement of all the world's components, assuredly could not happen unless they were sustained by one divine and omnipresent Spirit. When these points are discussed in more detail and depth, as I wish to do, it is easier for them to avoid the negative judgments of the academics. However, when they are confined to a shorter and narrower analysis, as Zeno was in the habit of doing, they become more open to rebuttal. A flowing stream is never, or almost never, contaminated, while confined waters are easily made so. In the same way, the nitpickings of a critic are washed away by a flow of cogent reasoning, while the narrowness of a restricted argument cannot easily defend itself. Indeed, these arguments, which are expanded by us, Zeno abbreviates in the following way. 8. That which makes use of reason is better than that which does not. Nothing, however, is better than the world. Therefore the world uses reason. In a similar way, it can be proven that the world is wise, or happy, or eternal. For all these are better than what lacks them, and nothing is better than the world. From this it may be proven that the world is God. He also reasoned in this way. Nothing that lacks sense can have a part of itself with sensory awareness, but parts of the world are sentient. Therefore the world does not lack sensation. He goes on and bears down even more narrowly. Nothing, he says, that lacks a mind and reason can generate from itself a living being possessing reason. Yet the world produces living beings possessed of reason. Therefore the world is living and possesses the faculty of reason. Finally, he concludes his argument, as he often does, with an illustration, expressed in this way. If flutes playing musical notes grew on an olive tree, would you have any doubt that some knowledge of flute playing was contained in the olive tree? And if plane trees bore little lyres emitting rhythmic sounds, of course you would think that music was to be found in plane trees. Why, therefore, shouldn't the world be considered sentient and intelligent, since it generates from itself sentient and intelligent beings? 9. But because I've started to deal with this topic differently from how I intended at the outset, for I denied that this first part required debate, since it was clear to everyone that the gods exist, I still want to prove this premise with reasoning grounded in natural science, that is, the physical world. It is an established fact that all things which seek nutriment and grow contain within themselves the power of heat, without which they could neither receive sustenance nor grow. Everything that is hot and fiery is stirred and driven by its own motion, but that which feeds and grows has a certain and steady motion. As long as this motion remains in us, so long do sensation and life remain. But once this heat is cooled and snuffed out, we perish and are destroyed. This idea, in fact, Cleanthes strengthens with these additional arguments to point out how much stored potential of heat exists in every human body. He denies that there is any food so heavy that it cannot be digested in a night and a day, and says that there is heat even in the remains of food that nature discards. Indeed, the veins and arteries never stop pulsating, almost as if they were animated by some fiery motion. And it has often been witnessed that when the heart of a living animal is suddenly removed from its body, it continues to beat vigorously, as if it were imitating a fluttering tongue of flame. Thus, everything alive, whether it be an animal or something growing out of the earth, is alive because of the heat contained within it. And from this fact, it should be understood that the nature of heat has a life-giving power within itself that permeates the entire world. We will better grasp this idea with a more detailed explanation of this fiery doctrine, in all its aspects, that infuses everything. All parts of the world, I will mention only the most significant, are sustained with the assistance of heat. First and foremost, this can be observed in the physical nature of the earth, for we see fire produced by the collision and grinding of stones, and we see warm earth emitting steam after recent digging. Warm water is also drawn from continuously flowing wells. This happens especially during winter, because a large reserve of heat is contained in the depths of the earth, and this is denser in winter. For this reason, it holds in place more firmly the heat incorporated in the earth. 10. It is a long discussion, and there are many ways by which one can prove that all things the earth receives as seeds, and which it sustains, produced from itself and attached by roots, originate and grow from this regulation of heat. This heat is also found in water, as is demonstrated by water's transparency and effusive nature. For it could neither be frozen by cold temperatures nor condensed into frost and snow, unless it could also spread itself out evenly when melted and thawed by the addition of heat. Thus, moisture hardens under the influence of the north wind and other varieties of cold, and in turn melts when warmed and evaporates when subjected to heat. The sea also grows warm when agitated by the wind. Thus it can easily be understood that heat is contained in a volume of liquid of this size. For this heat should not be seen as the result of something external and accidental. It is created by the agitation of the sea's deepest expanses, in the same way that our own bodies grow warm with motion and exercise. Even the air, which is by nature especially cold, is not at all lacking in heat. In fact, a great deal of heat is mixed in with it, since air itself originates in the emission of vapour from water. For air must be considered a sort of vapour, and this arises from the motion of the heat contained in the water. We can detect a similarity here to water that boils when subjected to fire. Now there is still the remaining fourth part of the world. This is itself extremely hot by nature, and gives to other entities a life-giving and sustaining heat. We may conclude from this that, since all parts of the world are sustained by heat, the world itself has been preserved for such a long time by an element similar in kind and nature. This is so to an even greater degree, because it should be grasped that this hot and fiery principle has been so distributed through all of nature that it constitutes a power of procreation and cause of birth, from which all living things, and those organisms whose roots are embedded in the earth, must necessarily originate, grow, and flourish. 11. Thus, there is a principle that maintains and safeguards the entire world, and this is certainly not without sensation and reason. It is a requirement for every nature that is neither uniform nor undiluted, but joined and connected with something else, to have some controlling principle within itself. In the case of man, it is reason. In wild beasts, it is something similar to reason, from which arises an instinctive desire for certain things. In trees and other such organisms which spring from the soil, the governing principle is thought to reside in the roots. When I use the term governing principle, I mean what the Greeks call hegemonikon, that is, the fundamental component of something that can and should be dominant in a thing of that type. And so what possesses the governing principle of all nature must be the best of all things, and of all things the most worthy of power and authority. We also see in the various parts of the world, and there's nothing on this earth that is not part of the entire world, that sensation and reason exist. Therefore, in that part of the world containing the governing principle, this sensation and reason must necessarily exist, and in fact they should be more vigorous and powerful. Thus we must conclude that the world is endowed with wisdom, and that the principle which binds all things together is supreme in its perfection of reason. And we must conclude that the world is God, and that the world's entire power is sustained by a divine principle. That burning heat of the world is more pure, more luminous, and more disseminated as well, and for this reason is more apt to agitate our senses than this heat of ours by which the things known to us are sustained and made vigorous. Since men and beasts are imbued with this heat, and are given movement and sensation by it, it is ridiculous to say that the world lacks sensation, seeing that it is suffused with a vigorous, free, and at the same time extremely dynamic and omnipresent heat, especially since this heat which the world possesses is not activated by an outside agent or external impulse, but instead is moved by itself and its own volition. For what could be stronger than a world which dispels and sets in motion the heat by which it is sustained? 12. But let us hear what Plato has to say, who is a kind of god among philosophers. His view is that there are two kinds of motions, one that originates from something internally, and another that is external. That which moves by itself, acting alone, is more divine than that which is set in motion by some outside impulse. He says that this self-creating, self-propelling motion is found only in the soul, which he believes is the origin and generator of motion. Thus, since all motion arises from the world's heat, and that heat is not moved by an external impulse, but moves itself spontaneously, that heat must be soul. And this proves that the world is alive. We may also understand that intelligence exists in the world from this, that the world is without doubt better than any physical nature. Just as there is no part of our body that is not less valuable than we ourselves as a complete being, so must the entire world be more important than any of its constituent parts. Since this is so, the world must therefore possess wisdom. For if this were not so, then mankind, despite constituting only a part of the world, would have to be more important than the entire globe, simply because he possesses the faculty of reason. In addition, if we want to advance from the most fundamental and undeveloped natures to ultimate and perfected ones, we must inevitably arrive at the nature of the gods. First, we notice that the living things which arise from the earth are sustained by nature. On them, nature bestows nothing more significant than protection through nutrition and growth. However, to the beasts, nature gives sensation and motion, to which is added an amount of instinctive desire for what is advantageous and a revulsion for what is detrimental. To man, nature bestowed something far more important when she enriched him with reason, by which the soul's appetites may be regulated or either diminished or suppressed. 13. Yet the fourth and highest category consists of those who are by nature created for wisdom and goodness. From the beginning they possess right and resolute reason, as if it were an inborn trait. And this must be reckoned as something superior to mankind, something that must be ascribed to God, that is, to the world, in which that flawless and absolute reason must reside. It cannot be said that in any arrangement of coherent things there is not something ultimate and perfect. For example, in the case of a grapevine or with sheep, we see that nature arrives at its own ultimate destination unless some force obstructs it. And just as painting, craftsmanship, and the other arts produce a certain result with a completed work, so in all of nature, and even more so, there must be some movement towards consummation and fulfillment. In fact, many external impediments may block certain physical entities from reaching full development. But nothing can impede nature when viewed in its totality, because it contains and sustains every kind of physical existence. Thus it must be true that there exists this fourth and highest level, a level that no power can approach. This is the level on which all of nature is placed. And because it is constructed in such a way that it controls everything, and nothing can impede its actions, it must be true that the world possesses intelligence and also wisdom. What could be more ignorant than to say that the physical principle which encompasses all things is not also the very best? Or to say that even if it is the very best of all things, it could not be alive in the first place, then gifted with reason and discernment, and finally empowered with wisdom? In what other way could it be the very best? For if it were similar to plants, or even animals, it would not be seen as best any more than worst. If it has the capacity for reason, and yet is not wise from the beginning, then the condition of the world must be worse than that of man. Man can, in fact, gain wisdom, but the world can certainly never gain wisdom if it has been continuously unintelligent for all past ages, and thus it will be weaker than man. Yet because this conclusion is absurd, the world must have been wise from the beginning, and should be considered a god. For there is nothing else except the world that has no deficiencies, and which is everywhere perfectly right, complete, and superlative in all its tiny details and constituent parts. 14. Chrysippus astutely said that just as a protective cover was made for a soldier's shield, and a scabbard made for the sake of a sword, so are all other things except the world made for the sake of something else. For example, the crops and produce that come from the earth were made for animals, and animals were made for the sake of man. The horse was made for transporting us, the ox for pulling a plough, and the dog for hunting and guarding our habitations. Man, however, was born to contemplate and investigate the world. He, of course, is not perfect, but he still constitutes a tiny part of something that is perfect. But the world, because it includes everything, and because nothing exists outside of it, is perfect in every way. How can it be lacking in that which is the best? Yet nothing is better than mind and reason. Therefore, it is impossible for the world to be lacking in these two things. Through the use of analogies, Chrysippus convincingly demonstrates that all things are better after achieving their mature and perfected state. Thus, a horse is superior to a young colt, a dog better than a puppy, and a man better than a boy. Furthermore, he shows that what is best in the entire world ought to exist in something perfect and fully developed. But nothing is more perfect than the world, and nothing better than virtue. Therefore, virtue is the world's fundamental characteristic. Man's nature, to be sure, is not perfect, but virtue, nevertheless, is exhibited in man. So how much more easily in the world? Therefore, virtue exists in the world. The world is therefore wise, and thus a god. 15. Now that we have acknowledged the world's divine nature, it is necessary to accredit the same divinity to the stars. They are created from the most active and the purest part of the ether. They are also not commingled with any other component, and all are fiery and pellucid. For this reason, the stars may quite correctly be said to be animate, sentient, and intelligent. Cleanthes believes that the idea of the stars being made entirely of fire is confirmed by the testimony of two human senses, touch and sight. For the sun's radiant heat, as it shines far and wide across the limitless universe, is more intense than any fire. The sun's touch, moreover, is of a kind that not only warms, but even burns. It could do neither of these things unless it were made entirely of fire. Therefore, he says, since the sun is composed of fire and is fed by moisture from the ocean, as no fire can maintain itself without a fuel source, it must be similar either to the fire we use in daily life or the fire enclosed within the bodies of animals. Now, this fire of ours, which the conduct of human life requires, is a consumer and destroyer of all things. At the same time, it reshapes and depletes everything as far as its reach extends. Yet the fire of a physical body is life-giving and beneficial. It sustains, nourishes, develops, and preserves all things, and confers on them the power of sensation. Thus he believes there is no doubt about which of the two types of fire the sun corresponds to. For the sun also makes all things flourish and reach physical maturity, as each organism's specific nature permits. Since the sun's fire is similar to the fires contained in the bodies of animals, the sun must also be living. Indeed, the same is true for the other stars that originate in the heat of the heavens, which is called the ether or sky. Since the origin of some living beings is on land, while others are birthed in water, and still others arise in the air, it seems to Aristotle ridiculous to believe that no animal is created in that region which is most suitable for the procreation of animal life. The stars, however, hold a place in the ether, and because this is the most sublime medium, always active and vigorous, it must be true that an animal born in this element has the sharpest senses and quickest movement. So, because the stars are created in the ether, it logically follows that they possess sense and intelligence. We may conclude from this reasoning that the stars should be considered gods. 16. As a matter of fact, one can see that those who live in lands where the air is pure and clear have more acute perception and sharper intellects than those compelled to endure thicker and denser climates. Some even reckon that the type of food consumed can affect a man's keenness of mind. It is therefore likely that a superior intelligence may be found in the stars inhabiting the universe's ethereal region, and that these stars are nourished by moisture from the land and oceans that has been made thin by its emanation across a vast distance. Yet the order and harmony of the stars very much announces their intelligence and sensibility. For there is nothing that can move methodically and interdependently without conscious deliberation, in which nothing is random, nothing is irregular, and nothing fortuitous. Yet the arrangement of the stars and their persistence through all eternity signify neither nature, for it is plentiful in reason, nor fortune, which is a friend of variety and detests permanence. Thus it follows that they are moved by themselves, using their own consciousness and divine excellence. In fact, we should not fail to give Aristotle praise for his belief that everything that moves, moves either by nature, by force, or by will. He also thought that the sun, moon, and all the stars move. But what is moved by nature is either carried downward by its own weight, or raised by its lightness. Neither of these possibilities happens with the stars, because their motion is circular and in an orbit. Nor can it be said that the stars are moved in a manner contrary to their nature by the action of some more powerful force. for what force could be more powerful? We are therefore left with the conclusion that the motion of the stars is something voluntary. Whoever perceives this truth would be acting not only ignorantly, but even impiously, if he were to deny that the gods exist. Nor does it make much difference whether he denies this fact, or whether he deprives the gods of all agency and action. For it seems to me that someone who does nothing has no existence at all. The existence of the gods is, therefore, so obvious that I hardly consider the man who denies it to be possessed of a balanced mind. 17. The remaining issue is for us to consider what sort of nature they have. When dealing with this topic, nothing is more difficult than to separate the mind's perception from the regular habit of our eyes. This obstacle has led ignorant men in general, as well as philosophers who have the hallmarks of ignorant men, to a point where they cannot form a picture of the immortal gods without that picture presenting a human form. Since the superficiality of this view has already been explained by Cotter, additional comment from me is unnecessary. But when we have a firm and instinctive notion that, first, a god's essence is that of an animate being, and second, that nothing in all of nature is more transcendent, then I see nothing that I can better accommodate to this instinct and perception of ours than to surmise, in the first place, that this world, which cannot be overshadowed in greatness by anything else, is itself living and is a god. Epicurus may joke about this as much as he wants. He is not a man very suited for humour, and possesses almost nothing of his native land's comedic aptitude. He may say that he can't imagine what sort of nature a spherical and rotating god could have. Yet he will never move me away from an idea that he himself also endorses. He believes that gods exist because it must be true that some transcendent nature exists to which nothing else is superior. But certainly nothing is superior to the world, nor is there any doubt that what is alive and has sensation, reason, and an intellect is superior to that which lacks these things. Therefore it follows that the world is an animate being possessing sensation, intellect, and reason. Through this reasoning, we conclude that the world is God. These arguments will be more easily grasped a bit later when we reflect on the specific things that the world creates. 18. For the time being, Velleius, I would ask you not to advertise the fact that your school is completely lacking in learning. You say that a cone, a cylinder, and a pyramid seem to you more beautiful than a sphere. You have an odd way of making visual judgments. But suppose these shapes are more beautiful in outward appearance. To me they don't seem so, for what could be more beautiful than the shape which alone embraces and contains all other forms, and which can have no irregularity, no defect, nothing skewed or crooked, and no protrusion or indentation? Now, these are the two superior forms. Among solids, the globe, for so we may render the Greek word sphaira, and among planar forms, the circle or orb, which is called kuklos in Greek. With these two forms alone, it happens that all of their parts resemble each other precisely, and the extremity is equally distant from the centre. Nothing can be more indefectible than this. But if you don't see this, because you've never put your fingers in that erudite sand, couldn't you at least have understood this principle of physical science, that this regularity of motion and harmony of order could not be preserved with any other figure? So, nothing can be more ignorant than what you are always proclaiming. You say it is not certain that the world itself is round, since it is possible that it may have a different shape. And numberless other worlds may all have different forms. Epicurus certainly would not say this, if he had ever learned what 2 times 2 equals. But while he decides what is best according to what his palate dictates, he has not raised his eyes to the palate of the sky, as Ennius says. 19. Now, there are 2 types of celestial bodies. One type, moving from east to west on a fixed course, never alters the direction of its path. The other type, however, makes 2 repeated revolutions along the same path and orbit. From both of these cases, we may comprehend the circular motion of the heavens, which would be impossible without a spheroid form, and the circular orbits of the stars. In the first place, the Sun, which occupies the preeminent position among the celestial bodies, moves in such a way that it bathes vast regions of earth in light, while at the same time cloaking other parts of the globe in a shroud of darkness. For this very shadow of the earth, as it blocks the path of the sun's rays, produces night. The correspondence in length of the nights and days is the same. The varying approaches and retreats of the sun alternate periods of cold and warmth. The completion of 365 daily revolutions of the sun, plus an extra 1/4 of a day, finishes an annual cycle. Curving its path alternately towards the north and the south, the sun produces summers and winters, as well as the 2 seasons of which one arrives after winter fades and the other comes after the ebbing of summer. Thus, from the 4 changes of the seasons are revealed the origins and formative principles of all living things arising from land and sea. Now, in the space of a month, the moon completes the sun's yearly revolution. Its closest proximity to the sun produces the weakest luminosity, but its longest distance creates the fullest illumination. Not only is the moon's appearance and form changed by its alternating growth and diminution as it returns to its initial place, but its location also changes as it shifts position between the northern and southern skies. In the moon's revolution, there is also a similarity to a kind of summer and winter solstice. From the moon flow and radiate many powers that nurture and sustain animal life, and by which the organisms growing from the earth ripen and achieve their full development. 20. The movements of the 5 stars, wrongly called wanderers, are most remarkable. For there is no errant roving in a celestial body that for all eternity maintains its progression, retrogression, and remaining motions with a stable and predictable constancy. This is more amazing in those stars we are talking about, because sometimes they are concealed from view, and at other times are visible. Sometimes they approach, and at other times recede. Sometimes they lead, and at other times follow. Sometimes they move faster, and at other times more slowly. And sometimes they do not move at all, but stay in one place for a time. Regarding their disparate motions, mathematicians have created the term the Great Year, which comes about when the revolutionary cycles of the sun, moon, and the 5 planets are completed, and these celestial bodies are brought back to their starting positions in relation to each other. While the actual length of this great year is a contentious question, it must be a period of time that is definite and fixed. For the star we call Saturn, known to the Greeks as Phaenon, which is the star most distant from the Earth, completes its orbital revolution in about 30 years. As it completes its course, it makes many remarkable movements. Sometimes it makes steady progress, and sometimes it delays. Sometimes it is hidden from view in the evening, and at other times it discloses itself in the morning. Nothing changes for the duration of eternity. This star always does the same thing at the same times. Below this, and closer to the Earth, we find the star Jupiter, which the Greeks called Phaethon. This star finishes, in 12 years, the same orbit through the 12 signs, and it shows the same phases in its revolution as the star Saturn. The next orbit below this one is that of Pyroeus, which is called the star Mars. It completes the same revolution as the two stars above it in 24 months, minus 6 days, I believe. Below Mars we find the star Mercury, called Stilbon by the Greeks, which moves through the zodiacal path in about a year. It travels at a distance from the Sun that is never greater than the interval of 2 signs. Sometimes it gets ahead of the Sun, and sometimes lags behind it. 21. Therefore, the existence of this predictable constancy in the stars, this temporal harmony observed in their various revolutions through all eternity, I cannot accept without the presence of intellect, reason, and intention. And when we perceive these qualities in the stars, we cannot neglect to count these same celestial bodies among the gods. Nor, in fact, do those stars which are called non-wandering neglect to show the same intellect and foresight. Their daily movements are consistent and unchanging. They do not have ethereal revolution, nor are they fixed in the heavens, as many people ignorant of physical science say. For the constitution of the ether does not give it the ability to embrace and rotate the stars through its own power. Delicate, transparent, and permeated with an evenly distributed heat, the ether does not seem qualified for the task of holding the stars in place. Therefore, the non-wandering stars occupy their own sphere, which is detached from and independent of any association with the ether. The perpetual and immutable orbits of the stars, in possessing a miraculous and enchanting constancy, reveal that they have a godlike intelligence and power. And because of this, anyone who cannot grasp that these bodies themselves possess the power of the gods would seem to lack the ability to comprehend anything at all. Therefore, there is nothing in the firmament derived from luck, or coincidence, or mistake, or futility, but instead order in all things, and accuracy, reason, and constancy. And those things bereft of these attributes, that which is dubious, contrived, and riddled with error, reside in that space around the earth below the moon, which is the lowest celestial body of all, and on the lands of the earth. He who believes, then, that the astonishing order and striking predictability of these celestial entities, from which the sustenance and safety of all things entirely originate, are lacking in intellect, must himself be considered destitute of intellect. So I won't be making a mistake, in my view, if in this discussion I employ a fundamental idea from the foremost investigator of the truth. 22. Zeno defines nature by saying that it is an artisan's fire, proceeding along the path of creation. He claims that art's particular characteristic is to create and give birth to things, and that whatever the human hand creates in the works of our arts, nature creates with far more artisanal talent. That is, as I just said, the artisan's fire, the instructor of all the other arts. According to this reasoning, in fact, all of nature is artisanal, because it has a kind of road and established direction to follow. Yet the nature of the world itself, which incorporates and contains all things, is said by Zeno to be not only artisanal, but genuinely an artisan, a benefactress and patroness of all advantages and favourable circumstances. And just as other natures are brought forth, flourish, and are preserved, each by its own seeds, so does the nature of the world undergo all voluntary motions, the inclinations and appetites that the Greeks call hormai, and responds with actions suited to these things, just as we ourselves do, who are moved by feelings and sensations. Since the world's intellect operates in this particular way, it may for this reason properly be called prudence or providence. In Greek the term used is pronoia. This prudence or providence especially provides for, and is occupied chiefly with, the following. First, that the world should be best adapted for permanence. Second, that it should need nothing, and, most crucially, that it should exist in a state of extraordinary beauty, endowed with all things. End of part 1. Book 2, Part 2. 23. The world in its entirety has been discussed. We have also described the stars. As a result, it is now evident that there is a multitude of gods that is neither inactive nor toils away in a state of oppressive and menial drudgery. They are not incarnate in veins, nerves, and bones, nor do they consume such victuals and liquids that they acquire humours which are either too bitter or too dense. Nor have they such bodies that they fear accidents or physical blows or dread diseases resulting from the weariness of their limbs. It was to cope with this fear of these possibilities that Epicurus fabricated his idol asomatus gods. Yet the truth is that the gods are gifted with the greatest possible beauty in appearance. They are located in the most pristine region of the heavens, and they so manage and control their revolutions that they seem to be acting in concert with each other to preserve and protect everything in existence. Many other kinds of gods have been reasonably identified and named, due to the services they perform for us, by the wisest Greek thinkers and by our own ancestors. For they believed that anything giving a major advantage to the human race would not happen without divine goodwill towards mankind. So they named that which had issued from a god by that same god's name. Thus we use Ceres for cereal grains and Liber for wine. Terence affirms this in his line, "Venus is cold without Ceres and Liber." In addition, however, something which has significant power is judged fit to be labelled with a deific name. Thus we have Fides, faith, and mens, mind. We see structures recently dedicated by Marcus Aemilius Scaurus to these divinities in the Capitol. Before this, faith had been sanctified by Aulus Atilius Calatinus. You see the Temple of Virtue restored as the Temple of Honour by Marcus Marcellus. It was dedicated many years before this by Quintus Maximus during the Ligurian War. And what about the temples of wealth, health, concord, liberty, and victory? Because they possessed such power that they could only be managed by a god, all of these concepts themselves acquired the appellations of gods. In this category, the names of desire, pleasure, and Venus Lubentina have been consecrated. These are debased and unnatural things, although Velleius does not share this opinion. Vices, however, often significantly affect the workings of nature. Thus, as a result of the importance of the advantages provided, those gods who conferred these advantages were formally consecrated. In fact, the powers possessed by each god are clearly announced by the aforementioned names. 24. In addition, the natural habit of mankind and the inclinations of popular custom have accepted the practice of elevating men to heaven by reputation and by choice for distinguished services they have rendered. It was this practice that created Hercules, Castor and Pollux, Aesculapius, and Liber. I am referring here to Liber the son of Semele, not Liber whom our ancestors reverently and piously deified with Ceres and Libera. What this signifies can be understood from the mysteries. But because we call our own children Liberi, Ceres's children are for the same reason called Liber and Libera. This usage is still preserved in the example of Libera, but not with Liber. Romulus is also a product of this custom. He is thought to be equivalent to Quirinus. Because their souls persisted and basked in eternity, they are duly considered gods, as they remain the most noble and are everlasting. Many gods have originated from another rationale, indeed a physical rationale. These are gods who adopt an externally human appearance, supply tales to the poets, and fill the life of man with all kinds of superstition. This topic was discussed by Zeno. After him it was studied in exhaustive detail by Cleanthes and Chrysippus. An old notion was once common in Greece that Caelus had been castrated by his son Saturn, and that Saturn himself was placed in shackles by his son Jove. A rather elegant physical theory was contained in these impious myths. For these legends conveyed the principle that the highest celestial and ethereal nature, that is, fire, which gives birth to all things, is free of that part of the body which requires sexual congress with another for procreation. 25. They understood Saturn to be the entity that preserves a course and revolution of spaces and times. The god has this name in Greek, which is Chronos with a K, and this corresponds to the word chronos with a CH, that is, an interval of time. Saturn, however, bears his name because he is said to be saturated with years. He is usually depicted as eating his children. This is because time devours the expanse of the ages and fills itself ravenously with years gone by. He was chained by Jove to prevent him from taking chaotic courses and in order to restrict him to the bonds of the stars. But consider Jupiter himself. He is Jovan's Pater, which means the helping father. Through the alteration of grammatical structures, we call him Jove, from the verbal form Jovando. He is called by the poets the father of gods and men, and our ancestors styled him as the best and greatest. And in fact, the word best, that is, the most benevolent, took precedence over the word greatest in this phrase, because it is better, and certainly more agreeable, to be helpful to all than it is to possess great wealth. So this, as I said earlier, is the being Ennius identifies when he says, "Observe this shining cosmic immensity which all men call Jove." These lines are more straightforward than when he says in a different place, "So with whatever power that exists in me, I will curse this bringer of light, whatever it is." This is the deity our augurs are referring to when they say Jove flashing and thundering. They are in fact saying the heavens flashing and thundering. As he does in many other splendid passages, Euripides writes with admirable brevity, "High aloft you see the ether, flowing and unlimited, which cradles the earth in a tender caress. This you consider the greatest of gods, this you name Jove." 26. The Stoics believe that the air, located between the sea and the sky, is sanctified under the name of Juno, the sister and spouse of Jove. This is because it resembles the ether and is very closely connected to it. They have made it feminine, however, and credit it to Juno because there is nothing more supple. Yet I believe the name Juno is derived from the word Juvando. To complete the three separate kingdoms of ancient tradition, water and earth are what remain. Thus, to Neptune, the brother of Jove, they say, was given the second kingdom, the entirety of the world's oceans. His name was acquired in this way. Just as Portunus comes from Portu, so Neptunus is derived from the verbal form nando, with a minor alteration of the first letters. The earth's entire power and character was consecrated to Father Dis. He is known as Dives, and the Greeks call him Plauton, because everything returns to the earth and originates from it. They say that his bride was Proserpina, which is in fact the Greek name, as she is known as Persephone in Greek. They depict her as a seed of grain, and imagine that, when she is buried, her mother searches for her. The mother is Ceres, that is, Geres, a name derived from the verb gerere, because she is responsible for bearing the crops. The first letter of her name has been casually changed, a spelling shift we also find with the Greeks, for they call her Demeter, which is an alteration of Gemeter. Mars's name is derived from the phrase, he who causes great upheavals, while Minerva comes from either minuere, to lessen, or minare, to threaten. 27. And since in all things the first and the last wield the greatest influence, they designated Janus to occupy the first place in sacrificing. His name is derived from eundo. From this verb come the words iani, for traversable passages, and ianoi, for gates at the entrances of civil buildings. Now, the name Vesta is from the Greeks. She is the deity they call Hestia. Her power is connected with altars and hearths. Thus, all prayers and sacrifices find their objective in this goddess, who is the protector of intimate things. Not far distant from this authority are the gods called Penates. This name comes either from Penus, for everything eaten by man is called Penus, or because they are located inside, Penitus, the residence. For this reason, they are also called innermost, penetrales, by the poets. Now, the name Apollo is of Greek origin. They regard him as the sun, while Diana and the moon are believed to be the same. The word sol, sun, came about either because of all the stars, the sun alone, solus, is of that particular size, or the word is traceable to the fact that when the sun rises, it obscures all the other stars, leaving it alone, solus, and conspicuous in the sky. The name Luna, moon, comes from the verb lucere. It is the same origin as Lucina. So just as in Greek society they call upon Diana, who is also Lucifera, in childbirth, so do we Romans call upon the goddess Juno Lucina. This same Diana is also called Omnivaga, not because of her hunting, venando, but because she is included among the 7 wandering stars, Vagari. She is called Diana because at night she makes a kind of day. She is summoned for births because the unborn mature sometimes in 7, or more commonly 9, revolutions of the moon. These are called months, menses, because they travel in measured mensa intervals. When Timaeus, with his customary sly humour, says in his history that the temple of Diana of Ephesus burned down on the same night Alexander was born, he added that it was not at all a surprise, because Diana was away from home, wanting to be at Olympia's side during her labour and delivery. Our people gave Venus the name she bears because she is the goddess who comes, veneret, to all living things. The word Venustas is derived from Venus's name, and not her name from Venustas. 28. Do you see, then, how, from nature's physical principles, correctly and usefully discovered, rational thought has been shifted to fabricated and unreal gods? This has given rise to false opinions, grotesque errors, and superstitions similar to those nourished by old women. The forms, ages, clothing, and accessories of the gods are familiar to us. Besides this, their ancestries, marriages, and family relations are all incorporated into a reflection of human weakness. They are portrayed as being under the influence of volatile mental states. We learn of the passions, sorrows, and rages of the gods. As mythology tells us, they were also not absent from wars and conflicts. Not only were they present when, as in Homer's Iliad, 2 rival armies were fighting and the gods actively supported one side or the other, but they also waged wars of their own, as with the conflicts against the Titans and the giants. These stories are told and very foolishly believed. They are filled with childish drivel and occupy the extremities of fatuous irrationality. Nevertheless, although one may reject these myths and look down on them with scorn, a God whose power infuses all aspects of creation may still be recognized. Ceres with the earth, Neptune with the oceans, and others with other domains. We should venerate and worship these gods, whatever they may be, according to the names tradition has given them. And as for worshipping the gods, the best way, and at the same time the most moral, venerable, and pious way, is to revere them always with thought and language that is pure, unified, and uncorrupted. For not only did philosophers recognize the difference between superstition and religion, but so did our own ancestors. Those who prayed and offered sacrifices for entire days so that their children would survive them were called superstitious, but in time the word's use expanded beyond this context. Those who diligently investigated and, so to speak, reread everything pertaining to the worship of the gods were called religious, a term derived from religendo, just as elegant comes from eligendo, diligent from diligendo, and intelligent from intelligendo. For in all of these words there exists the same idea of selecting, legendo, that we find in the term religious. Thus it happens that, when we consider the words superstition and religion, the former represents a defect and the latter stands for something praiseworthy. I believe I have presented enough to demonstrate that the gods exist and to describe what their qualities are. 29. The next task is to prove that the world is ruled by the providence of the gods. This is, of course, a powerful subject, Cotta, and one that troubles the adherents of your school. Clearly, the real dispute here is with your philosophical comrades. Now, with regard to the adherents of your sect, Velleius, it is less well known how the particulars are handled, and what the argument is. You study only your own materials, and you love them, and you condemn the other schools without even bothering to look at their ideas. You made a point of saying yesterday that a prophetic old woman, pronoea, that is, providence, was introduced by the Stoics. You said this in error, because you thought they created providence as a sort of unique goddess that manages and rules the whole world. But we are dealing here with a truncated term. For example, if one were to say that the Athenian Republic is ruled by a council, the phrase of the Areopagus would be missing. So when we say the world is controlled by providence, we leave out the phrase of the gods. You should remember that the idea is fully and properly expressed as the world is controlled by the providence of the gods. So don't waste humor, which your people have a shortage of, in ridiculing us. And if you listen to me, you definitely won't even try to do it. It doesn't suit you. It's not a talent you have, and it's not something you're capable of. These words are not directed specifically at you, a man refined by solid family morals and the sophistication of our people. But they are meant for the rest of those in your school, and especially for the person who created that doctrine. He is a man without knowledge or literary ability. He insults everyone and lacks any sense of awareness, authority, or grace. 30. I say, therefore, that the world and all of its constituent parts have been conceived from the beginning and have been controlled from time immemorial by divine providence. Our school generally divides this theory into 3 parts. The first subject is the conclusion that follows from the reasoning showing the gods exist. Once this is conceded, we must acknowledge that the world is guided by the judgment of the gods. The second subject is what demonstrates that all things are under the control of a sentient nature and that all things are governed most beautifully by it. Once this is admitted, it follows that this sentient nature itself was created from vital generative principles. And the third subject is what follows from our astonishment at observing celestial and terrestrial phenomena. Firstly, then, one must either deny that the gods exist, and Democritus and Epicurus do deny it in a way, when the former introduces his idea of phantoms and the latter his speculation about images, or those who concede the existence of the gods must admit that they do things that are truly grand. But nothing is grander than the control of the world. The world is ruled, therefore, by the judgment of the gods. If this were not true, then there must surely be something superior to the gods, that possesses powers greater than theirs, whatever this something may be, whether it be inanimate nature or necessity surging forward with overwhelming power that produces these supremely exquisite works we see around us. The nature of the gods, therefore, is neither overwhelmingly powerful nor preeminent, if indeed it is subject to this necessity or nature that controls the heavens, sea, and land. Yet nothing is more transcendent than God. The world must therefore be ruled by him. Thus, God is neither deferential to, nor under the control of, any nature. So he himself rules all of nature. Indeed, if we concede that the gods are intelligent, we also admit divine providence, and providence over the most important matters. So, are the gods unaware of what things are most important, and how these things should be handled and looked after? Or do they lack the power to endure and carry out such solemn responsibilities? But ignorance of things is alien to the nature of the gods, and it is incompatible with their majesty that weakness might create a difficulty in their carrying out a divine responsibility. This reasoning proves what we wanted to show, that the world is ruled by the providence of the gods. 31. Since the gods exist, if in fact they exist as they surely do, it must be true that they are alive, and not only alive, but having the capacity for reason and connected with each other in a kind of social union and partnership, governing the world as a unified whole, as if it were an aggregate republic and city-state. It follows from this that they possess the same power of reason that human beings have. They have our same capacity for honesty, and have the same legal conceptions that point to what is right and condemn what is morally wrong. From this we learn that prudence and intelligence have come to mankind from the gods. And for this reason, mind, faith, virtue, and concord have been consecrated and publicly dedicated according to the traditions of our ancestors. How can it be correct to deny that these are qualities that belong to the gods when we revere their sacred and venerable images? And if intellect, fidelity, virtue, and concord are attributes found in human beings, how could these qualities have trickled down to earth unless they came from superior entities? And since intelligence, reason, and prudence are found in us, it must be true that the gods have them to a greater extent. They must not just have them, but must also use them for the best and greatest functions. Yet nothing is greater or better than the world. It must be true, therefore, that it is guided by the judgment and foresight of the gods. Finally, since we have adequately demonstrated that those entities whose eminent power and brilliant appearance we see are gods, I am referring to the sun, the moon, the wandering and immobile stars, the sky, the world itself, and the power of everything found in the entire world that furnishes great utility and advantage to humanity, we have therefore shown that all things are ruled by divine intelligence and foresight. We have spoken enough about the first part of our theory. 32. Secondly, I have to demonstrate that everything is subject to nature, and that all things are exquisitely governed by her. But first we must provide a short explanation of what nature is. With this clarification, what we are trying to prove will be more readily grasped. Now, some thinkers believe nature is a power that lacks reason, a power that causes essential motions in physical bodies. Others say it is a power that partakes in reason, a power that proceeds along a path of order, revealing what it is doing, what its motives are, and what ends it seeks, a power whose resourcefulness no art, no human hand, and no artisan can succeed in imitating. Indeed, they say that the power of a seed is such that although it may be small, nevertheless, if it encounters some material that receives and embraces it, and provides suitable nutriment to sustain it and allow it growth, it begets and generates organisms of its own type. Some of these organisms are sustained by their own roots. Some are able to move, feel, experience desire, and reproduce others of their own kind. Now there are some, such as Epicurus, who affix the name nature to everything. He separates things in this way. All of nature is atoms and empty space and their circumstantial accidents. But when we ourselves say that the world consists of and is ruled by nature, we are not speaking as if we are referring to a lump of earth, or a shard of stone, or something similar that is not governed by an organic, coherent power. We are speaking in a way that we mean a tree or an animal, things that display no arbitrariness, but instead convey a meaningful, unified structure, and a certain aura of conscious artistry. 33. If the organisms fixed in the earth by their roots live and thrive by nature's arts, then certainly the earth itself is supported by the same power. For when impregnated with seeds, she generates and releases all things from herself. Embracing their roots, she suckles and sustains these organisms. She herself, in turn, is nourished by forces from on high and from outside herself. The air, the ether, and all things in the higher regions are sustained through her respiration. Thus, if the earth is supported by nature and thrives under its care, the same rule must apply to the rest of the world. The roots of plants cling to the earth. Animals are kept alive by breathing air. The air itself sees with us, hears with us, and emits sounds with us, for none of these activities would be possible without it. Indeed, the air also moves with us. For wherever we go and wherever we move, it seems as if to withdraw and cede us space. The things that move toward the center of the earth, which is the globe's lowest location, the things that move upward from the earth's center, and the things that revolve in circular paths around this center, all these things produce the world's steady and unified nature. And since there are four kinds of physical matter, the world's nature is maintained by their interactive changes. From earth comes water, from water comes air, and from air comes ether. Then the changes happen in reverse order. As ether becomes air becomes water, and finally water becomes earth, the last in the chain. The harmonious conjunction of the world's parts is perpetuated through these substances, which form the constituent elements of all things, as they transform along this sequence, moving up and down and back and forth. This systemic process must either be eternal, under the form that we observe, or it must truly be very long-lasting, and destined to endure for an immense and nearly infinite length of time. Whichever of these two possibilities is correct, it follows that the world is ruled by nature's law. In fact, what navigation of a fleet of ships, what command of an army in the field, or, if we return again to the things nature does, what procreation of vine or tree, or, furthermore, what form of an animal and arrangement of its limbs, shows nature's resourcefulness as much as the world itself does. Thus, either there is nothing that is controlled by an intelligent nature, or it must be admitted that the world is controlled by this very thing. In fact, how can it be possible that that which sustains all other natures and their seeds is not itself controlled by nature? Suppose someone were to say that a man's teeth and sexual virility appeared by nature, but that the man for whose benefit they appeared was not himself a product of nature. Anyone saying this would not be aware that beings which generate other things from themselves have more highly developed natures than the things generated from them. 34. Moreover, the world is the producer, the planter, the parent, and, if I may say it this way, the tutor and nourisher of all things governed by nature. She rears and sustains all things just as if they were her own limbs and parts. So if parts of the world are ruled by nature, then the world itself must also be ruled by nature. Nature's administration has nothing in it that can be condemned, for the best product that could be made from the elements that exist has been made. So let anyone show that what we have could have been better. But no one will ever show this. And if someone wants to improve what we have, he will either make it worse or will be seeking an unachievable goal. Yet if all the world's parts have been so created that they could neither be used in a better way nor be made more beautiful in appearance, then let us see whether their existence is the result of random accident, or whether the nature of their present state is such that they could never have coalesced without the guidance of an intelligence and a divine providence. If, then, the things created by nature are better than what is created by human artistry, and if artistry creates nothing without rational thought, then certainly nature must be capable of rational thought. When you look at a statue or a painting, you acknowledge the presence of artistry. When you see the course of a ship in the distance, you have no doubt that it is guided by some intelligence and art. Or when you examine a sundial or a water clock, you recognize that the display of time is made by art, not by chance. How is it logical, then, to believe that the world, which embraces all these arts, the artisans who practice them, and everything else, would lack deliberation and reason? Imagine if someone were to bring to Scythia or Britain the mechanical model of the heavens recently built by our friend Posidonius. Every revolution of this mechanism emulates the same progressions of the sun, the moon, and the 5 wandering stars that happen in the sky each day and night. Who among these barbarians would doubt that this mechanical contrivance had been made with the guidance of reason? 35. But these philosophers are uncertain about the world, from which all things emerge and enjoy their existence. For them it is not clear whether the world was created by accident, or by some necessity, or through the operation of divine reason and intellect. They think Archimedes is more brilliant in mimicking the celestial revolutions with a mechanical replica than nature is in actually producing them, especially when the authentic version in many details is more creative than the simulation. And just as that shepherd in Achaeus, who never laid eyes on a ship before, when from a mountain perch he spotted in the distance the divine and extraordinary vessel of the Argonauts, says these words as he first stares in wonder and dismay. Such a monster slithers from the ocean's depths, bellowing with a resonant noise of movement and breath. It churns the waves before it, stirring up whirlpools with its power. Slicing forward, it rushes on, the open sea boiling as froth blows back with the wind. You could now believe a surging rain cloud whirling, now that a stone seized by wind and storm shoots upwards, or funnel-shaped whirlwinds appear, struck by the impacts of wave against wave. unless the sea is fomenting destruction of the land, or perhaps Triton with his trident tearing up the roots of caverns deep beneath the sea's surging waters, a monstrous mass of rock thrown up from the deep towards the sky. At first he is uncertain what might be this unknown thing he sees. Then, once he sees the young men and hears their seafaring tune, he says, just as the surging and merry dolphins wheeze with their snouts, as well as many other observations, it carries to the ears and perception a song very like a hymn of Sylvanus. So, just as this shepherd believes at first glance that he is looking at some inert and insensate thing, but later, as reliable evidence mounts, begins to suspect the real nature of what caused his confusion, so should philosophers, if perhaps a first look at the world confuses them, later, once they observe its defined, uniform motions, and everything guided by established order and unchangeable constancy, understand that there is a being not only living in this heavenly and divine home of ours, but in fact is a leader and controller of it all, a master builder of an awe-inspiring edifice who is invested with breathtaking responsibility. 36. As I see it now, however, they seem not to grasp how magnificent the creations of heaven and earth truly are. To begin with, the earth, located at the central part of the natural world, is surrounded everywhere by this animate and breathable substance called air. The name is Greek, but it has been embraced by our people through consistent use. In fact, it is a familiar term in Latin. This air, in turn, is surrounded by the limitless ether, which is made up of the highest fires. Let us also borrow this term, and let it be spoken as a Latin word, just as we do with air. Pacuvius explains it this way: this that I observe we call the heavens, but the Greeks designate as ether. As if the man saying this were not a Greek. But he is speaking Latin, you insist. Certainly true, if we could hear him and not think he was speaking Greek. He makes the same point in a different line. A native-born Greek, my speech itself makes that clear. But let us return to more essential subjects. From the ether, then, countless starry fires emerge, the most prominent of which is the sun. It illuminates everything with the brightest light, and is many times larger and more massive than the entire earth. After the sun, there are other stars of boundless dimensions. These immense and uncounted fires are not only harmless to the earth and its residents, but are in fact advantageous to them. And if these stars were moved from their locations, the earth would undoubtedly be incinerated, as vast quantities of heat were no longer held in check by nature's moderation and regulation. 37. Shouldn't I be amazed, now, that there is anyone who could convince himself that certain solid and indivisible atoms are carried along by their own force and weight, and that a most beautiful and richly adorned world is formed by the random collision of those atoms? I don't understand why anyone who thinks this is possible does not also believe that, if an immense number of physical examples of the 21 letters of the alphabet, made of gold or some other substance, were collected somewhere and then dumped on the ground, they would produce Ennius's Annals in a legible form. I don't think chance could succeed in putting together even one verse. Yet how do these people allege that the world has been created by the accidental and random collisions of atoms that have neither heat nor other quality, which the Greeks call poietes, nor sense perception? Or better, how do they profess that in every moment of time immense numbers of worlds are being both created and destroyed? And if the concussion of atoms can make a world, why can't it make a portico, a temple, a house, or a city, things which are less laborious, in fact much easier, to create? In fact, they spew such impudent drivel about the world that to me they seem never to have looked up at this miraculous ornamentation of the heavens. This will be our next subject. Aristotle has a famous quote that is relevant here. Suppose, he says, there were people who had always lived underground in pleasant, venerable homes decorated with paintings and statues, and equipped with all those things which people thought to be happy have in abundance. Imagine they had never come above the surface of the ground, but that from rumours and hearsay they had heard of a certain divine will and power of the gods. Then suppose at some point that chasms in the earth opened, which permitted them to escape their subterranean confinement and emerge where we ourselves live. When they unexpectedly saw the land, sea, and sky, and realized the enormity of the clouds and the force of the winds, and when they looked up at the sun and appreciated not just its immensity and beauty, but also its efficient power as it created the day by diffusing light over the entire sky, and when they saw, as night shrouded the land in darkness, the whole heavens bedecked and enriched with stars, and the alternating stages of the moon's luminosity, now increscent and now decrescent, and the rising and falling of all these celestial bodies and their perpetual, unchanging courses throughout all eternity, when these people laid astounded eyes on all these things, they would surely conclude that there are gods, and that these awe-inspiring wonders are their works. 38. So says Aristotle. But let us imagine a darkness as overwhelming as the one said to have once enveloped the nearby regions during an eruption of Etna's fires, so that for 2 days no one could even identify anyone else. When the sun's light was restored on the 3rd day, it seemed to them that they had been brought back to life. But if this same restoration were to happen after an eternity of darkness, so that we were suddenly bathed in daylight, what would the appearance of the sky look like to us? But daily acquaintance and the ingrained proclivities of our eyes habituate our minds to these sights, and we are neither awed by nor retain our inquisitiveness about the underlying causes of these things that are always before our eyes. As if newness, instead of broad significance, is what should inspire us to investigate the causes of things. Who would consider someone a sensible human being who, once he saw such predictable motions of the heavens, such established order among the stars, and such interdependence and harmony among them all, could possibly deny that there is some rational design in these things, and say that these phenomena, which are governed by a degree of sapience that no human wisdom can grasp, happen by accident? When we see something moved by mechanical power, such as a model of the universe, a clock, or various other things, we do not doubt that these devices are the products of rational thought. Yet when we contemplate the grand scope of the universe, moving with astonishing swiftness, and completing revolutions with striking predictability, carrying out its annual changes with perfect safety, and for the sustenance of all things, should we doubt that these phenomena are caused not only by a rational power, but by a rational power that is omnipotent and divine? Once we dispense with the recondite subtleties of formal debate, we can, in some way, observe with our own eyes the sublime beauty of these natural wonders that we say divine providence has created. 39. Let us first begin by examining the entire earth. It is located in the center of the universe. It is solid, round, and made spherical everywhere by the pull of parts towards its center. It is garnished with flowers, grasses, trees, and crops, all of which are distinguished by a wondrous multitude and an infinite variety. To these things let us add fountains of cold fresh water, inexhaustible in their bounteous flows, the pellucid waters of streams and rivers, their sides flanked by the greenest vegetation, the lofty arches of caverns, the rough beauty of rock formations, the summits of looming mountains, and vast fields stretching far into the distance. Add also hidden veins of gold and silver, and immeasurable quantities of marble. And how many different kinds of animals there are, both domesticated and wild. What songs of birds there are, and what soaring flights they make. What verdant pastures of cattle. What life swells in the forests. Now, what should I say of the human race? We who have been assigned the role, so to speak, of cultivators of the earth, who do not allow it either to be brutalized by the savagery of untamed beasts, or made infecund by chaotic overgrowths of vegetation. We, whose works transform and garnish the fields, islands, and shores with houses and cities. If we could grasp these things with our minds, as we see them with our eyes, no one looking at the world as a whole could have any doubts about the existence of a divine intelligence. How breathtaking is the beauty of the sea! What splendor there is in its comprehensive presence! How many islands it has, and in what variety! What charms may be found in its coasts and shores! How many different types of creatures flourish here, some lurking below the waves, some gliding and swimming along the surface, and some adhering to maritime rocks in their own protective shells. Yet the sea itself, reaching out eagerly for the land, frolics at her coasts to such an extent that the two separate entities seem to merge into one continuous essence. Then the air along the seashore varies by day and night. Scattered and made thin, it is frequently carried upward. When condensed, it is now and then thickened into clouds. Collecting liquid, it augments the earth with rain. Flowing variously here and there, it generates winds. It also creates the yearly variations of cold and heat, and sustains the flight of birds. Drawn into our bodies by the act of respiration, it nourishes and sustains living organisms. 40. What remains is the region highest and most distant from our terrestrial homes, encircling everything and embracing the architecture of the sky, which is called the ether. It is the final shore and outer limit of the universe, and the region in which, to our manifest amazement, fiery figures trace out their meticulous paths. Of these figures, the sun, which exceeds the earth in size by many multiples, revolves around the earth. Its rising and setting creates day and night. By turns drawing near and then falling back, it completes, in 1 year, 2 returns in opposite directions from its outer limit. During the completion of these movements, the sun now causes the earth's appearance to diminish, as if it were sulking in sadness, and then later brightens it with joy, until the earth seems to have adopted a cheerful countenance with the heavens. Yet the moon, which, as the mathematicians have shown, is more than half the size of the earth, drifts in the same path as the sun. Sometimes it coincides with the sun, while at other times it deviates from it. It sends to earth light which it receives from the sun, and itself experiences various shifts in its observable luminescence. Sometimes it is aligned in congruity with the sun, and obstructs its light and radiance. At other times the moon itself falls into the earth's shadow, when cast from the direction of the sun, and then abruptly disappears, due to the earth's interposition and intrusion. In the same intervening spaces, those stars we call wanderers move around the earth, rising and setting in the same way. Their motions now quicken and now lessen, and often stop completely. Nothing could be more awesome, and nothing more beautiful than this heavenly pageant. The immense number of non-wandering stars come next in the order of our consideration. Their arrangement has been so precisely transcribed that they have found names based on their resemblance to familiar figures. 41. At this point he gazed directly at me and said, "I'll quote some poems of Aratus that you translated as a youth. Because they are composed in Latin, they truly delight me, so much so that I've remembered many of them word for word. Thus, as we see constantly with our own eyes, without any alteration or variation, with rapid progress the other heavenly bodies smoothly move, and in both day and night are carried along with the sky. No one's mind, wishing to observe the dependability of nature, can grow weary of contemplating these marvellous things. The summit of the axis at one extremity or the other is called the pole. The two bears revolve around this, and never set. One of these is called Cynosura by the Greeks, and the other is said to be Hellis, and whose brightest stars we see for the duration of every night, which our people customarily call the 7 triones. And with an equal number of stars, arranged in a similar manner, the little Cynosura lights up the same pole of the sky. At sea, the Phoenicians trust this as their nocturnal pilot, but the other, adorned with stars, glitters brightly before this, and is widely seen immediately at the end of daylight. It truly is small, but the sailor makes good use of it, for it traces out an inner orbit and a more compressed circle. 42. And in order that the sight of these stars may be more awe-inspiring, between them, just like a river surging with raging intensity, the pitiless snake glides on, twisting himself above and below, forming curvesome flexions with his body. While his outward aspect is impressive, his most striking features are the shape of his head and the intense glow of his eyes. Not one star shines to garnish his head, yet his countenance is inscribed with a twofold brightness. 2 lambent lights burn from his savage eyes, and with one radiant star his chin shimmers. His head is bent and turned around on a tapering neck, fixed in contemplation, you could say, of the greater bear's tail. And indeed, the rest of the snake's body we see every night. This head suddenly hides itself here for a time under the sea surface, where the rising and setting parts are joined together as one. As for the head itself, however, bordering it revolves the exhausted image of someone grieving, which in fact the Greeks call engonasin, because he advances on his knees. Here is placed the crown, a crown of extraordinary brilliance. This, in fact, is behind him. Near his head, however, is Anguitenens, on whom the Greeks bestow the revered name Ophiuchus. With a secure grip he holds the snake in both hands, and he himself is held fast by its twisting body, for around the man's middle, below the chest, coils the snake. Yet he still advances, placing steps forcefully, and with his feet bears down hard on Nepa's chest and eyes. The septentriones are then followed by Arctophylax, generally called by the name Boötes, because he urges on the bear before him as if attached to a pole. And then the verses that follow. For with this Boötes has, beneath his chest is seen a fixed star with sparkling rays, with the celebrated name Arcturus. Beneath his feet progresses steadily the luminous-bodied Virgo, holding an ear of grain. 43. The starry pictures are so prominently marked out that a divine resourcefulness is apparent in these immense celestial diagrams. And you will observe the twins close to the bear's head. Below his chest is Cancer, and in its feet is held the great Leo, diffusing from its body a shimmering flame. And Auriga will be in motion on the left side of the Gemini. The aggressive Hellis watches over his person, while bright Capra resides at his left shoulder. Then the following things. She is gifted as a great and illustrious celestial image, yet the Hydi shine a feeble light on mortals. And under her feet The horn-bearing Taurus strains with his powerful body. His head is sprinkled with numerous stars. The Greeks used to call these stars hyadas, from the fact of reigning, since hyein in Greek means to reign. In our ignorance, we Romans call them suculi, as if they were named from pigs instead of the rain. But behind the smaller septentrio comes Cepheus, with open palms extended, for at the bear's back turns Cynosura. Preceding him are Cassiopeia, with her weak display of stars, and near her with a lucid body revolves unhappy Andromeda, fleeing the view of her parent. The horse, shaking his mane of flashing radiance, touches her head at his stomach. One star connecting them holds the two forms in a common light, wishing to tie an eternal knot of stars. Ares loiters nearby with his twisted horns, and near him the fishes maneuver, one of whom is a little ahead, moving closer to the chilling air of the north wind. 44. Perseus is traced out at the feet of Andromeda. Great gusts pound him from the north wind's direction, and near his left knee, arranged on every side, you will see the diminutive Pleiades, with their feeble light. Then the gently vaulted lyre is seen, and then, under commodious cover of sky, the winged bird. But nearest to the horse's head is the right hand of Aquarius, and then his entire form. Next in the great region is Capricorn, with a half-wild body, breathing icy cold from his rugged chest. When Titan attires him in perpetual light, he veers the chariot, rounding the winter season. But here one observes that the Scorpion emerges, ascending higher, drawing behind him the bow flexed by his body's power. Nearby the bird whirls round, glittering with feathers, and near this the ardent eagle flutters aloft. From there the dolphin, and after that Orion, with a slanting body, advancing. Coming after him, with refulgent astral light, the torrid dog-star gleams, and then the hare follows, never ceasing to run her laps, exhausted from effort. Creeping Argo drifts along at the dog's tail. The ram hides her, and the scaly-bodied fishes, her luminous flame caressing the banks of the river. This river, meandering and flowing a long way, you will behold, and you will see the chains raised high, which restrain the fishes located near their tails. Then, near the flashing scorpion's sting, you will see an altar, which the southern wind's breath charms with breezes. And near it, the centaur moves with speed to unite part of the horse to Scorpio's claws. Stretching out his right hand, with which the monstrous animal is held, he advances, and imbued with aggression, moves towards the shining altar. Here Hydra himself emerges from the infernal regions. Remarkably spread out is her body. In her middle fold the shining cup pulses with light. Plumed Corvus, advancing at her tail, pokes with his beak. Close by, the twins, the dog's precursor, in Greek called Procyon. Can any rational person think that this entire panoply of stars and this prodigious ornamentation of heaven could have been made by atoms flying here and there at random and guided only by chance? Or could any other creative principle, lacking mind and reason, have been able to accomplish this? For not only was a conscious intellect required to bring them into existence, but their inherent properties cannot even be comprehended without the most advanced kind of mental power. 45. Not only are these revelations astonishing, but nothing is more striking than the fact that the world remains stable and holds together in a state of permanence in such a way that nothing more suitable could even be conceived. all its constituent parts, pressing with equal force from all sides, incline towards the centre. But connected particles of matter persist most enduringly when they are surrounded and wrapped by something that resembles a chain. And this is what that nature actually does. That nature which permeates the entire universe, achieves everything through intelligence and reason, and gathers and shifts the most distant elements towards the centre. So, if the universe is spherical, and therefore all its parts are uniformly held in position on all sides by and through each other, then this same effect must also occur with the earth. It must happen that, with all the earth's parts inclining towards the centre, and in a sphere the centre is the lowest point, nothing can intervene which might undermine such a delicate tension of gravitation and physical masses. And by the same reasoning, the sea, although located above land, still inclines towards the earth's centre. It seeks a consistently smooth, spherical shape across its entire surface, never overflowing and never draining away. Bordering this is the air. It is carried aloft by its lightness, but still manages to circulate itself everywhere. So, while adjacent to the sea, and closely associated with it, air is by nature drawn upwards towards the sky. Tempered by the sky's thinness and heat, it provides a vital and sustaining breath to animals. The air is embraced by the outermost part of the sky, which is called the ethereal region. It preserves its own warmness, rarefied and not condensed by any mixture, and connects with the most distant boundary of the air. End of Part 2. Book 2, Part 3. 46. In the ether, the stars travel in orbits. They maintain a globular form through their own internal pressure, and their motion is perpetuated as a result of their form and structure. They are spherical, which is a shape most unlikely to be damaged, as I believe I stated earlier. The stars have a fiery nature, and for this reason they are fed by the gaseous exhalations of the earth, the sea, and other terrestrial waters. These vapours are lifted upwards by the sun from heated fields and bodies of water. Nourished and restored by these exhalations, the stars and the whole ether discharge the same element, then raise it up once again from the cycle's starting point, so that almost nothing is lost, or at least only a very small amount is lost, which is consumed by the ether's blaze and the star's fires. As a result, our school believes what will eventually happen is something Panaetius is said to have doubted, that there will come a time when the entire world is consumed in fire. Once the moisture has been consumed, the land cannot be nourished, nor can the air properly circulate. Its upward rise is impossible if the entire water supply has been exhausted. There will be nothing left but fire, from which, being a living entity and a god, a rebirth of the world would then take place, and the same system would in time emerge. I don't want you to think I'm spending too much time describing the arrangement and disposition of the stars, especially the stars that are called wandering. But such is the harmony in their different motions, that when the highest star, Saturn, is very cold, the middle star, Mars, is burning with heat. Jupiter, interposed between them, is illuminated and temperate, and the two inside Mars are under the control of the sun. The sun itself fills the entire world with its light, and the moon, illuminated by the sun, controls pregnancies, births, and the development of newborns to a state of maturity. Anyone who is not moved by this synchronous union of purposes, this sublime structural integrity that maintains the safety of the world, if I may put it this way, is someone I know for a fact has never reflected on these things. 47. So, let us now pivot from celestial to terrestrial subjects, Is there anything in these terrestrial matters in which the plan of a natural intelligence is not apparent? To begin with, let us consider the plants that grow from the earth. They provide stability to what they sustain, and draw from the earth moisture which feeds what is secured by the roots. Their trunks are overspread with bark or husk so that they might be protected from cold weather and radiant heat. Vines grasp supporting poles with tendrils behaving like hands, and so lift themselves up as if they were ambient beings. If planted near cabbages, vines are said to avoid them as if they are malignant and injurious, and will have no contact with them at all. What an incredible variety of animals exists! And how strong is the instinct to this end that each might perpetuate its own type. Some animals are protected by strong skins, some are equipped with fur, and some are covered with spines. We see some overspread with feathers, and others with scales. Some are armed with horns, while some are endowed with wings for flight. Nature has provided, in lavish and plenteous supply, nourishment that is best suited to each kind of animal. I can describe what organs exist in the physiques of animals for consuming and digesting this food, how ingenious and subtle is the configuration of their constituent parts, and how remarkable is the structure of their limbs. Every organ housed in the body of a living thing has been designed and emplaced there in such a way that not a single one is without purpose, or unnecessary for the perpetuation of life. Nature has also given wild beasts sense and appetite, so that with one of these they would try to acquire their natural foods, and with the other they could distinguish what is noxious from what is beneficial. For some animals reach their food by walking, and others by crawling on the ground. Some come upon it by flying, and some by swimming. Some grasp their food with an open mouth and their teeth themselves. Other animals seize it in the clutch of their talons. Some hold it in the curvature of their beaks. Some use suction to consume it, some tear it away, some gulp it voraciously, and some chew it assiduously. Some animals are of such humble station that they can easily reach food on the ground with their snouts. Those which are taller, however, such as geese, swans, cranes, and camels, are helped by the length of their necks. A hand has even been given to the elephant, for he had difficulty gaining access to food due to the great size of his body. 48. But nature has given either strength or speed to those wild beasts whose regular nutriment is to feed on other kinds of animals. To some, a certain type of artifice and ingenuity has been gifted. Certain kinds of spiders weave a sort of net to consume whatever becomes ensnared in it. Other varieties covertly observe, then capture and eat what crosses their paths. The pina, this is the creature's name in Greek, which possesses 2 large, flat shells, has a kind of alliance with the small shrimp in acquiring food. So when tiny fishes swim into its open shells, the pina, warned by a pinch from the shrimp, closes its shells. Thus, with joint action, do very different animals seek their food. What is curious in this example is whether these creatures were brought together through some agreement between themselves, or whether their association was created by nature herself at the time they were born. We also regard with fascination those aquatic animals born on land, such as crocodiles, river turtles, and certain kinds of snakes that were born outside water, but then try to reach water as soon as they can move around. In fact, we often place duck eggs beneath hens. When the chicks are born, they are at first nourished by the hens as mothers, from whom they have been hatched and raised. Later, the young birds abandon the hens and escape their tracking as soon as they can see the water, which is their natural home. Nature has instilled in living things an irrepressible instinct for their own survival. 49. I have also read an account of a certain bird called the spoonbill. This bird acquires its food by stalking other birds that dive in the ocean. When the birds emerge at the surface with captured fish, the spoonbill uses its beak to force the birds' heads down until they release what they have caught. The spoonbill itself then takes possession of it. It has also been written that this same bird regularly fills its belly with clams, and when the shellfish have been partially digested by the heat of the bird's stomach, it disgorges them. From this discharge, it then selects the bits that are fit to be eaten. It is said that marine frogs often cover themselves with sand and crawl along the shoreline. When fishes approach them, believing them to be food, they are dispatched and eaten by the frogs. The hawk exists in something like a state of perpetual warfare with the crow. Each bird smashes the eggs of the other whenever they stumble upon them. Who cannot admire another observation about the natural world made by Aristotle, who made many of them? When cranes seeking a warmer location cross the sea, they arrange themselves in the form of a triangle. The air is directed away from them by the triangle's foremost angle, and then, as if by oars, the flight of the birds is progressively supported by the wings on both sides. The base of the triangle, formed by the cranes, is assisted as if by an aft wind. The birds place their heads and necks on the backs of those flying ahead of them. The leader is unable to do this, since he has no one to prop his head on. So he himself flies to the back of the formation to rest, while one of the birds that has already rested assumes the leading position. This rotation is maintained for the entire migration. I can offer many additional examples, but you appreciate the essential point. Even more well known is how much effort animals exert in protecting themselves, how vigilant they are when consuming food, and how they conceal themselves in dens. 50. There are amazing things as well. Consider the discoveries recently made, that is, a few generations ago, by the talents of physicians. Dogs heal themselves by vomiting, and Egyptian ibises find relief by purging their bowels. We hear that panthers, which in primitive lands are captured using poisoned meat, have a certain remedy which they employ to avoid death. It is also said that when wild goats in Crete have been struck by poisoned arrows, they search for a plant called dittany, and when the animals eat this herb, the arrows supposedly drop out of their bodies. Before giving birth, deer meticulously purge themselves with a certain plant called heartwort. We see how animals defend themselves against attack and vulnerability with their own armaments, such as bulls with horns, boars with tusks, and lions with jaws. Some animals protect themselves by escaping, others through concealment, cuttlefish by the discharge of ink, and stingrays by causing paralysis. Many creatures also thwart pursuers by deploying odours of unbearable foulness. 51. In order to safeguard the world's continuity, great care has been employed by the providence of the gods that there should always be various kinds of animals and trees and all other things fixed by roots to the earth. All of these have within them such seed potential that many of their kind may be generated from one. That seed is housed in the inner part of the fruits that spread out from each stem. Men are adequately fed by these seeds, and lands are provisioned by the regeneration of plants of the same type. Why should I talk about the degree of reason found in animals for the unceasing perpetuation of their own kind? In the first place, some are male and some female, a condition that nature has devised as a mechanism of perpetuation. From there, the parts of their bodies are extraordinarily well adapted for procreation and birth. The appetite for sexual congress in both the male and female is remarkable. When the seed infiltrates to its assigned place, it diverts nearly all ingested food to itself, and within this enclosure it creates a living organism. Among those animals which are nourished with milk, once a newborn completes its egress from the womb, almost all the food received by the mother is used to produce milk. Without a teacher, and directed by nature, the newborns seek their mother's breasts and are filled to repletion by their abundance. And in order for us to understand that none of these things are accidental, and that all of them are the work of a provident and ingenious nature, animals that beget large numbers of young, such as pigs and dogs, are provided with a multitude of teats, while creatures that produce few offspring have only a small number of them. Why should I comment on how much love animals openly display in rearing and protecting the young they have brought into existence, until the time arrives when they can take care of themselves? Yet it is said that fishes desert their eggs after releasing them, since in the water the eggs are easily preserved and able to spawn hatchlings. 52. But we hear that turtles and crocodiles, after depositing their eggs on land, bury them and then depart. Their young come into existence and are raised by themselves. Hens and other birds require a tranquil place for laying their eggs. They design a shelter and nest for themselves, and arrange these with as much cushioning as they can, so that their eggs may be most easily protected. When the chicks emerge from their shells, the hens protect them by keeping them warm with their wings, so that they are not hurt by the cold. And if radiant heat comes from the sun, the hens use their bodies to shield the chicks. When the young chickens are able to make use of their little wings, the mothers supervise them in their flights, but are released from any responsibility beyond this. Man's ingenuity and diligence also assist in the preservation and safety of some animals and living things that grow out of the soil, for there are many animals and plants that cannot live without man's oversight. Numerous amenities are found, respectively, in different places for man's abundant cultivation of crops. The Nile irrigates Egypt, and after keeping it overspread and submerged all summer, its waters then recede, leaving the land softened and richly blanketed with mud favorable for growing crops. The Euphrates makes Mesopotamia fertile. In a way, it brings in new fields every year. The Indus, the largest of all rivers, not only fertilizes and softens the land with its waters, it also distributes seeds on it. For the river is said to carry large amounts of seeds similar to grain. I can offer many other notable examples from different places, and point out many other lands abundant in their own specific crops. 53. But nature's bounty is truly generous, in that she provides foods for us in such quantity and variety, and with such delectability. And since this is true not just for one season of the year, we are continuously enticed by the novelty and plenitude of nature's sustenance. How appropriate to each season, how beneficial not only to humanity but also to animals, and even to all things that grow from the earth, are the Etesian winds. Oppressive heat is alleviated by their breezes, and ships at sea are guided in their courses with celerity and certitude by these same winds. Many examples must be overlooked, and many are provided. The advantages offered by rivers cannot be enumerated, nor is it possible to describe the approach and withdrawal of maritime waters in conjunction with the moon, the mountains garnished with forests, the salt mines far removed from the seashore, the earth's astonishing quantity of salubrious medicines, and finally the myriad arts required for life and work. The rotation of day and night sustains living things, granting them both time for action and time for rest. So, from every method of reckoning, we conclude that everything in this world is admirably governed by a divine intellect and plan for the well-being and preservation of all. But if someone asks, for whose benefit could an edifice of such immense scale have been constructed? Was it for the benefit of trees and plants, which, although lacking in sense, are still sustained by nature? But of course, this is ridiculous. Was it for the benefit of the animals? In no way is it more plausible that the gods made such efforts for the sake of creatures that are both mute and destitute of higher intelligence. For whose benefit, then, should one say that the world was conceived? Of course, it was created for the sake of living things that use reason. These are gods and the human race. Without doubt, there is nothing that surpasses them, for it is reason that is superior to all things. Thus it becomes plausible to say that this world and everything in it has been created for the sake of gods and men. 54. If the complete design of man is examined, along with the entire constitution and perfection of human nature, it will be more easily appreciated that the human race has been provided for by the immortal gods. Now, the lives of living creatures are sustained by three things: food, drink, and air. The mouth, which is aided in respiration by the nose's help, is best suited for taking in all of these. Food is chewed with teeth arranged in the mouth, and is reduced and softened by them. The sharp teeth at the front of the mouth break up food by biting it, and the teeth of the inner mouth, called molars, crush food completely. This process also seems to be aided by the tongue. The gullet, adhering to its roots, follows after the tongue. Into the gullet first flow the materials that have been taken into the mouth. The gullet, touching the tonsils on either side, terminates at the palate's deepest interior contour. When the gullet accepts the food pushed, and in a way propelled, down by the agitation and movements of the tongue, it drives this food along. The parts of the gullet that are below what is being consumed are widened. Those parts above it are squeezed together. But the rough artery, for so it is named by doctors, has an opening affixed to the root of the tongue, just above the place where the gullet is connected to the tongue. It extends to the lungs, and receives the air taken into the body through respiration. The rough artery also exhales air, and expels it from the lungs. It is protected by a kind of covering that stops fragments of food from accidentally descending into it and obstructing one's breathing. Located below the gullet is the stomach, the repository of food and drink. The lungs and heart take in air from outside the body. In the stomach, which is composed primarily of muscular tissue, many amazing processes take place. It is versatile and sinuous. It confines and holds the dry or wet food matter it receives, so that it may be changed and digested. Sometimes it contracts tightly, and at other times is relaxed. It congeals and mixes everything it receives, so that by its heat, of which it has a copious supply, and by mashing the food, and also with the aid of respiration, everything is digested and assimilated, and then distributed to the rest of the body. 55. The lungs, however, have a certain relaxed texture and sponge-like softness that is admirably suited for drawing in air. They contract with exhalation and expand with inhalation, so that invigorative air, a basic survival requirement for living things, is regularly delivered. The liquid by which we are nourished, separated by the stomach from the rest of the food, percolates from the alimentary canal to the liver through certain conduits and tubes extending to the liver and attached to it. These tubes link the liver's portals, for so they are called, to the middle intestine. From the liver, other channels extend to various places. Through these moves, the food is extruded from the liver. When bile and the liquid flowing from the kidneys are secreted, the remainder is converted into blood. It then flows to the same portals of the liver to which all its conduits extend. Once it surges through these portals, the food at this place pours into that vein called the cava. Through this it flows, processed and digested, to the heart. From the heart it is distributed through the entire body by an exceedingly large number of veins extending to every part of the human figure. It certainly would not be difficult to descant on how the remains of food are expelled by the dynamic constriction and relaxation of the intestines. We must nevertheless omit this explanation to avoid colouring our narrative with an unpleasant hue. It is preferable instead to relate another example of nature's marvellous artistry. The air brought into the lungs through respiration is first warmed by movement through the nasal passages, and then by association with the lungs. Some of this air is expelled from the lungs through the act of breathing. The rest is taken in by a certain part of the heart called the ventricle. Alongside this is another similar cavity into which blood flows from the liver through the cava vessel. In this way, and from these parts of the anatomy, blood is circulated through the veins to every extremity of the body, and air is distributed through the arteries. Both of these networks, densely and multitudinously interlaced throughout the entire human body, offer potent evidence of an astonishing level of masterful and divine artistry. What should I say about the bones? They form the structure of the body. Their remarkable joints are well suited for maintaining the cohesion of the whole. They are designed to form the ending points of the limbs and to permit motion and all other bodily actions. To these add the tendons and ligaments by which the limbs are held in position. Their lattice of activity extends throughout the entire body. And just as the veins and arteries leading out from the heart, these sinews reach every part of the frame. 56. Of this providence of nature, many more diligent and ingenious examples could be appended, from which one may appreciate the magnitude and eminence of the benefits given to the human race by the gods. In the first place, man's posture is so designed that his body is lifted off the ground, elevated and erect, so that he might be able to gaze at the heavens and intuit a perception of the gods. For human beings exist on earth not merely as occupants and tenants, but in a way as observers of transcendent and heavenly things, a privileged spectacle in which no other kind of animal may partake. And the senses, the interpreters and signallers of things, are excellently located in the head, a citadel in a way, and are created for their necessary uses. The eyes, playing the role of scouts, maintain the highest position. They discharge their duties by observing everything from this vantage point. The ears, since they are responsible for detecting sound, which by its nature is carried upwards, are properly situated in a more elevated part of the body. The nose is similarly positioned in a high place, since odours also tend to waft upwards, and because it is a discriminating judge of food and drink, it has with good reason sought the vicinity of the mouth. Now, the sense of taste, which is responsible for detecting the attributes of what we consume, is located in the part of the face where nature has designed a pathway for food and drink. The sense of touch, however, is uniformly distributed over the entire body, so that we may feel every shock and tiny trace of heat and cold. And just as the designers of houses divert from the eyes and noses of the homeowners the things that would necessarily provoke revulsion if they were somewhat detectable, so has nature relegated the body's equivalent apparatus to a location far from the senses. 57. Indeed, what craftsman except nature, which is surpassed by nothing else in ingenuity, could have employed such exquisite skill in the designing of the senses? In the first place, nature has coated and protected the eyes with the most exquisite membranes. These it has made transparent, so that we may discern things through them. They are at the same time made of sturdy material in order to hold the eyes in place. Nature has made the eyes lubricious and mobile, so that they may turn away from whatever would harm them, and easily take in the sights they wish to see. The center of the eye itself is called the pupil. It is small, so that it might easily evade the things that would harm it. The eyelids, which are the protectors of the eyes, are extremely soft to the touch, so that they do not damage the optic organ. The eyelids have been very suitably designed, both for covering the pupils, so that no foreign material makes contact with the lenses, and for uncovering them. And nature has made it possible that this movement can be performed continually with the greatest speed. The eyelids are fortified by a kind of rampart of hairs in order to fend off anything that might fall into the eyes while they are open, and also so that when the eyes are closed during sleep, a time when we do not need them for seeing, they might be blanketed for rest. Furthermore, the eyes are usefully set in a recessed position. They are safeguarded on all sides by the elevation of the encircling parts. For in the first place, the upper part is covered by the eyebrows, which diverts sweat trickling down from the head and face. Then the cheeks, which protrude slightly, protect the area below the eye socket. And the nose is so positioned that it seems to be a kind of wall erected between the eyes. However, the auditory organ is always open. We need its sensory input even when we sleep, and when it detects sounds, we are roused from slumber. The ear canal is winding in order to prohibit a foreign object that might be able to enter from doing so if the passage were simple and direct. It has also been arranged that if even the smallest living thing were to try to enter the ear canal, it would become trapped in the ear's waxy secretions, just as if by bird lime. Prominently displayed on the outside are the organs known as the ears. The ears have been formed for the purpose of covering and protecting the auditory sense, and to prevent the sounds that contact them from scattering and dissipating before the auditory organ has been struck by their vibrations. The entrances of the ears are durable and horn-like, with many swerving contours, because sound is amplified by the repercussive resonance of these features. We see this with stringed instruments, where strong reverberation is produced by tortoiseshell or horn. And it is for this reason that sounds are carried back amplified from twisting and enclosed spaces. In the same way, the nostrils, because of their necessary uses, are always open. The nasal openings are more constricted in order to stop anything that could be harmful from moving through them. They are always coated with moisture, which is advantageous in impeding dust and other foreign material. The organ of taste is remarkably well protected. It is housed in the mouth in a way that is appropriate both for the fulfillment of its purpose and the guarantee of its safety. 58. And all of mankind's senses greatly surpass those of animals. Firstly, the eyes discern many things more acutely in those arts where judgment depends on the eyes, that is, in painting, sculpture, and engraving, as well as in the evaluation of bodily movements and gestures. For the eyes evaluate the beauty, the arrangement, and, if I may say it, the decency of colour and form. They also detect more important things. The eyes can distinguish virtues and vices, rage and amicability, happiness and sadness, bravery and cowardice, and boldness and timidity. The level of discriminating judgment belonging to the ears is also remarkable. In the music of the human voice and of wind and stringed instruments, the ears detect differences of tone, intervals in musical scales, and expression. They also recognize many different voice characteristics, melodious and hoarse, smooth and rough, heavy and sharp, flexible and stern. These are ascertained only by the human ear. In the same way, impressive powers of detection are possessed by the nostrils, by the sense of taste, and to some degree by the sense of touch. Indeed, more arts than I would wish have been devised to capture and enchant these senses. For it is quite clear that the production of perfumes, the imaginative preparation of food, and the self-aggrandizement of the human body have achieved a state of high refinement. 59. He who is unable to grasp that the human mind and soul, as well as our reason, judgment, and wisdom, have been perfected by divine care, seems to me to be lacking in these very attributes. I would prefer to be given your skilful way with words, Cotter, while discussing this subject. In what adroit way would you first discuss the scope of our knowledge, and then our ability to connect the consequences of things with their initial propositions, and from this process achieve comprehension? Through this activity, we evaluate what conclusions may be produced from certain hypotheses. We make these deductions using logical reasoning, and we define specific words and limit them concisely. From this systematic process, it may be understood what efficacy the knowledge may have, and what its exact nature may be. Not even in a god is there found an activity more outstanding than this. But how essential are those principles which you academics weaken and overturn, that with the senses and the mind we perceive and understand the things external to us. As a matter of fact, it is precisely by collecting and comparing such information that we create arts, some necessary for the conduct of life, and some only for recreation. And that mistress of the arts, as you like to call it, eloquence, how stupendous and divine it is! First, it allows us to learn things we do not know, and it permits us to teach things we do know to others. Second, we rouse and persuade others with it, and provide solace to the stricken. With it, we draw the terrified away from their fears. With it, we restrain the recklessly passionate, and with it we extinguish desire and rage. It is this that has knitted us together in a social organization of justice, laws, and cities, and it is this that has rescued us from a bestial and uncivilized state of life. When someone truly thinks about it, it is amazing how many inventive mechanisms nature has devised for the purpose of human speech. In the first place, a breathing tube extends from the lungs to the innermost part of the mouth. Through this, the voice, led initially from the mind, is generated and articulated. Finally, the tongue is situated in the mouth and enclosed by the teeth. The tongue molds and restricts the disorderly profusion of vocal sounds, and, as it contacts the teeth and other parts of the mouth, makes this vocal noise distinct and deliberate. For this reason, our school often says that the tongue is like the pick used in playing a stringed instrument, while the teeth are like the strings, and the nose is analogous to the horns, which resound the music emanating from the strings. 60. How adapted to every task, and how conducive to so many arts, are the hands given to man by nature. The easy closing and opening of the fingers, made possible by their supple joints and sections, promotes efficient movement. Thus the hand is adapted, through the motion of the fingers, for painting, shaping, carving, and eliciting sound from string and wind instruments. But the purpose of these activities is stimulation. Other enterprises are necessities. I am speaking of the cultivation of land, the construction of buildings, the making of clothing, whether woven or stitched, and the fashioning of all types of metalwork, from bronze or iron. It is understood from this that, by the employment of the artisan's hands to the mind's innovations and the perceptions of the senses, we have procured all our amenities. We have been able to gain shelter, clothing, and personal safety, and have acquired cities, protective walls, houses, and temples. In fact, it is by the works of man, that is, through the use of his hands, that a diversity and plenitude of food is made available to us. For the land produces many things obtained by the human hand. These are either consumed immediately or set aside to be preserved for long durations. We also use as a food source the creatures of the land, the water, and the air, some through capture in their wild state, and some through animal husbandry. Through domestication, we also bring about our transportation on quadrupeds. Their speed and strength augments our own quickness and power. On certain beasts, we impose burdensome cargoes or yokes. For our own purposes, we take advantage of the highly refined senses of the elephant and the sagacious instincts of dogs. From the recesses of the earth's cavities, we draw out iron, an essential resource needed for the cultivation of the land. We discover concealed, substratal veins of copper, silver, and gold, which are suitable both for practical uses and for ornamental decoration. We make use of trees and all types of wood, both cultivated and wild. Some of this is for warming our bodies through the use of fire and food preparation, and some is for the building of structures, so that, protected by a roof, we may keep out the cold and heat. Wood is of great use in the construction of maritime ships, by whose voyages we are provided with copious amounts of all kinds of goods from every place for the conduct of life. Due to our knowledge of the nautical sciences, we alone have the ability to manage the most destructive powers created by nature, sea and wind, and we use and enjoy many marine commodities. Similarly, human hands have total control of the products of the land. We delight in the fields, and we profit by the mountains. For us are the rivers and the lakes. It is we who sow the crops, and we who plant the trees. We gift the land with fecundity through the introduction of water. We restrict, direct, and divert the rivers. In fact, we strive to build with our hands a kind of second nature within the natural world. 61. And what else? Has not the rational power of man reached all the way to the heavens? We alone, out of all living things, have scrutinized the risings and settings of the stars and their revolutions. Humanity has measured the duration of the day, the month, and the year. Eclipses of the sun and moon have been diligently studied, and we have predicted for all future time their manifestations, degrees, and dates of incidence. By thinking about these things, the mind approaches an understanding of the gods. From this comes piety, to which is linked justice and the rest of the virtues. And from these a happy life emerges, which is a match for and quite similar to the life of the gods. It is a life equal to that of the celestial gods in all things except immortality, which has no bearing on happiness. Now that these topics have been discussed in detail, I believe I have adequately shown how far human nature transcends all other animals. We should conclude from this that neither the human form and the design of our limbs, nor the power of the human mind and character could have been made as they are by accident. My remaining task is to demonstrate and achieve a comprehensive summation by showing that everything in this world used by mankind has been created and provided for mankind's sake. 62. First, the world itself has been created for the sake of gods and men, and everything in this world has been furnished and devised for the gratification of mankind. In fact, the world is a kind of joint domicile of gods and men, or a city for them both, for they alone make use of reason and live according to the dictates of law and justice. Just as Athens and Lacedaemon should be thought to have been founded for the sake of the Athenians and Lacedaemonians, and everything in those cities is correctly said to be in the possession of those people, So it is that whatever exists in the entire world should be considered the property of gods and men. Now, the orbits of the sun, moon, and other stars, despite being also relevant to the cohesion of the universe, nevertheless offer a wondrous spectacle to mankind. In fact, no panorama is so limitless, none is more beautiful, and none more surpassing in composition and subtle inventiveness. For, by measuring the revolutions of the celestial bodies, we have learned the maturities, variations, and changes of the seasons. And if these are things that only man is aware of, then it must be concluded that they were made for man's sake. Does the earth, fertile with crops and produce of diverse types that it generates with the greatest liberality, seem to provide all these riches for wild animals, or for the sake of the human race? What should I say about the vines and olive gardens, whose most plentiful and sumptuous fruits have no relation at all to wild animals? Indeed, animals have absolutely no knowledge of sowing, cultivating, or seasonally reaping and collecting crops, nor any skill in preserving and storing them. All of these activities are the skills and cares of man. 63. So just as one must say that lyres and flutes have been made for those able to use them, so too must it be admitted that the things I have mentioned have been furnished only for those able to use them. And even if some animals may pilfer or snatch things from us, it cannot be said that such pickings have been made for their sake also. Men do not store grain for the sake of mice or ants, but for the sake of their wives, children, and families. Thus the beasts enjoy this bounty only by covert means, as I have said, while its owners do so plainly and openly. It must be conceded, then, that all these riches have been furnished for the sake of mankind, unless perhaps the great variety and abundance of our cultivated fruit, and the lusciousness not only of its taste but also of its smell and appearance, provoke doubt that nature has gifted these resources only to humans. So wrong is it that these riches were furnished for the sake of animals, that in fact we find that the animals themselves have been put on this earth for man's advantage. What other purpose do sheep serve, besides the fact that man is clothed with their prepared and woven wool? Without man's constant attention and nurture, they would not be able to eat, keep themselves alive, nor generate anything of worth. Consider the loyal alertness of the dog, his loving adulation of his master, his hostility to strangers, his incredibly sharp sense of smell when searching for something, and his unbridled enthusiasm when on the hunt. What other significance could these canine traits have, except that they have been created for mankind's utility? And what should I say about cattle? Their own backs announce that they have not been formed to accept burdens of physical weight. Their necks, however, were made for the yoke, while the strength and width of their shoulders were made for pulling a plough. Since it was with their labour, through the turning over of the soil, that the land was subjugated, they were never subject to any abuse, so the poets say, by the people of that golden age. But then the Iron Age suddenly made its appearance, venturing first to fashion a baneful sword, and eat the bull, yoked and subdued by its hand. The benefits that the ox provided mankind was understood to be so great that the eating of this animal was considered a criminal act. 64. It would take a long time to list all the benefits we derive from asses and mules, which without doubt were provided for man's use. But what does the pig have to offer, besides himself as food? Chrysippus, indeed, says that the pig was only given the spark of life as a kind of salt to prevent its body from decomposing. Because the pig is adapted for human consumption, nature has not produced any animal more fertile. What should I say about the great number and delightful tastes of fishes? What should I say about birds? So much pleasure is derived from them that our pronoea sometimes seems to have been an Epicurean. And it is only due to man's planning and resourcefulness that these birds could even be caught. Yet we believe that some birds, winged birds and songbirds as our augurs call them, have been created for the determination of auguries. Furthermore, we acquire the large wild animals by hunting. We do this for food. We also use hunting to train ourselves in a simulation of military discipline. We use the bigger animals when they have been subdued and trained, as is the case with elephants. We obtain from their bodies many cures for illnesses and wounds, just as we do from certain roots and plants, whose practical advantages we have learned from long experience and experimentation. With the mind, as with the eyes, one may peruse the entire earth and all the seas. You will see vast, fertile expanses, immense plains, the densest mountain vegetation, pasturage for animals, and maritime currents of extraordinary swiftness. It is not only on the earth's surface, but also in its most abysmal depths, that there remain hidden a great many useful things which were created for mankind's advantage, and which may be discovered only by him. 65. There is a topic that each of you will probably pounce on for condemnation. Cotta, because Carneades used to have fun attacking the Stoics, and Velleius, because there is nothing Epicurus mocks as much as the attempt to predict future events. For me, it seems to be the strongest confirmation that human affairs are watched over by divine providence. For the art of divination certainly has a factual basis. It is evident at many different places and events, and on moments of private and especially public significance. The diviners sift through many things. The augurs foretell many things. Many things are revealed by oracles. Many announced by prophecies, many divulged by dreams, and many reported by portents. Through an awareness of these matters, much has been learned to serve man's purposes and advantage, and many perils have been avoided. This gift, therefore, whether it be a power or an art, or something innate, has surely been given by the immortal gods to mankind, and to no other living thing, for the determination of future events. And if perhaps an isolated example of this does not persuade you, then certainly all of them, when collected together and viewed as a whole, should do so. In fact, not only do the immortal gods fret over and take care of the whole human race, but they are also in the habit of doing these things for specific people. One may assemble the entire human race into a composite whole, then gradually reduce it down to fewer and fewer numbers, until finally one has reached the level of the individual. 66. If we think, for the reasons already stated, that the gods look after all men everywhere, in every shore and part of the earth far away from this land where we live, then they also look after those who occupy these lands, with us from east to west. But if the gods look after those who dwell in that sort of huge island we call the earth's globe, then they also take an interest in those occupying the constituent parts of that island, Europe, Asia, and Africa. Thus the gods also care deeply about the component units of these larger parts, such as Rome, Athens, Sparta, and Rhodes. They also look after the individual inhabitants of these cities, separately from each assembled population as a whole. Examples of this would be Curius, Fabricius, and Coruncanius in the war against Pyrrhus, Calatinus, Duilius, Metellus, and Lutatius in the First Punic War, Maximus, Marcellus, and Africanus in the Second Punic War. After these, Paulus, Gracchus, and Cato, and within the memory of our fathers, Scipio and Laelius. Both our own nation and Greece have produced many other extraordinary men besides these. No one should believe they could have been as great as they were without divine aid. This is the rationale that impelled the poets, most notably Homer, to attach certain gods to their principal heroes: Ulysses, Diomedes, Agamemnon, and Achilles, to be partners in their trials and dangers. In addition, the frequent personal visitations of these gods, such as I referred to earlier, announce their concern for the affairs of nations and specific persons. The same thing is also determined by signs of coming events, which are pointed out to us when we are asleep and awake. We are also warned by many portents and sacrifices, and by many other occurrences that long-standing usage has cited to confirm the art of divination. No great man, therefore, has ever existed without some measure of divine influence, and this fact should not be impugned by suggesting that if the weather harms a man's crops or vineyards, or if some misfortune snatches away from him a benefit of real value, the individual visited by these misfortunes deserves to be seen as the object of God's animosity or indifference. The gods take care of important affairs, but disregard trifling ones. Yet everything always happens favourably with great men, since enough has been said by our school and by Socrates, the greatest of philosophers, about the bounty and opulence of virtue. 67. These are generally the things that came to my mind which I thought should be said about the nature of the gods. But you, Cotta, if you listen to me, would adopt the same views, and remember that you are a very important citizen and a pontiff. And because your school may argue for either side, you would take up this position as the better one. You would dedicate to this cause that impressive skill in debate which you learned from your rhetorical exercises, and which the Academy finally honed. For the practice of arguing against the gods, whether one's beliefs are sincerely held or merely an affectation, is something ugly, and shows no regard for our divinely imposed moral obligations. Book 3. 1. When Balbus had finished saying these things, Cotta responded with a smile. Balbus, it's too late for you to advise me on what position I should take. While you were arguing, I was thinking about what I should say in opposition, not so much to rebut you, but to learn more about the points I could not quite grasp. But since every man should use his own judgment, it's difficult for me to think the way you want me to think. Velleius then said, Cotta, you have no idea how much I'm looking forward to hearing you. Your monologue against Epicurus was pleasing to our friend Balbus, so in turn I'll promise to be a studious listener against the Stoics. I hope you come well prepared, as you normally do. Without a doubt, Velleius, I am. The issue that I had with you is not the same issue I now have with Lucilius. In what way? Because it seems to me that your Epicurus does not fight very much for the immortal gods. His habit is always to stop short of saying that the gods don't exist, so that he doesn't make himself a focus of animosity or accusation. But when he teaches that the gods do nothing or care about nothing, and that they've been provided with human limbs but don't use them at all, he seems to be aiming at sly humour. He apparently believes it's enough to float the idea that some sort of blissful and eternal nature exists. But I think you've noticed how much Balbus has said, and how rational and lucid it all was, despite its deficiency in truth. So my intention is, as I said, not so much to rebut his discourse as it is to request more information about the things I did not understand. So, Balbus, I'm going to let you decide whether you would prefer to respond to my questions on the specific points I could not quite grasp, or whether you'd rather hear my entire presentation. Balbus then rejoined, I'd rather respond if you want to have something explained. But if you want to question me more for the purpose of rebutting me than for understanding, then I'll do whatever you want. I'll respond right away to each point you ask about, or I'll address all of them when you've finished your discourse. Good, answered Cotta. Let's press on then, and allow the discussion to act as our guide. 2. But before we dive into these waters, allow me to speak a bit about myself. I'm very moved by your opinion, Balbus, and by the exhortation you made at the end of your speech, when you said I should remember that I carry the family name Cotta and am a pontiff. What you meant, I think, is that I should protect the ideas we've inherited from our forefathers about the immortal gods, along with the associated traditions, sacred rituals, and religious observances. I will always stand in support of these traditions, and I've consistently done so in the past. No speech, whether from an informed or an uninformed person, will ever make me change the views I have inherited from my ancestors about the worship of the immortal gods. But when religious issues present themselves, I follow the supreme pontiffs, Tiberius Coruncanius, Publius Scipio, and Publius Scaevola, instead of Zeno or Cleanthes or Chrysippus. And I have Caius Laelius, who is both an augur and a philosopher. He's a man I'd prefer listening to about religion, in that outstanding speech of his, than any prominent Stoic. Now, the entire religion of the Roman people is divided into sacrifices and divination, and a third category has been added to these, which includes everything that the Sibyl's interpreters, or the diviners, have learned from studying portents and omens for the sake of prophecy. I've never believed that any of these religious practices should be looked down on, and I'm convinced that Romulus by auspices and Numa by establishing formal religious rites laid the foundations of our civil state, which certainly would never be as great as it is without the most impeccable conciliation of the immortal gods. Now you know, Balbus, what a pontiff thinks, and what Cotta thinks. Now help me understand what you believe. Although I have to accept the views of our ancestors without reasoned argument, I ought to learn from you, a philosopher, a rational theory of religion. 3. Balbus then said, What plan of reasoning do you want from me, Cotta? You separated your lecture into 4 parts. First, you wanted to show that the gods exist. Second, you intended to explain their characteristics. Third, you aimed to prove that they control the world. And finally, you tried to show that they watch over the affairs of mankind. This was how you proposed to divide your presentation, if my memory is accurate. That's certainly accurate, Balbus acknowledged, but I'm waiting to hear what you need to know. Let's look at each proposition one by one. And if the first one is a concept acknowledged by everyone except complete heathens, then the belief that the gods exist can never completely leave my mind. But you have shown me nothing to explain why I cling to this conviction, a conviction that the authority of our ancestors has persuaded me is true. Why do you want to learn about this from me, if you are already persuaded that it is true? Queried Balbus. Because I'm approaching this discourse as if I'd never heard anything about, and never thought anything about, the immortal gods. Accept me as a fresh and uninformed student, and teach me what I need to know. So then tell me what you're looking for. What I'm looking for? Well, in the first place, I want to know this. Once you said that this part of your presentation didn't need any debate, because it was obvious to all and acknowledged everywhere that the gods exist, why was it that you talked so much about that very subject? Because I've often noticed that when speaking in court, Cotta, if you were ever given the chance, you too deluged the judge with as many arguments as you could muster. Philosophers also do this, and I myself have done it as much as I could. But when you ask me this question, you're doing the same thing as asking me why I use 2 eyes to look at you instead of closing one of them, since I can still accomplish my goal using just 1 eye. 4. I suppose you will see how valid your analogy is. In my legal cases, it isn't my regular habit to argue about something that is obvious and accepted by everyone, for precision is only corroded by argument. And even if I did do this in my court cases, I would not do the same in a discussion like ours that involves such subtle, nuanced detail. There would be no reason why you would shut one eye when the gaze of both of them is the same, and when the nature of the universe, which you claim is governed by wisdom, intended that we should have two beacons radiating from the mind to the eyes. But because you are not as confident in the obviousness of your proposition as you wished, you therefore tried to demonstrate the existence of the gods using various arguments. Yet one argument, the fact that it is a belief passed down to us by our ancestors, was enough for me. But you give traditional authority very little weight, and prefer to win over your audience with logic. Please allow my logic, therefore, to grapple with yours. You offer all these arguments about why the gods exist, and by arguing you introduce a doubt, as I see it, on something that is not at all open to doubt. I have memorized not only the number of your arguments, but also the order in which you stated them. The first one was this, that when we gaze up at the heavens, we understand at once that there is some divine will which controls the heavenly bodies there. From this idea, you offered the line, "Observe this shining cosmic immensity which all men appeal to as Jove," as if any of us would appeal to that Jupiter rather than to Capitolinus, or as if it were obvious and understood by everyone that those entities, which Velleius and many others do not even concede to be sentient beings, are in fact gods. It also seemed a compelling point to you that a belief in the immortal gods is shared by everyone, and is becoming more widespread every day. Then are we comfortable with the idea that such fundamental questions are to be judged by the opinions of the average fool? And your school especially, which says that fools have unbalanced minds. 5. But you think that we see the gods in human form, as when, for example, Postumius saw them at Lake Regillus, and when Vatinius saw them on the Via Salaria. And there is some other vague rumour along these lines about the battle of the Locrians on the Sagra. Do you believe that the men whom you call the sons of Tyndareus, that is, men born of man, and whom Homer, who lived just after their historical era, says have been interred at Sparta, came on white geldings with no grooms, and met the uncouth Vatinius, and chose him to deliver the news of a victory of the Roman people, rather than Marcus Cato, who was then the foremost man in authority? Is it also credible to you that Castor's horse made the imprint in stone, which today can be seen near Lake Regillus, that bears a similarity to the track of a hoof? Wouldn't you prefer to believe what can be demonstrated, that the souls of great men, such as those sons of Tyndareus, are divine and eternal? Or would you prefer to believe that men who had once been cremated could ride a horse and fight in battle? Or if you say that this could really happen, you ought to tell us how it could happen, and not simply repeat fanciful old wives' tales. Lucilius then interjected, "Do you consider them superstitious fables? Don't you see the temple in the Forum dedicated by Aulus Postumius to Castor and Pollux? Aren't you aware of the Senate's decree relating to Vatinius? And with regard to the Sagra, there is a saying popular among the Greeks, who declare that whatever they profess with certainty is more reliable than what happened at the Sagra. Don't you think you should be persuaded by these authorities?" "You are fighting me with traditional gossip, Balbus," Cotta countered. "But what I need from you is logical reasoning." 6. The things that will be come after this, for no one can avoid what will be. Yet often it is not even useful to know what will be, for it is a wretched thing to be plagued by anxiety and be unable to do anything, and to lack even the final and common solace of hope, especially since you say all things happen by fate, that is, what has always been true for all eternity. So, how does it benefit us, or how does it help us take precautions, to know any future event, since the event will happen without a doubt. Furthermore, where did that divination come from? Who discovered the tear in the liver? Who recorded the crow's squawk? Who observed the casting of the lots? I believe in these things, and I cannot reject the staff of Attus Navius, which you mentioned earlier. But I ought to hear how these things have been understood by philosophers, especially since those prophets are dishonest about so many things. You also were saying earlier, but doctors also frequently make mistakes. But how is medicine, the rational basis of which I can understand, similar to divination, which comes from some origin I do not understand? Yet you think that the gods were appeased by the pious devotion of the Decii. How could the unfairness of the gods have been so severe that they would not be reconciled to the Roman people unless men of such merit had been killed? That was a ruse, something that the Greeks call stratagema, of military commanders, although it was intended as a tool for a commander who actually cared about his country, and who was not excessively worried about saving his own life. For they supposed that the army would follow a mounted, fast-moving commander hurling himself into the enemy. And this is exactly what happened. For my part, I have never heard the voice of Faunus. I will believe you if you say you have heard it, although I have no idea what Faunus is. 7. So, thus far, Balbus, as far as you're concerned, I do not understand the existence of the gods. I do in fact believe they exist, but the Stoics teach me nothing. For Cleanthes, as you were saying, thinks that notions about the gods are formed in the human mind in 4 ways. I have already talked enough about one of these ways, the one obtained from prescience of future happenings. The second way is gleaned from fluctuations of the weather and other climatic disturbances. The third from the usefulness and ampleness of the things we secure for our wants, and the fourth from the order of the stars and the harmony of the heavens. We have discussed prescience. Regarding climatic disturbances, both terrestrial and maritime, we cannot say that, when they happen, there are not many people who are afraid of them and believe that the immortal gods cause them to happen. But whether there are many people who think the gods exist is not the right question. The right question is whether the gods really do exist. As for the remaining proofs that Cleanthes offered, one of which is ascertained from the huge quantity of benefits we enjoy, the other of which is derived from the order of the seasons and the harmony of the heavens, we will handle them when we debate the providence of the gods, a topic that you, Balbus, have discussed at length. We will also put off, to that same time, the assertion you claimed was made by Chrysippus, the idea that because we can find something in nature that man is not capable of creating, then there must exist some power greater than man. Your likening of a beautifully decorated house to the beauty of the natural world, your pointing out the harmony and unity of the entire world, and Zeno's short and clever logical deductions, we will delay all these matters to that part of my presentation I have just indicated. At the same time, all the assertions you made from natural science about the fiery power and heat from which you claimed everything was created will be explored at the appropriate place. And all the reasons you offered the day before yesterday, when you were trying to show that the gods exist, to explain why the entire world, the sun, moon, and stars, have sense and intellect, these matters I will also reserve for the same time. But I will put the same question to you again and again. With what arguments do you convince yourself that the gods exist? 8. It seems to me that I have constructed proofs, but you oppose them in such a way that, when you seem about to interrogate me, and I have prepared myself to respond, you suddenly divert the discussion and give me no chance to reply. And so the most important questions, such as divination and fate, slip by without being addressed. These are questions that your school treats superficially. Our school, however, has often said much about them, although they are separate matters from the question currently at hand. Therefore, if you wouldn't mind, please do not complicate the discussion, so that we may reach an understanding of the subject of this discourse. Agreed. Now, because you've divided this entire question into 4 parts, and as we've already dealt with the first part, let us investigate the second. To me, its essential feature seems to have been that, when you tried to demonstrate the qualities of the gods, you showed that they did not exist. You were saying it was extremely difficult to disengage the mind from the regular habit of the eyes, but that since nothing was greater than God, you had no doubt that the world was God, since there is nothing in all nature better than the world. If only we could think of the world as a living thing, or rather, if only we could see this in our minds as we see other things with our eyes. But when you deny that anything is greater than the world, what are you trying to say with the word greater? If you mean to say more beautiful, then I concur. If you mean more adapted to our own benefit, then I also agree. But if you are trying to say that nothing is wiser than the world, then I do not agree at all. Not because it is difficult to disengage the mind from the operation of the eyes, but because the more I disconnect it, the less I can mentally comprehend what you are saying. 9. There is nothing in all creation greater than the world. Neither is there anything on this earth greater than our city. Don't you believe, then, that in our city there is reason, thought, and intellect? Or, because there is not, don't you believe that an ant should be considered superior to this most beautiful city? Since a city lacks sense perception, while an ant not only has the faculty of sense, but also mind, reason, and memory. You should see what points are conceded to you, Balbus, and not presume for yourself whatever you want. The old and concise, and to you brilliant, syllogism of Zeno enlarged this entire subject. Zeno states it in this way: that which makes use of reason is superior to that which does not make use of it. Nothing, however, is superior to the world. Therefore, the world makes use of reason. If this reasoning suits you, you will then prove that the world seems to read a book perfectly. Using Zeno as a guide, you will be able to make the following logical deduction. What is cultured is superior to what is not cultured, but nothing is superior to the world. Therefore, the world is cultured. In the same way, the world could also be an orator, a mathematician, a musician, indeed, learned in every science, or finally even a philosopher. You have often said that nothing comes about unless it arises from the world, and that nature does not have the ability to create things different from itself. Should I concede that the world is not only alive and intelligent, but also a lyre player and a trumpeter, because men who practice these arts are created by the world? That father of the Stoics offers no argument why we should believe the world employs reason, nor why we should consider it animate. The world, therefore, is not a god. Yet there is nothing better than the world, nothing more beautiful than it, nothing for us more health-giving, nothing more richly adorned in aspect and more unchanging in motion. And if the entire world is not a god, then neither are the stars, which, in their limitless plenitude, you counted as gods. Their periodic and ceaseless courses fascinated you, and rightly so, for they have an astonishing and unique constancy. But not all things, Balbus, that have certain and constant revolutions should be ascribed to a god rather than to nature. 10. What do you think could be more constant than the Euripus and Chalcis, with its repeated to and fro motion? Or more constant than the waters at the Straits of Sicily? Or more unchanging than the fury of the ocean in that place where the raging wave divides Europe and Libya? Well, can't the tides of Spain or Britain, and their surges and abatements at predictable times, operate without the influence of a god? Look, I ask you this. If we call divine all motion and everything that maintains its own order with fixed time periods, then shouldn't we also say that tertian and quatern fevers are divine? for what could be more constant than their departure and return? But rational study must be used to interpret all such things. And because you are unable to do this, you run to a god for protection. Chrysippus seemed to you to speak with intellectual precision. He was without doubt dexterous and robust. I call those men dexterous whose minds quickly shift from one thing to another, and robust I consider to be someone with a mind toughened by regular use, just as the hands are calloused by labour. So he says, if there is anything that a man cannot create, then what can create it is greater than man. But man cannot create the things in this world. That which can do this, therefore, is greater than man. But what can be superior to man except God? Therefore, God exists. All these statements are embroiled in the same deception presented by Zeno's argument. We are not told what greater means, what superior means, or what the difference is between nature and reason. He also says that if there are no gods, then there is nothing in all nature greater than man. But he considers it the pinnacle of insolence for any person to believe that there is nothing greater than man. It certainly is insolent to consider oneself superior to the world. But to know that one possesses sense and reason, and to know that Orion and Canicula do not have them, is not only not insolence, but rather prudence. He also says, if a house is beautiful, we should understand that it has been built for its owner, and not for mice. Therefore we should consider the world to be the house of the gods. I would certainly be inclined to believe this if the world had been built as a house, and not, as I will now demonstrate, formed by natural forces. 11. But then Socrates, as recorded by Xenophon, asks where we obtained our intellect, if none existed in the world. And I also ask where we acquired language, mathematics, and music, unless, of course, we believe that the sun speaks to the moon when it draws near, or that the world sings in melody, as Pythagoras suggests. These are products of nature, Balbus. They are not the products of nature moving unreasoningly, as Zeno says, and what this means we will soon see, but instead the products of nature stirring and setting in motion all things by its own motions and changes. For this reason, I was pleased with your comments about the harmony and concordance of nature, which you said acted cooperatively as a sort of perpetual family relationship. But I did not agree with you when you stated that this could not have happened unless it were sustained by one divine spirit. In fact, this complex order is supported and maintained in existence by the physical powers of nature, not by the powers of the gods. Inherent in this is a sort of intimate consensus that the Greeks call sympatheia. But the greater the inherent power of this quality is, the less likely it can be imagined to have come about through divine reason. 12. Yet how do you respond to these arguments that Carneades made? If no body is immortal, no body may last forever. But no body is immortal, nor even indivisible, nor unable to be separated or broken apart. And since every animal possesses an innate natural sense, there is no animal that can avoid receiving some external sensations, that is, to bear hardships and to suffer. And if every animal is so designed, then no animal is immortal. Thus, in the same way, since every animal can be broken apart and dismembered, no animal is indivisible or lasts forever. But every animal is designed to receive and endure external violence. Therefore, every animal must be mortal, divisible, and able to decompose. Just as, for example, if all wax could change shape, there would be nothing made of wax that could not be transformed. Similarly, nothing made of silver or bronze, if silver and bronze were transformable. In the same way, if all the constituent elements of which all things are made are transformable, then there is no body that cannot be changed. the constituent elements from which all things are created are transformable, as you believe. Therefore, every body is capable of being changed. But if any body were immortal, then everything would not be capable of being changed. Thus it is shown that all bodies are mortal. Indeed, every body is composed of either water, or air, or fire, or earth, or a mixture of these substances, or some fraction of them. But of these there is none that cannot be destroyed. For every earthly thing is divisible. A fluid is soft, and can easily be pressed and deformed. Fire and air are very easily shifted by every active stimulus. Their nature is especially unresisting and subject to diffusion. Furthermore, all these substances cease to exist when they are changed into another nature, which happens when earth turns into water, when air arises from water, when ether arises from air, and when in turn they revert to their former condition. But if the substances that compose every animal can cease to exist, then no animal has a permanent existence. 13. And in order to lay aside this matter, still no animal can be found that has never been born or that will always be alive in the future. For every animal has senses. It can feel heat and cold, and taste sweetness and bitterness. It cannot take in what is agreeable with any sense detector and not take in the opposite. If, therefore, it accepts the sensation of pleasure, it also receives the sensation of pain. And whatever feels pain must also be capable of dying. It must be conceded, therefore, that every animal is mortal. In addition, if there is something that feels neither pleasure nor pain, that thing cannot be an animal. But if something is an animal, it must be capable of these sensations. And whatever has these senses cannot be eternal. Every animal has these sensations. Therefore, no animal lives forever. Beyond this, there can be no animal in which natural desire and natural dislike do not exist. Those things that align with natural inclinations are desired. Those things contrary to these are rejected. Every animal seeks certain things and avoids certain things. What an animal avoids is contrary to nature, and that which is against nature has the power to end life. Therefore, every living thing must necessarily die. There is a vast quantity of evidence by which it may be attested and proved that nothing which has sensation does not die. Because those very conditions which are perceived by sense, such as cold, heat, pleasure, pain, and other such things, cause death when their power is amplified. And no animal exists that does not have sensation. Therefore, no animal lives forever. 14. An animal's physical nature is either single, that is, either composed of earth or fire or air or moisture, and what sort of animal this could be cannot even be imagined, or it is made up of several elements, each of which has an appropriate place to which it is carried by the force of its nature, with one going to the lowest place, one to the highest, and one tending to the centre. These can come together for a certain amount of time, but not permanently, for nature must carry away each one to its own place. No animal, therefore, lasts forever. But the regular practice of your school, Balbus, is to relate everything back to a fiery power. In this, I believe, they are following Heraclitus, although not all of them are understanding him in the same way. Yet because he did not want his statements to be fully understood, let us lay them aside. But you say that all power is fire. Living things perish, therefore, when their heat grows weak. And throughout the entire universe, that which lives and thrives is that which preserves heat. I do not understand, however, how living things can perish from the extinguishing of their heat, and yet do not perish from the loss of their moisture or air, especially since they also die from a surplus of heat. Thus, this property of heat is also pertinent as a common feature. Yet let us look to the final result. I believe your doctrine is that there is no living being found in nature and the world except fire. But why fire rather than air, on which the soul of living things depends, and which is the origin of the word animal? Why do you assume, as if making an automatic concession, that there is no soul except fire? It seems more probable that the soul is a mixture of fire and air. But if fire is itself a living being, with no combination of any other element, then fire causes us to feel sensation, since it is present in our bodies. Fire itself, therefore, cannot be lacking in sensation. The same points can be stated again. Whatever has sense must feel pleasure and pain. Whoever is visited by pain will also be visited by death. It follows, therefore, that you cannot prove fire to be eternal. What then? Don't you take the position that all fire needs fuel, and can in no way be permanent unless it is supplied with fuel? Isn't it your doctrine that the sun, moon, and other stars are fed by water sources, sometimes by fresh water and at other times by sea-water? Cleanthes gave this as the reason why the sun returns, and does not advance any further at the summer and winter solstices, lest it should wander too far from its food. We will soon consider what all this means. For now, however, let us conclude with this reasoning. That which can die cannot have an eternal nature. Fire will die out unless it is fed. Fire, therefore, does not have an eternal nature. 15. But what can we understand about a God that is not endowed with virtue? What can we comprehend? Should we attribute to a God prudence, which is found in the knowledge of things good, things evil, and things that are neither good nor evil? What need is there for a choice between good and evil for an entity that is neither affected by evil nor capable of being affected by it? What need is there for reason or intelligence? We engage these capabilities so that we may grasp the obscure by making use of what is already known. But to a God, nothing can be unknown. And what connection does justice, which allocates to each man what is his due, have with the gods? For as you say, it is the society and fellowship of man that created justice. Temperance is based on abstaining from corporeal pleasures. And if there is a place in heaven for temperance, then there is a place for pleasure. In what way can a God be understood as courageous? In tolerating pain? In the performance of labor? In accepting danger? None of these things affect a God. How then can we understand a God that neither makes use of reason nor is provided with any of the virtues? Nor, when I think about the things said by the Stoics, can I look down on the ignorance of the general public and the uneducated. These are the beliefs of the simple-minded. The Syrians worship a fish. The Egyptians have sanctified all kinds of animals. In Greece they have many gods that were originally men. Alabandus at the town of Alabanda, Tenes on the island of Tenedos, Leucothea, originally Ino, and her son Palaemon, everywhere in Greece, and Hercules, Aesculapius, and the Tindaridae. Our own people deify Romulus and many others, whom they believe were admitted into heaven as kinds of newly enrolled residents. 16. These, then, are the beliefs of the ignorant. But what about you philosophers? Are your beliefs any better? I will set that aside, for they are certainly extraordinary. The world itself is certainly a god. I believe this is what was meant by the line, "the gleaming space aloft which all pray to as Jove." So why do we add a number of other gods? But what a multitude of them there is! To me they certainly appear to be abundant. For you identify each individual star as a god, and either assign them names of animals, such as the goat, the scorpion, the bull, the lion, or names of lifeless objects, such as the Argo, the altar, or the crown. But even if we grant these, how can the rest be not only permitted, but even understood at all? When we speak of grain as Ceres and wine as Liber, we are making use of a traditional linguistic formula. But do you really think anyone is so brainless as to believe that what he consumes is a god? Regarding the men you say were elevated from the class of mortals to gods, you should describe how such a transformation could take place, or why this kind of event no longer happens. I will listen to your explanations with pleasure. The way the issue stands now, I don't see how that man to whom the torches were administered on Mount Oeta, as Accius says, could have arrived at the eternal house of his father from that funerary fire. Yet Homer portrays him as being met by Ulysses in the underworld, along with others who have left the realm of the living. Regardless, I would like to know exactly which Hercules is the object of our devotion. Those who pore over arcane and cryptic volumes, in fact, offer us several versions of this hero. The oldest of these is the son of Jupiter, but also the son of the most ancient Jupiter, for we hear of several Jupiters in the antique Greek literature. From that Jupiter and Lysithoe, then, was produced the Hercules who, we are told, fought with Apollo over a tripod. According to legend, a second version of this hero was an Egyptian. He was the son of Nilus, and is said to have authored the Phrygian books. A third version is one of the Digitae of Mount Ida, who offered him funerary sacrifices. A fourth variant was born of Jupiter and Asteria, the sister of Latona. He is mainly worshipped at Tyre, and supposedly his daughter was Carthago. A fifth, named Belus, may be found in India. The sixth is our Hercules, the son of Alcmena, fathered by Jupiter. But here we mean the third Jupiter, because, as I will clarify, traditional law recognizes several Jupiters. 17. Now, since my discussion has brought me to this place, I will show that I have learned much better things about worshipping the immortal gods from pontifical law and the practices of our ancestors, and from the small vases Numa has left us, which Laelius mentions in that golden little speech of his, than from the arguments of the Stoics. For if I follow your reasoning, tell me how I should respond to someone who puts these questions to me. If there are gods, are the nymphs also goddesses? If the nymphs are divine, then so are Pans and Satyrs. But these beings are not gods. Thus, nymphs also are not goddesses. There are, however, temples publicly pledged and dedicated to them. So the others, therefore, who have had temples dedicated to them, are they not gods? And now explain this. You count Jupiter and Neptune as gods. Therefore, their brother Orcus is also a god. And those rivers that are said to flow in the underworld, Acheron, Cocytus, Pidiphlegethon, and also Charon and Cerberus, are also supposed to be gods. But at least that suggestion must be rejected. Well, then Orcus is not a god. So then, what do you say about his brothers? These are the questions Carneades used to pose, not for the purpose of destroying belief in the gods, for what goal could be less appropriate for a philosopher, but to demonstrate that the Stoics had no cogent ideas about the gods. He would continue by speaking as follows. What do you think, he used to say, if these brothers are counted among the gods, can one deny the same status to their father Saturn, who is regularly worshipped everywhere in the West? If he is a god, one must acknowledge that his father Caelus is also a god. And if this is true, Caelus's parents, Aether and Dies, must also be considered gods, as well as their brothers and sisters, whom the old genealogists assign the names love, deceit, fear, labour, jealousy, fate, old age, death, darkness, distress, grievance, esteem, fraud, perseverance, the Parcae, the Hesperides, and the dreams. All of these they call the children of Erebus and Night. Therefore, either we must accept all of these aberrations, or we must reject the first contenders. 18. What? Will you say that Apollo, Vulcan, Mercury, and the rest are gods, and yet have doubts about Hercules? Aesculapius, Liber, Castor, and Pollux. But these are worshipped just as much as those others are, and by some people certainly much more. So, are these to be considered gods, the sons of mortal mothers? What do you think? Aristaeus, who is said to have been the discoverer of the olive and the son of Apollo, Theseus, the son of Neptune, and the rest who had gods as fathers, won't all these be counted as gods? And what about those with goddesses as mothers? Even more should they be considered divine, I suppose. For just as he whose mother is free is himself free according to civil law, so must it be true that, according to natural law, he whose mother is a goddess is himself a god. For this reason, the islanders of Astipalaia most reverently worship Achilles. And if he is a god, then Orpheus and Rhesus, the sons of a muse, are also gods, unless perhaps a maritime wedding is to be valued more highly than a nuptial ceremony on land. If these are not gods, since they are not worshipped anywhere, then how can the others be gods? Recognize, therefore, that these honours are granted as a consequence of men's virtues, not of their divine status. This is something that you also seemed to say, Balbus. But if you think Latona is a goddess, then how can you not think Hecate is one, whose mother is Asteria, the sister of Latona? Is she also a goddess? For in Greece we have seen her shrines and altars. But if she is a goddess, why are not the Eumenides? And if they are goddesses, they have a temple in Athens, and, as I understand it, the grove of Furina here with us. Then the Furies are goddesses, the revealers and punishers of criminal acts and evil deeds. But if the gods are naturally inclined to participate in human affairs, then Natio must also be considered a goddess. For when we roam through the temples in the region of Ardea, we customarily make sacrifices to her, and because she protects women in childbirth, she is called Natio, a name derived from the verb to be born. If she is a goddess, then all those that have been mentioned by you are gods. Honour, faith, intellect, concord, and therefore also hope and moneta, and all others we can create with our minds. And if this does not seem true, then neither is the original conjecture that gave rise to these examples. 19. If the gods whom we worship and honour really do exist, why do you say that we should not count Serapis and Isis as part of the same class? And if we do that, why would we spurn the gods of foreign nations? We would have to include then in the tally of gods oxen and horses, ibises, hawks, asps, crocodiles, fishes, dogs, wolves, cats, and many other animals. If we repudiate these, we will also repudiate the scheme that gave rise to them. For what comes after this? Should Ino, who is called Leucothea by the Greeks and Matuta by us Romans, be considered a goddess, since she was the daughter of Cadmus? And should not the children of Perseus, the daughter of Oceanus, who were fathered by the sun god Sol, that is, Circe and Pasiphae and Aeetes, also be counted among the gods? Nevertheless, our colonists at Circeii devoutly worship Circe. So you claim she is a goddess. Then what response will you make to Medea, who was produced from two grandfathers, Sol and Oceanus, and whose father was Aeetes and mother was Idea? What response will you make to her brother Absyrtus? Pacuvius calls him Aegialeus, although in antique literature the name Absyrtus is more frequently encountered. And if these figures are not gods, I worry about what will happen to Ino, for all of them emanate from the same source. Are Amphiaraus and Trophonius supposed to be gods too? Our own tax farmers, aware that there was land dedicated to the immortal gods in Boeotia that was exempted by censorial law, denied that anyone who had once been an actual person could be immortal. But if these figures are gods, Erechtheus, whose temple and priest we saw in Athens, certainly is. And if we make him a god, how can we have doubts about Codrus or any others killed while fighting for their country's freedom? And if this is not probable, then neither should we recommend those earlier examples from which these latest instances follow. In most political entities, one can understand that the memory of courageous men has been consecrated by the honor of the immortal gods in order to encourage martial virtue. The purpose is to inspire the best men to be more inclined to confront danger in their nation's service. It is for this very reason that Erechtheus and his daughter are considered gods in Athens. There is also in Athens the Leonatic temple called the Leokorion. The inhabitants of Alabanda, in fact, worship Alabandus, the city's founder, with more religious feeling than any of the prominent gods. Stratonicus, when he was among these people, showed the same good humor he often exhibited elsewhere. When some annoying person argued that Alabandus was a god, but denied that Hercules was one, he responded, "Well then, let Alabandus be enraged with me, and Hercules with you." 20. But those conclusions, Balbus, that you reached from studying the stars and the sky, don't you see how far they will carry you? You think that the sun and moon are gods, one of whom the Greeks link to Apollo, and the other whom they connect with Diana. But if the moon is a goddess, then Lucifer also, and the rest of the planets will be elevated to divine rank. The same will apply to the stars as well. But why shouldn't the bow be counted among the gods? It is certainly beautiful, and because it presents a magnificent sight, it is said that Iris is the daughter of Thaumas. And if Iris's nature is divine, how will you deal with the clouds? The bow itself is produced by clouds that have been colored in a certain manner. One of them is said to have begotten the centaurs. Yet if you count the clouds as gods, then the seasons, which have been sanctified in the religious rites of the Roman people, will surely have to be considered gods as well. Therefore, rains, storm clouds, gales, and tornadoes must be seen as gods. In fact, our naval commanders, when undertaking sea voyages, are in the habit of offering a sacrifice to the sea's rolling swells. And if the name Ceres has its origin in the verb to bear, as you suggested earlier, then the earth itself is a goddess. And so it is presumed, for what else could Tellus be? But if the earth is a goddess, so also is the sea, which you called Neptune, and therefore rivers and natural springs. Appropriately, Meso from Corsica dedicated the temple of Fons, and in the prayer ritual of the augurs we notice Tiberinus, Spino, Almo, Nodinus, and other names of nearby rivers. Thus, either this way of reasoning will go on without end, or we will accept none of these examples, and this infinite lattice of superstition will not be approved. Therefore, none of these should be endorsed. 21. Thus, Balbus, we should speak out against those who say that these gods who have been transported from the realm of humanity to heaven, and whom we all worship reverently and sincerely, are only mental fabrications, with no basis in reality. Firstly, those whom we call theologians identify 3 Jupiters. The first and second of these Jupiters were supposedly born in Arcadia. One was the son of Aether, the ancestor of Proserpina and Liber. The other was the son of Caelus, who is said to have produced Minerva. And she is, according to tradition, the inventor and architect of armed conflict. The third is a Cretan son of Saturn, whose sepulchre is displayed on that island. The Dioscuri are known by various names in Greece. The first of 3 groups, called the Anases at Athens, the sons of the extremely old King Jove and Proserpina, are Tritopatreus, Eubuleus, and Dionysus. The second group, the sons of the third Jove and Leda, is Castor and Pollux. As for the third group, some call them Alco, Melampus, and Tmolus. They are the sons of Atreus, who was himself the son of Pelops. Now, the first group of Muses, the daughters of the second Jove, contains 4 names: Thelxinoe, Iode, Arche, and Melete. The second group were begotten by the third Jove and Mnemosyne, and contains 9 names. The third group is composed of the daughters of Pierus and Antiope. The poets are in the habit of calling them the Pierides or Pierii. They have the same names and number as the second group just mentioned. You say that Sol acquired this name because he is unique. Yet many Sols are presented to us by the theologians. One of them is the son of Jove and the grandson of Aether. Another is the son of Hyperion. A third is the son of Vulcan, the son of Nilus, whose city the Egyptians say is the one named Heliopolis. The fourth is the one Acanthe is said to have given birth to at Rhodes during the heroic times, the father of Ialesus, Camirus, Lindus, and Rhodus. And the fifth is the one said to have produced Aeetes and Circe at Colchis. 22. Many Vulcans likewise exist. The first is the son of Caelus. From him and Minerva was produced Apollo, and the ancient historians say that the city of Athens is under his guardianship. The second is the son of Nilus. The Egyptians call him Phthas, and believe him to be the protector of Egypt. The third is the son of the third Jove and Juno. He is said to have been the operator of a forge on the island of Lemnos. The fourth is the son of Memalius. He held the islands near Sicily, which used to be called the Vulcanii. One of the Mercuries has Caelus as his father and Dies as mother. He is usually depicted in a state of lewd arousal precipitated by the sight of Proserpina. Another is the son of Valens and Phoronis. He is found underground and is associated with Trophonius. The third Mercury is the son of the third Jove and Maia. It is said that Pan was produced from him and Penelope. The fourth is a son of Nilus. The Egyptians believe that uttering his name is an impious act. The inhabitants of Phaneus worship the fifth Mercury. He is said to have killed Argus, and for this reason fled to Egypt. There, according to tradition, he bequeathed the Egyptians laws and a writing system. The Egyptians call him Theoth, and the same name is used by them for the first month of the year. The first of the Aesculapi is Apollo's son. The Arcadians worship him. He is said to have invented the surgeon's probe, and to have been the first to dress a wound. The second is the brother of the second Mercury. He is supposed to have been struck by lightning, and to have been buried at Cynosura. The third is the son of Arsippus and Arsinoe. Some say he invented the purgation of the bowels and the pulling of teeth. His sepulchre and grove are located in Arcadia, not far from the Lucius River. 23. The most venerable of the Apollos is the one whom I previously said was fathered by Vulcan and was the traditional protector of Athens. The second is from Crete and the son of Corybas. He is said to have battled with Jove himself for control of that island. The third is the son of the third Jove and Latona. According to tradition, he arrived at Delphi from the land of the Hyperboreans. The fourth is found in Arcadia. The Arcadians call him Nomius, and say that it was he who gave them their laws. In the same way, there are many Dianas. The first was produced by Jove and Proserpina. She is supposed to have given birth to the winged Cupid. The second Diana is more familiar. We are told she is the daughter of the third Jove and Latona. The father of the third Diana is supposed to have been Upis, with her mother being Glauce. The Greeks usually call her by her father's name, Upis. We have many Dionysi. The first is the son of Jove and Proserpina. The second is the son of Nilus. He is said to have killed Nysa. The third had Cabirus as a father, and tradition says he presided over Asia as a king. The Sabbatia were established to venerate his memory. The fourth is the son of Jove and Luna, and the Orphic rituals are believed to be performed for him. The fifth is the son of Nisus and Thyone. The triennial festival is thought to have been instituted by him. The first Venus is the daughter of Cylus and Dies. We see her shrine at Elis. The second sprang from the foam of the sea. The second Cupid, we are told, is the son born from her and Mercury. The third Venus is the daughter of Jove and Dione. She became the wife of Vulcan, but it is said that Anteros was born from her and Mars. The fourth was created from Syria and Cyprus, and bears the name Astarte. Tradition says that she wed Adonis. The first Minerva is the goddess I referred to earlier as Apollo's mother. The second arose from the Nile and is a goddess worshipped by the Egyptians at Sais. The third is the goddess produced by Jove, whom I alluded to earlier. The fourth Minerva is the daughter of Jove and Coryphe, the daughter of Oceanus. The Arcadians call her Chorea. They say she invented the chariot drawn by 4 horses. The fifth is Pallas, who is said to have killed her father for attempting to defile her virginity. Artists depict her with wings joined to her ankles. The first Cupid is supposed to be the son of Mercury and the first Diana. The second is said to be the son of Mercury and the second of Venus. The third, who is also Anteros, is the son of Mars and the third Venus. These lineages, and others like them, have been collected from various narratives of Greek antiquity. You realize that these traditions must be challenged, so that religious belief is not mired in confusion. Yet not only does your school fail to dispute them, it actually endorses them by explaining the implication of every detail. But let us go back to the place where we first swerved into this digression. 24. So do you think that we need a more sophisticated way of reasoning to disprove these ideas? For we see that intellect, faith, hope, virtue, honor, victory, health, concord, and other similar attributes have the character of things, not of gods. For either they are qualities inherent in ourselves, such as intellect, hope, faith, virtue, or concord, or they are things we should want, such as honor, health, and victory. I see the utility of these things. I also see statues consecrated in their honor. But why any divine power should reside in them is something I will only understand after learning it from you. In this category, fortune should certainly be included, for no one would try to separate fortune from inconstancy and rashness, attributes which are, of course, unworthy of a god. Besides, what fascinates you about the analysis of fables and the interpretation of names? Consider Caelus castrated by his son, and Saturn likewise imprisoned by his son. These fables, and others like them, you defend in such a way that those who created them appear to be not only not deranged, but in fact wise. And as for your explanations on the origins of names, one must truly feel sorry for your efforts. Saturn bears this name because he is saturated, saturare, with years. The name Mavors may be traced to the fact that he causes great turnings, magna vertit. Minerva is so called because she diminishes, minuere, or threatens, minari. The name Venus is derived from the fact that she visits everything, venit ad omnia. And Ceres comes from the verb to carry or to bear, gerendo. What a perilous habit this is, for you will encounter problems with many names. What will you do with the name Veovis, or with Vulcan? But since you think the name Neptune is derived from the verb to swim, nare, there will be no name of which you cannot discover the ancestry by looking at a single letter. And in this case, you seem to me to be flailing about in the water more than Neptune himself. Zeno expended an excessive amount of needless effort. He was the first to do this, followed by Cleanthes and finally by Chrysippus, in trying to find rational interpretations of these imaginary fables, and in looking for explanations as to why the gods have their given names. And when you do this, you openly acknowledge that the reality is very different from popular belief. For what we call gods are actually qualities of things, and not divine forms. 25. This kind of mistake became so widespread that not only were the names of gods assigned to pernicious things, but sacred rituals were even established to venerate them. We see, for example, the temple of Febris on the Palatine, the shrine of Orbona near the temple of Valaris, and the altar dedicated to Mala Fortuna on the Esquiline. Let all such wrongdoing, then, be shunned by philosophers, so that when we have debates about the immortal gods, we speak in a way that is worthy of them. I have my own thoughts about them. I do not, however, find myself motivated to agree with your views. You say Neptune is a conscious intellect that imbues the seas, and speak in the same way about Ceres. Yet this kind of intellect, whether on land or sea, I am unable not only to comprehend, but even to speculate about. Thus, in order to understand the existence of the gods and their qualities, I should look somewhere else for guidance. Your conception of them. Let us investigate the questions that come after this. These are, first, whether the world is governed by the providence of the gods, and second, whether the gods pay attention to the affairs of mankind. For these are the two remaining questions from the division you made earlier. I believe these subjects should be discussed more precisely, if this is acceptable to you. For me, said Valios, that's certainly acceptable. I look forward to hearing more insights, and as for what has already been said, I agree with it entirely. Cotta, I don't want to cut you short, Balbus then interjected, but let's resume our discussion at another time. I will definitely convince you to concur, but by no means will it happen this way. A great contest is to take place that I should humbly beseech him with such persuasive speech, for what reason? 26. Does she seem to calculate inadequately? And isn't she devising a horrible ruin for herself? Indeed, how prudently rational are these words. He who will have what he wants finds that a favourable outcome corresponds to the degree of effort he exerts. This verse describes the originator of all evils. Today, with a deluded mind, he has given me confining door bars, from which I will reveal all my rage and bestow on him a calamity. For me, sorrow; for him, grief; for him, ruin; for me, exile. Clearly, this kind of reasoning, which you say has been gifted by divine favour only to man, is an attribute that animals do not have. Do you appreciate, then, the extent to which we have been influenced by this gift of the gods? And the same Medea, fleeing her father and her country, when her father came closer and was preparing nearly to catch her, she meanwhile slew her boy and dismembered him limb from limb, and through the fields scattered his body here and there, to this purpose that, while the father collected the discarded body of his son, she herself might meanwhile escape, so that his anguish should cripple him from the chase, and she might gain safety for herself through the murder of a blood relation. She committed a horrible crime, but her ability to reason had not been lost. What do you think? The man who prepared a fatal banquet for his brother, doesn't he mull the scheme over and over in his mind? A greater difficulty for me must be prepared, a greater evil readied, in order to subdue and destroy his callous heart. 27. And neither should he himself be ignored, who was not satisfied with pulling a wife into illicit dishonour, a subject about which Atreus speaks rightly and quite truthfully. This, in a crucial matter, I believe is the greatest danger, the defilement of royal matrons, the corruption of lineage, and the pollution of ancestry. But he who tried to acquire a kingdom through adultery, how cunningly he schemes for this very goal. To this, he said, add the portent sent to me by the Father of the heavens, a warning and the support of my royal power, that Thyestes stole from the palace a gleaming lamb, with its golden fleece distinct from the herd, in which theft he enlisted a wife as his collaborator. Doesn't it seem that, despite using the most extreme immorality, he also employed the highest degree of rational intelligence? And neither is the theatre alone filled with these types of crimes. Normal human life is even more full of them, and with evils that are close to being even more terrible. Each man's house understands, the forum understands, the Senate, the public park, the allies, and the provinces all understand that, just as a right action may be the product of reason, so too may a grievous moral offence be committed with the aid of reason. The former path is followed by few, and infrequently, while the latter route is chosen by many, and often. This being the case, it would have been better that no reason at all had been given to us by the immortal gods, than that it had been given with such pernicious consequences. As wine is rarely advantageous, and quite often detrimental to the sick, it is better not to administer it at all, than to risk a distinct calamity in the dubious hunt for an elixir. Furthermore, I don't know if it would have been better for humanity if that quickness of thought, mental acuity, and resourcefulness, which we call reason, had not been given to us at all, than that it should have been bestowed so lavishly and disproportionately, since it has proven to be destructive to many and beneficial to very few. Thus, if the divine mind and will showed genuine concern for humanity by gifting it reason, it showed concern only for those whom it gave principled reason. And these individuals are few in number, if any are to be found at all. Yet it is doubtful that the immortal gods would want to show concern for only a few individuals. We must conclude, therefore, that they are interested in no one. 28. You usually respond to this argument in this way. You say, just because many people make a depraved use of a divine gift, does not mean that the gods have not provided for us in the very best way. Many men make evil use of their patrimony, but this fact, you assert, does not show that they have gained no benefit from their ancestors. Is there anyone who denies this? Or what similarity is there in this comparison? Deianira did not want to harm Hercules when she gave him the tunic dipped in the centaur's blood. Likewise, the man who opened Jason of Pherae's abscess with his sword, an abnormal growth that physicians were unable to cure, was not intending to help Jason. There are many who have conferred some benefit when intending to inflict harm, and many who have caused harm when trying to act rightly. It's not from what is given that we discern the intention of the person who has given it, and neither is it true that the giver of a gift has acted with good will, if the beneficiary of the gift has put it to good use. What act of lust, what impulse derived from greed, and what detestable crime is either undertaken without conscious design, or carried through to completion without active thought and planning? That is, reason. For every belief is reason, and it is good reason if the belief is true, but bad if the belief is false. But from God we merely have reason, if in fact we have it. Whether this reason is good or not good is something that depends on us. Reason is not given to humanity by the benefaction of the gods in the same way that an inheritance is left for some surviving beneficiary. For what else would they have preferred to give humanity if they wanted to hurt human beings? What seeds could there be of injustice, intemperance, and cravenness if reason did not fertilize the soil for these vices? 29. We mentioned previously the heroic characters Medea and Atreus as plotting wicked crimes with deliberate forethought, both before their schemes were undertaken and when they were carried out. What about the comic episodes of the stage? Are not they also invariably steeped in reason? Doesn't that character in The Eunuch wrangle logically enough when he says, So what will I do? She excluded me, and now she recalls me. Should I go back? Not if she begs me to. The character in the Synephibae does not balk at using reason, in the habit of the academics, to fight common belief, when he says, "It is pleasant, when experiencing the greatest love and the greatest poverty, to have a stingy, rude parent, abusive to his children, who neither loves you nor has any interest in you." This is an incredible sentiment, and he offers rather inadequate reasons for it. Either you may defraud him of a profit, or steal some payment owed by doctoring his ledger, or dispatch a young slave to give him a fright, and finally, how much more pleasurable it is to misspend money you lift from an ungenerous father. He then suggests that a kindly and a benevolent father is a detriment to a son in love. I really don't know how I will deceive him, or what I will grab, or what trick to use on him, or what scheme to set in motion, for my father's benevolence has thwarted all my stratagems, tricks, and scams. So, what do you think? Are all those scams, schemes, deceptions, and machinations able to exist without the faculty of reason? What a splendid gift of the gods that prompted Phormio to declare, "Bring me the old man, for all my plans have been prepared in my mind." 30. But let us leave the theatre and have a look at the courts. The praetor goes to sit down. What matter will be adjudicated? Who set the records registry on fire? What crime could be more hidden from view? But Quintus Socius, the elegant Roman knight from the Piscine region, confessed to having done it. Who doctored the public records? Lucius Alanus actually did this when he forged the signatures of the 6 most important officials. What could be more cunning than this man? Learn about other cases, such as the gold of Tolosa and the conspiracy of Jugurtha. Return to events that happened some time ago, and consider the impeachment of Tubulus for taking money to issue a favorable ruling. More recently, consider the incest trial under the proposed measure of Peducaeus. Then consider these trials under the new law, the stabbings, the poisonings, the financial frauds, even the trials about wills, that take place every day. Then consider this legal process. I affirm that with your assistance and consultation, a larceny has been committed. From here come all the legal actions involving a violation of fiduciary duty in guardianship, appointments, partnerships, trusts, and all other cases of bad faith in buying, selling, employment, or leasing. Then consider public rulings on private matters under the Praetorian law. Then that catch-all net to ensnare all sorts of criminal chicanery, the cause of action on fraud, which our friend Caius Aquilius introduced. Aquilius believes that a cause of action for fraud is sustained when an individual represents one thing, but acts in a manner inconsistent with the representation. Do we honestly believe that the planting of all these evil seeds was done by the immortal gods? For if the gods gave man reason, they also gave him malice. For malice is the cunning and treacherous contemplation of inflicting injury. The gods also gave man fraud, criminal agency, and other repugnant acts, none of which can be contemplated or carried out without reason. If only, as that old woman also desires, that in the Pelion wood the pine timbers had not been hacked down by the axe. If only the gods had not given man that sort of craftiness. There are very few individuals who use it rightly, and they themselves are often overwhelmed by those employing it for evil ends. Countless people use it for malicious purposes, such that this divine gift of reason and deliberation would appear to have been bestowed on mankind for the purpose of committing fraud, instead of practicing moral goodness. 31. Yet you say, over and over again, that mankind is responsible for this, not the gods. But that's like a doctor blaming a disease's seriousness, or a ship's pilot blaming the power of a storm at sea. Yet these are only ordinary men. But it would still be a ridiculous claim. If it were not so, someone would say, who would have retained you? One may argue with more frankness against a God. You say that the blame lies in mankind's defects, but you should have given man the sort of reason that would prevent vice and wrongdoing. So, where was the place for error attributable to the gods? For we leave an inheritance with the hope of passing it on properly. We may be deluded in this hope, but how can a god make this kind of mistake? Could he be as deceived as Saul was when he put his son Phaethon in his chariot? Or as deluded as Neptune when Theseus brought about the death of Hippolytus after his father Neptune had given him the opportunity for 3 wishes? These are the stories of the poets, but we strive to be philosophers, the articulators of truths, not the composers of fables. Yet even these gods of the poets, if they knew that their bequests would be destructive to their sons, would be seen as making a serious mistake with their benevolence. If it is true, as Aristo of Chios used to say, that philosophers harm audiences when their listeners wrongly interpret valid teachings, for he said Aristippus's school could produce degenerates and Zeno's school could turn out caustic individuals, then absolutely, if their listeners might foreseeably go away with major vices because they perversely construed the philosopher's teachings, it would be better for philosophers to keep quiet than harm their listeners. So, if men exploit for fraudulent and wicked ends the rational power given to them with good intentions by the immortal gods, then it would be better that it had not been given to humanity at all than to have been given. In the same way, if a physician knows that a sick patient, whom he instructed to take wine, would drink it without diluting it enough and die at once, then that doctor would be very much at fault. Thus your providence must be condemned, for it gave reason to those whom it knew would employ it for perverse and morally unsound ends. Unless, perhaps, you say that your providence was unaware of this outcome. If only you could say this! But you would not dare, because I know how much respect you have for its name. 32. But this argument can now be concluded. For if, by the general consensus of all philosophers, stupidity is a greater evil than all the evils of fortune, and the body, when compared to it, and if no one achieves true wisdom, then we are all ensnared in the worst evils, even though you say that the immortal gods have entirely concerned themselves with our welfare. Just as there is no difference whether no one is healthy or no one can be healthy, so also am I unable to see what difference there is whether no one is wise or no one can be wise. We have, however, expended too much effort on an argument that is most transparent. With one verse, Telamo condenses the entire discussion about why the gods care nothing about mankind. For if they were concerned about us, the good would enjoy good fortune, and the wicked would find only anguish. But at present it is not like this. In fact, if the gods were genuinely worried about humanity, they should have made all men good. And if this were not possible, they certainly should have looked after the good. Why then were the 2 Scipios, the most courageous and honest of men, crushed by Carthage in Spain? Why did Maximus have to preside over the funeral of his own son, a consul? Why did Hannibal kill Marcellus? Why did Cannae destroy Paulus? Why was Regulus bodily handed over to the cruelty of the Carthaginians? Why didn't the walls of his house protect Africanus? But these are examples from olden days, and there are many more of them. Let us consider some closer to our own time. Why is my uncle, Publius Rutilius, a man of unimpeachable honesty and extraordinary erudition, living in exile? Why was my dear friend Drusus slaughtered in his own house? Why was the Pontifex Maximus Quintus Scaevola, an exemplar of moderation and wisdom, murdered before the statue of Vesta? And before this, Why were so many important citizens destroyed by Cinna? Why was Caius Marius, that most perfidious of men, able to order the death of Quintus Caterus, a man of unequalled integrity? There would not be enough hours in the day if I wished to describe the good men who endured evil, and the same would be true if I were to enumerate the morally depraved who have found success. Why did Marius expire so happily in his own home as an old man and 7-time consul? Why did Cinna, the most sadistic of all men, rule with unchecked authority for such a long time? But he was punished, you might say. 33. It would have been better for him to have been restrained and prevented from putting to death so many of the best men than that he eventually should have had to face punishment. Quintus Varius, a truly despicable individual, was put to death with the most horrendous torture and suffering. If he met this end because he stabbed Drusus and poisoned Metellus, it would have been better if their lives had been saved than that Varius should be punished for his crimes. For 38 years, Dionysius was the tyrant of an incredibly opulent and fortunate city-state. For how many years did Pisistratus, who predated Dionysius, hold the same office in the flower of Greece? You may say, but Phalaris and Apollodorus were both punished. True enough, but only after torturing and killing many people. Many pirates are often punished, yet we still cannot say that the number of captives they pitilessly murdered is less than the number of pirates put to death. We are told that Anaxarchus, a student of Democritus, was brutally slain by a Cypriot tyrant, and that the philosopher Zeno of Alia was tortured to death. And do I even need to mention Socrates, whose death often brings tears to my eyes when reading Plato? Do you understand, then, that the judgment of the gods, even if they take notice of human affairs, has erased all differences between them? 34. In fact, Diogenes the Cynic used to say that Harpalus, who was considered a successful robber in those days, was living evidence against the gods because he enjoyed good fortune for so long. After he had ransacked the temple of Proserpine at Locri, Dionysius, whom I mentioned earlier, sailed back to Syracuse. And as he held his course with a very advantageous wind in his sails, he said with a laugh, "Do you see, my friends, how pleasant a voyage is given by the immortal gods to men who have committed sacrilege?" He was a man of acute insight, and when he thoroughly and clearly understood something, he persisted in the same opinion about it. When he landed his fleet at the Peloponnesus and visited the temple of the Olympian Jove, he pilfered a very heavy golden cloak, with which the tyrant Gello had adorned the Jovian image. This precious item had been part of the booty plundered from the Carthaginians. Dionysius even made a joke about the theft. He declared that a golden cloak was burdensome in summer and cold in winter. Tossing a woolen Greek cloak over the god's statue, he announced that this garment was suitable for any season of the year. He also ordered the golden beard of Aesculapius at Epidaurus to be taken away. He said it was inappropriate for a son to wear a beard when his father was clean-shaven in all his shrines. He even instructed that the silver tables in every temple should be removed. Since they were inscribed, in the custom of the ancient Greeks, with the phrase "belonging to the good gods," Dionysius said he wished to make use of their goodness. He also snatched without compunction the small golden figures of victory and the golden bowls and crowns held by statues in their extended arms. He used to say that he was not stealing them, but receiving them, for it was stupidity not to accept a gift extended and presented to us by the hand of a divinity to whom we prayed might give us such a gift. We are also told that these valuables I've mentioned were brought to the forum and auctioned off to the highest bidder. Once Dionysius collected the sale proceeds, he issued an edict declaring that anyone in possession of religious articles should return them to their proper temple by a certain date. So was iniquity to man appended to blasphemy to the gods. 35. Olympian Jupiter never struck Dionysius with a bolt of lightning, nor did Aesculapius cause his body to wither away under the effect of some horrid and chronic disease. After passing away in his own bed, he was committed to a funeral pyre, and the power he had achieved through criminality was bequeathed to his son as an ostensibly lawful and legitimate legacy. I hesitate to continue with this argument, as it may seem to provide a justification for wrongdoing. One might understandably form this impression if it were not true that the human conscience's innate perception of right and wrong is a mighty authority in itself, not dependent on any divine plan. Once this is taken away, everything falls to ruin. For just as neither a household nor a civil state may be considered to be managed with rationality and discipline if there are no rewards for good conduct and no punishments for wrongdoing, so it is true that there certainly can be no divine leadership of the world if, in this authority, there is no attempt to differentiate between the good and the bad. But you will respond with this: the gods ignore the small issues. They don't waste their time with the little plots of land or the seedling vines of specific people, nor, if harm is caused by blight or hailstorm, is this something that would catch Jupiter's attention. Even kings do not fret over every inconsequential detail in their kingdoms. Indeed, as if it were the Formian estate of Publius Rutilius I was grumbling about a little while ago, and not the loss of his safety. 36. And indeed, all mortal men see things this way. Their external gains, their vineyards, grain fields, olive gardens, their bounties of fruits and crops, and finally every benefit and success of their lives, they believe all these come from the gods. But no one ever attributed earned virtue to God, and without doubt it is right that it should be so. For we are deservedly praised for our virtue, and justly take pride in it. But it would not be this way if we saw virtue as a gift from God, instead of something we earned ourselves. Yet when we have acquired personal honours, or enhancement to our wealth, or when we have obtained good fortune, or avoided misfortune, we then give thanks to the gods, and do not believe that our own merit has been usurped. What good man ever gave thanks to the gods for being a good man? But a wealthy man would give thanks for being wealthy. A respected man would give thanks for being respected. And an uninjured man would give thanks for being sound of body. They give Jove the names best and greatest, not because he makes us just, self-controlled, or wise, but because he keeps us protected and secure, and makes us wealthy and prosperous. Neither did anyone ever promise to pay a tithe to Hercules in case he was made a wise man. Yet it is true that Pythagoras, after making some new geometrical discovery, is said to have sacrificed an ox to the Muses. This story, however, I do not find credible, since he declined even to sacrifice an animal to Apollo of Delos, lest he defile the altar with blood. But let me come back to my argument. Every human being believes that good fortune should be sought from God, but each person must acquire wisdom by himself. Let us consecrate temples, as may be permitted, to mind, virtue, and faith. Yet we know these qualities reside within ourselves. The resources of hope, safety, wealth, and victory must be requested from the gods. Therefore, as Diogenes used to say, the thriving fortunes and successes of evil men prove the falsity of all the power and strength of the gods. 37. You may say, but at times good men meet with positive outcomes. Indeed, we fixate on these examples and irrationally give the immortal gods credit for them. When Diagoras, who was called the atheist, came to Samothrace, a certain friend said to him, "You who think that the gods care nothing for human affairs, don't you notice from all the painted pictures how many men have, through their religious vows, escaped storms at sea and arrived safely in port?" Diagoras replied, "Of course it is that way, for those men who are shipwrecked and perish at sea are never painted." On another occasion, when he was at sea, the crew panicked at the onset of a severe storm. Filled with terror, they said that the squall was just retribution for having taken him aboard as a passenger. Diagoras then showed them many other ships on the same course, struggling with the severe weather. He asked them if they thought a Diagoras was being carried on these other ships as well. The truth of the matter is that, in determining whether your fortune is favorable or adverse, it makes no difference at all what sort of person you are, or how you have lived. Here, someone says, the gods do not notice everything, just as kings do not. What sort of comparison is this? If kings fail to notice some defect, it is a serious lapse. 38. Yet for a god, ignorance is no excuse. But you defend the god impressively when you say that the divine power is such that, if a man escapes punishment for his crimes through death, then that punishment will fall on his children, grandchildren, or descendants. Oh, what incredible divine justice this is! Would any state approve of a legislator who drafted a law saying that a son or grandson should be condemned if the father or grandfather committed an offence? What limit to the slaughter of the Tantalidae may be imposed, or what punishment for the death of Myrtilus will ever provide sufficient atonement? It is not easy to say whether the poets corrupted the Stoics, or whether the Stoics gave their authority to the poets. For portents and disgraceful acts are mentioned by both. For neither he who was injured by the iambic metres of Hipponax, nor he who was wounded by the verses of Archilochus, suffered pain dispensed by a god rather than imposed by his own emotions. Nor, when we observe the wanton lust of Aegisthus or Paris, do we seek its origin in a god, since we can practically hear the sound of their misconduct ourselves. Nor do I believe that credit for the restored health of many sick patients should be given to Aesculapius instead of Hippocrates. Nor would I ever say that the discipline of the Lacedaemonians was given to them by Apollo instead of Lycurgus. I will tell you that it was Cratylus who brought Corinth to ruin, and Hasdrubal who did the same for Carthage. It was these two men who gouged out those eyes of the maritime shore. It was not some enraged god, whom you say cannot become angry under any circumstances. But a god certainly could have assisted and rescued cities of such prominence and beauty. 39. You yourselves often declare that there is nothing a god cannot do, and with no effort, in fact. For just as human limbs are moved without exertion through the operation of mind and desire, so can all things be shaped and changed through the action of the divine will. You say this not as if you were repeating superstitions or the fables of old women, but with an underlying principle that is methodical and logical. You argue that matter, which composes and encompasses all things, is completely flexible and changeable, to the extent that nothing cannot be instantaneously shaped or transformed from it. You assert that divine providence is the maker and controller of this universality, and therefore that divine providence, no matter where it may move, can do whatever it wants. Thus, either divine providence does not know what it can do, or it has no interest in human affairs, or it cannot ascertain what is best. Someone may say, divine providence cares nothing about individual persons. There's nothing surprising about this, for it cares nothing about cities either. It doesn't care about these? No, not even for nations or peoples. But if divine providence cares nothing even about them, is it any surprise that it ignores the entire human race? But how can you say that the gods do not care about all things, and at the same time also cling to the idea that dreams are allotted and assigned by the immortal gods to men? I raise this question with you because the theory of the truth of dreams is a doctrine your sect endorses. And do you also say that a person should undertake vows? Of course, individual persons make vows. Thus, the divine mind even hears the pledges of individuals. Don't you see, then, that it is not as preoccupied with other concerns as you supposed? Without doubt, it is broadly dispersed, circling the heavens, watching over the earth, and guiding the seas. So why does divine providence allow so many gods to do nothing and remain in a state of indolence? These gods that you said were so many in number, Balbus, why doesn't divine providence put some of them in charge of human concerns? This is just about all I have to say on the nature of the gods. I have offered my views not with the goal of destroying belief in the gods, but to help you appreciate how enigmatic this subject is, and how challenging it is to untangle. 40. With these words, Cotta finished his discourse. Then Lucilius offered a comment. Without doubt, he said, you have, Cotta, vigorously attacked a fundamental Stoic principle about the providence of the gods that they very prudently and devotedly created. But because evening is nearly upon us, give us some other day to reply in opposition. It is my obligation to challenge your views for the sake of our altars and homes, for the temples and sanctuaries of the gods, and for the walls of the city, which you pontiffs say are sacred. You surround the city more diligently with religion than with the ramparts themselves. And as long as I am able to breathe, I would consider it a grave offence to desert these things. Cotta responded, I really do wish you would prove me wrong, Balbus, and I would prefer to debate the subjects I presented, rather than come to a final conclusion on them. I know I can easily be outdone by you. Well, of course, Velleius declared. He thinks dreams are sent to us by Jove. Yet even dreams are not so fanciful as a Stoic speech on the nature of the gods. After our discussion was over, we separated. To Velleius it appeared that Cotta's arguments were more cogent, but from my perspective, Balbus's explanation seemed to come closer to a likeness of the truth.